Author's Preface and Introduction of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Author's Preface. The Rougon-Macquart series will be composed of about 20 different novels. Ever since 1869, the general plan has been traced, and I have been following it with extreme rigour. The Assommoir came at its time. I wrote it, as I shall write the others, without deviating for a second from my straight line. That is what constitutes my strength. I have a goal towards which I am advancing. When the Assommoir appeared in a newspaper, it was attacked with unexampled brutality, denounced, accused of every crime. Is it very necessary to explain here in a few lines my intentions as a writer? I have sought to picture the fatal downfall of a family of workpeople in the pestilential surroundings of our faubourg. After drunkenness and idleness come the loosening of family ties, the filth engendered by progressive forgetfulness of all upright sentiments, and then, as denouement, shame and death. It is simply a lesson in morality. The Assommoir is certainly the most chaste of my works. Often have I had to point to sores far more frightful. The style alone has shocked. Anger has been aroused by the words. My crime consists in having had the literary curiosity of gathering together and running through a highly worked mould the language of the people. Ah, the style, therein lies the great crime. Yet dictionaries of this language exist. Men of letters study it and enjoy its piquancy, and the unpremeditatedness and the strength of its conceptions. It is a treat for burrowing grammarians. Nevertheless, no one has perceived that my wish was to produce a purely philological work, which I believe to be of keen historical and social interest. I do not seek to defend myself, though. My work will defend me. It is a work of truth, the first novel of the people which does not lie, and which possesses the odour of the people. And one must not conclude that all the lower classes are bad, for my characters are not bad, they are only ignorant, and spoilt by the surroundings of rough work and misery amidst which they live. Only it is necessary to read my novels, to understand them, to see them clearly as a whole, before entertaining the grotesque and odious judgments formed beforehand, which are circulating about my person and my works. Ah, if only it were known! How my friends laugh at the amazing legend which serves to amuse the crowd. If it were only known that the blood-drinker, the ferocious novelist, is a worthy citizen, a man of study and of art, living discreetly in his corner, and whose sole ambition is to leave behind him a work as vast and lifelike as he can. I contradict no story. I work and I leave to time and to the good faith of the public the task of unearthing me from beneath the heap of nonsense and abuse that has been piled up. Émile ZOLA. Notes upon the Assommoir by Signor Edmondo de Amicis. Once in a railway carriage I saw a Frenchman who was reading a book very attentively exhibit from time to time signs of surprise. Suddenly, while I was trying to discover the title upon the cover, he exclaimed, "Oh, this is disgusting," and put the volume into his valise in the most contemptuous manner. He remained for some moments lost in thought, then reopened the valise, took up the book again, and began reading. He might have finished a couple of pages when he suddenly burst out into a hearty laugh, and turning to his companion, said, "Ah, my dear friend, here is the most marvellous description of a wedding dinner." Then he resumed his reading, showing plainly that he was enjoying it intensely. The book was the Assommoir, and that which happened to the Frenchman when perusing it occurs to all who take up the novels of Zola for the first time. You must conquer the first feeling of repugnance. Then, whatever may be the final judgment pronounced upon the writer, you are glad to have read his works, and you arrive at the conclusion that you ought to have read them. The first effect produced, particularly after the perusal of other works, is similar to that experienced on coming out of a close and heated theatre, when one feels the first whiff of fresh air in one's face with a keen sense of pleasure, even if it bring with it an odour not altogether agreeable. After reading Zola's novels, it seems as though in all others, even in the truest, there were a veil between the reader and the things described. And there is present to our minds the same difference as exists between the representations of human faces on canvas and the reflections of the same faces in a mirror. It is like finding truth for the first time. Certain it is that no matter how strong you may be, and whether or no you have le nez solide, like Gervaise at the hospital, sometimes you spring back as if from a sudden whiff of foul air. But even at these points, as at almost every page, though we may violently protest, "This is too much," there is a devil in us which laughs and frolics and enjoys himself hugely over our discomfiture. You feel the same pleasure that you would in hearing a very blunt man talk, even if he were thoroughly vulgar. A man who expresses, as Othello says, his worst ideas in his worst language, who describes what he sees, repeats what he hears, says what he thinks, and tells what he is, without regard for anyone's feelings, and just as if he were talking to himself, à la bonne heure. From the very first lines, you know with whom you are dealing. Delicate persons withdraw, that is an understood thing. Zola does not conceal or embellish anything, either sentiments, thoughts, conversations, acts, or places. He is at once a judicious romancer, a surgeon, a casuist, a physiologist, and an expert chancellor of the exchequer, who thus raises every veil, putting his hands into everything and calling a spade, not heeding, but rather being greatly surprised at your astonishment. Morally, he unveils in his characters those deepest feelings which are generally profound secrets, tremblingly whispered through the grating of the confessional. Materially, he makes us aware of every odour, every flavour, and every contact. In language, he scarcely refrains from those few unspeakable words which naughty boys stealthily seek for in the dictionary. No one has ever gone further in this extreme, and you really do not know whether you ought most to admire his talent or his courage. Among the myriads of characters in novels whom we remember, Zola's remain crowded on one side and are the boldest and most tangible of all. We have not only seen them pass and heard them talk, but have jostled against them, felt their breath, and become conscious of the odour of their flesh and their garments. We have seen the blood circulating beneath their skins, know in what positions they sleep, what they eat, how they dress and undress. We understand the difference between their temperaments and ours, their most secret appetites, the most passionate anger of their language, their gestures, their grimaces, the spots on their linen, the dirt in their nails, etc. And with characters he also imprints upon our mind places, because he looks at everything with the keen glance which embraces all, and which lets nothing escape. In a room already drawn and painted, the light is moved, and he interrupts the story to tell us whither it glides, upon what the ray of the flame falls in its new position, and how the legs of a chair and the hinges of a door gleam in a dark corner. From the description of a shop, he makes us understand that it has just struck 12, or lacks nearly an hour of sunset. He notes all the shadows, all the spots on the sun, all the shades of colour which succeed each other from hour to hour upon the wall, and presents everything with such marvellous distinctness that 5 years after reading we remember the appearance the upholstery presented about 5 o'clock in the evening when the curtains had been drawn, and the effect this appearance produced upon the mind of a person seated in the corner of that particular room. He never forgets anything, and gives life to everything. There is nothing before which his omnipotent pencil stops, neither soiled linen, the manners of drunken men, unclean flesh, or decayed bodies. Among all these things, in all these places, the air of which we breathe, and in which we see and touch everything, moves a varied crowd of women corrupt to the marrow, foul-mouthed shopkeepers, cunning bankers, knavish priests, prostitutes, dandies, ruffians, and human scum of every kind and shape, among which appears sometimes, like a rara avis, a good man. Amongst them all they do a little of everything, swaying to and fro between the prisoner's dock and the hospital, the pawn-shop and the tavern, amidst all the passions and brutish tastes, sunk in the mire up to the chin, in a thick and heavy atmosphere, barely freshened from time to time by the breath of a lovely affection, and stirred alternately by plebeian sickness and the heart-rending cries of the famished and the dying. Despite all this, it may be resolutely affirmed that Émile Zola is a moral writer. He is one of the most moral novelists of France, and it is really astonishing how anyone can doubt this. He makes us note the smell of vice, not its perfume. His nude figures are those of the anatomical table, which do not inspire the slightest immoral thought. There is not one of his books, not even the crudest, that does not leave in the soul pure, firm, and immutable aversion or scorn for the base passions of which he treats. Brutally, pitilessly, and without hypocrisy, he strips vice naked and holds it up to ridicule, standing so far off from it that he does not graze it with his garments. Forced by his hand, it is vice itself that says, "Detest me and pass by." His novels, he himself says, are really morals in action. The scandal which comes from them is only for the eyes and ears. And as he holds back, as a man, from the mire in which his pen is dipped, so does he, as a writer, keep completely aloof from the characters which he has created. There is perhaps no other modern author who conceals himself more skillfully in his works. After reading all his novels, one cannot understand who or what he is. He is a profound observer, a powerful painter, and a wonderful writer. Strong, without respect for mankind, brusque, resolute, bold, rather ill-humoured, and little given to benevolence. But you know nothing more of him. Only that, although you do not see his entire face through the pages of his books, you catch a glimpse of his forehead, scored with a straight and deep furrow, and you fancy that he must have seen, at no great distance, a large portion of the misery and vice which he describes. And he seems to be a man who, having been offended by the world, revenges himself by tearing from her her mask, and exhibiting her for the first time as she really is, for the most part odious and disgusting. A thorough conviction guides and strengthens him that he ought to speak and describe the truth at any risk or any cost, just as it is, boldly, entirely, and without any concealment. Strength is the pre-eminent gift of Zola, and anyone wishing to describe him must say in the first place, he is powerful. Every one of his novels is un grand tour de force, an enormous weight which he raises from the ground, whilst doing all that in him lies to conceal the effort. After reading the last page, one is forced to exclaim, "Ah, what a hand!" like those three sots in the Assommoir, when speaking of the Marquis, who had thrown 3 ruffians to the ground without even taking his gloves off. And the sudden appearance of this novelist in his shirt-sleeves, with his hairy chest and rough voice, who in the most impudent manner and in the open street says everything to everybody, in the midst of a crowd of novelists in black suits, well educated and smiling, who say 1,000 obscene things in a decent fashion in those little romances, couleur de rose, which are written for boudoir and the stage, is in truth an event in literature. Herein lies his greatest merit, He has flung into the air with one kick all the toilet articles of literature, and has washed with a dowelless dishcloth the bedizened face of truth. The publication of the Assommoir was originally commenced in the Bien Public, but was left off half-finished, so many were the protests launched against this horror by the subscribers. Then it was printed in a literary journal, and before it was finished those hot polemics commenced, which became so furious after the publication of the work in a volume, and which will be remembered among the fiercest literary battles of the present day. These polemics gave a powerful impulse to the success of the novel, and it was a noisy, enormous, and incredible success. It had been years since so much had been heard about any book. For a long time, Paris talked of nothing but the Assommoir. One heard it loudly discussed in the cafes, theatres, reading rooms, and even in the shops, and this by its fanatical admirers, who were more in number than its bitter adversaries. The unheard-of brutality of the novel seemed a challenge, a slap at Paris, a calumny against the French people, and they called the book a dirty thing to be handled with the tongs, a monstrous abortion, and a galley offence, and hurled against the author all the abuse that was possible, from the name of the enemy of his country to that of literary sewer, without choosing their words. The theatrical revue of the end of the year represented him in the attire of a garbage gatherer who goes about collecting filth with a hook in the streets of Paris. It was no longer criticism, he said. It was downright slaughter. They denied his talent, originality, style, and even grammar. There were even those who would not discuss him, and they came very near to personal challenges in the streets. And the most extravagantly odious rumours were circulated respecting him. He was spoken of as a bundle of vice, a half-brute, a man without heart, like Lantier, a beast like Salted Mouse, and an ugly individual, like his father, Bazouge the Mute. But meanwhile, editions of the Assommoir succeeded editions. The dispassionate gastronomist said in a low voice that the novel was a masterpiece. The Parisian populace read it largely because they found in it their boulevard, buvette, and shop life, indelibly depicted with new colours and touches of the brush, in comparison with which all others seemed feeble, and the most enraged critics were obliged to recognize the fact that in those pages which had been such a target, there was something that eternally blunted the points of their arrows. The great success of the Assommoir made Zola's other novels sought after, and one may safely affirm that he became celebrated then. Through my friend Parodi, I had the honour of meeting Zola and of passing several hours with him. In speaking of the Assommoir, he said, "The writing of this work was a torture to me. It is the book which has cost me the most trouble in putting together the small details upon which it rests. I intended writing a novel on alcohol. I didn't know anything further. I had collected a number of notes on the effects of the abuse of alcohol. I had determined to make a brute die the kind of death that Coupeau does. I did not know, however, who would be the victim. Before even looking for him, I went to the hospital of Sainte-Anne to study sickness and death like a physician. Then I assigned to Gervaise the occupation of a laundress, and instantly thought of that description of a real wash-house in which I had myself passed many hours. Then, without knowing anything of Goujet, whom I next imagined, I thought of making use of the recollections of the workshop of an ironmonger and blacksmith, where I had passed half-holidays at a time when I was a boy. In the same way, before having woven the thread of my romance, I had already prepared the description of a dinner in Gervaise's shop, and of the visit to the museum of the Louvre. I had already studied my types of working men, the Assommoir of old Colombes, the shops, the Hôtel Boncoeur, everything in fact. When all that remained was disposed of, I commenced to occupy myself with that which was to happen, and reasoned thus while writing it. Gervaise comes to Paris with Lantier, her lover. What will follow? Lantier is a mauvais sujet, so he leaves her. Then, will you credit it, I came to a standstill here and could not go on for several days. After some delay, I took another step. Gervaise thus abandoned, it is natural that she should marry again. She does so, and marries the zinc worker, Coupeau. This is the man who is to die at Sainte-Anne. But here I was stopped again. In order to put the personages and scenes which I had in my head in their respective places, and to give some sort of a framework to the novel, I needed one more fact, one only, that would connect the two preceding ones. These three facts would be sufficient. The rest was all found, prepared, and written out in my mind. But I could not get hold of this third fact. I passed several days quite worried and discontented, when suddenly one morning I was seized with an idea. Lantier finds Gervaise again, makes friends with Coupeau, installs himself in the house, and then a family of three is established, such as I have often seen, and a ruin follows. I breathe again. The novel is completed. Saying this, Zola opened a box, took out a roll of manuscript, and placed it before me. It contained the first studies of the Assommoir on so many fly-leaves. On the first leaves was a sketch of the characters, notes about the person, temperament, and character. I found the miroir caractéristique of Gervaise, Coupeau, Mamma Coupeau, the Lorilleux, the Boche, Goujet, and Madame Lerat. All of them were there. The notes seemed like those of the registrar of a court, written in laconic and free language like that of the novel, and interpolated with short remarks, such as, born like this, educated in this manner, he will conduct himself in this way. In one place was written, what else can a rascal of this kind do? Among others, I was struck with a sketch of Lantier, composed of nothing but a list of adjectives, each one stronger than the other, such as grossier, sensuel, brutal, égoïste, polisson. In some parts was written, use such and such a one, someone known to the author, all written in large, clear characters and in perfect order. Then I saw sketches of places, scarcely outlined, but as accurate as the drawing of an engineer. There were a number of them. All the Assommoir was drawn, the streets of the quarter in which the plot was laid, with the corners and signs of the shops, the zigzag which Gervaise took to avoid the creditors, the Sunday escapades of Nana, the peregrinations of the set of topers from Bastringue to Bastringue, and from Boussagneux to Boussagneux, the hospital and slaughterhouse, between which on that terrible evening came and went the poor ironing woman when maddened by hunger. The great house of Maresco was traced minutely, all the upper story, the landings, windows, the den of the mute, Father Bru's hole, all those dark passages in which one could hear un souffle de crevaison, those walls which resounded like empty vaults, those doors through which were heard the music of blows and the cries of Mioche dying from hunger. There was even the plan of Gervaise's shop, room by room, with indications of beds and tables in some places erased and corrected. One could see that Zola had amused himself by the hour, quite forgetting perhaps the story, so buried was he in his fiction, as if it were a true record. With regard to the title of the work, it may be mentioned that l'Assommoir was the name given derisively to a tavern at Belleville, which subsequently became noted under that designation. It was then adopted by the proprietor, and has since become the slang term for those low drinking haunts, where the common people imbibe adulterated spirits which shorten their existence. The term assommoir literally means a loaded bludgeon, or that weapon ironically termed a life preserver, in short, anything that will fell, stun, or kill. And according to Monsieur Alfred Delvaux, the author of a French slang dictionary, it is a curious fact that Russian robbers reverse the metaphor, and nickname a bludgeon champagne. It is scarcely necessary to point out that the loaded bludgeon in the hands of a ruffian and the pernicious spirits dispensed at establishments of the above-mentioned character produce a like result. End of author's note and introduction. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Section 1 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 1. Gervaise had waited up for Lantier until 2 in the morning. Then, shivering from having remained in a thin loose jacket exposed to the fresh air at the window, she had thrown herself across the bed, drowsy, feverish, and her cheeks bathed in tears. For a week past, on leaving the two-headed calf where they took their meals, he had sent her home with the children and never reappeared himself until late at night, alleging that he had been in search of work. That evening, while watching for his return, she thought she had seen him entering the dancing hall of La Grande Balcony, the 10 blazing windows of which lighted up with the glare of a conflagration the dark expanse of the exterior boulevards. And 5 or 6 paces behind him she had caught sight of little Adele, a burnisher, who dined at the same restaurant, swinging her hands as if she had just quitted his arm so as not to pass together under the dazzling light of the globes at the door. When, towards 5 o'clock, Gervaise awoke, stiff and sore, she broke forth into sobs. Lantier had not returned. For the first time he had slept away from home. She remained seated on the edge of the bed under the strip of faded chintz which hung from the rod fastened to the ceiling by a piece of string, and slowly, with her eyes veiled by tears, she glanced around the wretched lodging, furnished with a walnut chest of drawers minus 1 drawer, 3 rush-bottomed chairs, and a little greasy table, on which stood a broken water-jug. There had been added for the children an iron bedstead, which prevented anyone getting to the chest of drawers, and filled 2/3 of the room. Gervaise's and Lantier's trunk, wide open in one corner, displayed its emptiness, and a man's old hat right at the bottom, almost buried beneath some dirty shirts and socks. Whilst against the walls, above the articles of furniture, hung a shawl full of holes, and a pair of trousers begrimed with mud, the last rags which the dealers in second-hand clothes declined to buy. In the centre of the mantelpiece, lying between 2 odd zinc candlesticks, was a bundle of pink pawn tickets. It was the best room of the hotel, the first-floor room, looking onto the boulevard. The 2 children were sleeping side by side with their heads on the same pillow. Claude, aged 8 years, was breathing quietly with his little hands thrown outside the coverlet, while Etienne, only 4 years old, was smiling with one arm round his brother's neck, and, barefooted, without thinking to again put on the old shoes that had fallen on the floor, she resumed her position at the window, her eyes searching the pavements in the distance. The hotel was situated on the Boulevard de la Chapelle, to the left of the Barrière Poissonnière. It was a building of 2 stories high, painted a red of the colour of wine dregs up to the 2nd floor, and with shutters all rotted by the rain. Over a lamp with starred panes of glass one could manage to read, between the 2 windows, the words Hôtel Boncoeur, kept by Maussoulier, painted in big yellow letters, several pieces of which the mouldering of the plaster had carried away. The lamp preventing her seeing, Gervaise raised herself on tiptoe, still holding the handkerchief to her lips. She looked to the right, towards the Boulevard Rochechouart, where groups of butchers in aprons smeared with blood were hanging about in front of the slaughter-houses, and the fresh breeze wafted occasionally a stench of slaughtered beasts. Looking to the left, she scanned a long avenue that ended nearly in front of her, where the white mass of the La Reboussière hospital was then in course of construction. Slowly from one end of the horizon to the other, she followed the octroi wall, behind which she sometimes heard during night-time the shrieks of persons being murdered, and she searchingly looked into the remote angles, the dark corners black with humidity and filth, fearing to discern there Lantier's body, stabbed to death. She looked at the endless grey wall that surrounded the city with its belt of desolation. When she raised her eyes higher, she became aware of a bright burst of sunlight. The dull hum of the city's awakening already filled the air. Craning her neck to look at the Poissonnière gate, she remained for a time watching the constant stream of men, horses, and carts which flooded down from the heights of Montmartre and La Chapelle, pouring between the two squat octroi lodges. It was like a herd of plodding cattle, an endless throng widened by sudden stoppages into eddies that spilled off the sidewalks into the street, a steady procession of labourers on their way back to work with tools slung over their back and a loaf of bread under their arm. This human inundation kept pouring down into Paris to be constantly swallowed up. Gervaise leaned further out at the risk of falling when she thought she recognized Lantier amongst the throng. She pressed the handkerchief tighter against her mouth, as though to push back the pain within her. The sound of a young and cheerful voice caused her to leave the window. "So the old man isn't here, Madame Lantier?" "Why, no, Monsieur Coupeau," she replied, trying to smile. Coupeau, a zinc worker who occupied a 10-franc room on the top floor, having seen the door unlocked, had walked in, as friends will do. "You know," he continued, "I'm now working over there in the hospital. Oh, what beautiful May weather, isn't it? The air is rather sharp this morning." And he looked at Gervaise's face, red with weeping. When he saw that the bed had not been slept in, he shook his head gently. Then he went to the children's couch where they were sleeping, looking as rosy as cherubs, and lowering his voice, he said, "Come, the old man's not been home, has he? Oh, don't worry yourself, Madame Lantier. He's very much occupied with politics. When they were voting for Eugène Sue the other day, he was acting almost crazy. He has very likely spent the night with some friends blackguarding crapulous Bonaparte." "No, no," she murmured with an effort. "You don't think that. I know where Lantier is. You see, we have our little troubles, like the rest of the world." Coupeau winked his eye to indicate that he was not a dupe of this falsehood, and he went off after offering to fetch her milk, if she did not care to go out. She was a good and courageous woman, and might count upon him on any day of trouble. As soon as he was gone, Gervaise again returned to the window. At the barrière, the tramp of the drove still continued in the morning air. Locksmiths in short blue blouses, masons in white jackets, house painters in overcoats over long smocks. From a distance, the crowd looked like a chalky smear of neutral hue, composed chiefly of faded blue and dingy grey. When one of the workers occasionally stopped to light his pipe, the others kept plodding past him, without sparing a laugh or a word to a comrade. With cheeks grey as clay, their eyes were continuously drawn towards Paris, which was swallowing them one by one. At both corners of the Rue des Poissonnières, however, some of the men slackened their pace as they neared the doors of the two wine dealers who were taking down their shutters, and before entering they stood on the edge of the pavement, looking sideways over Paris, with no strength in their arms and already inclined for a day of idleness. Inside, various groups were already buying rounds of drinks, or just standing around, forgetting their troubles, crowding up the place, coughing, spitting, clearing their throats with sip after sip. Gervaise was watching Père Colombe's wine shop to the left of the street, where she thought she had seen Lantier, when a stout woman, bareheaded and wearing an apron, called to her from the middle of the roadway. "Hey, Madame Lantier, you are up very early." Gervaise leaned out. "Why, it's you, Madame Boche. Oh, I've got a lot of work today." "Yes, things don't do themselves, do they?" The conversation continued between roadway and window. Madame Boche was concierge of the building where the two-headed calf was on the ground floor. Gervaise had waited for Lantier more than once in the concierge's lodge, so as not to be alone at table with all the men who ate at the restaurant. Madame Boche was going to a tailor who was late in mending an overcoat for her husband. She mentioned one of her tenants who had come in with a woman the night before and kept everyone awake past 3 in the morning. She looked at Gervaise with intense curiosity. "Is Monsieur Lantier there still in bed?" she asked abruptly. Yes, he's asleep, replied Gervaise, who could not avoid blushing. Madame Boche saw the tears come into her eyes, and, satisfied, no doubt, she turned to go, declaring men to be a cursed lazy set. As she went off, she called back, "It's this morning you go to the wash-house, isn't it? I've something to wash too. I'll keep you a place next to me, and we can chat together." Then, as if moved with sudden pity, she added, "Oh, my poor little thing, you had far better not remain there. You'll take harm. You look blue with cold." Gervaise still obstinately remained at the window during 2 mortal hours till 8 o'clock. Now all the shops had opened. Only a few workmen were still hurrying along. The working girls now filled the boulevard. Metal polishers, milliners, flower sellers, shivering in their thin clothing. In small groups they chatted gaily, laughing and glancing here and there. Occasionally there would be one girl by herself, thin, pale, serious-faced, picking her way along the city wall among the puddles and the filth. After the working girls, the office clerks came past, breathing upon their chilled fingers and munching penny rolls. Some of them are gaunt young fellows in ill-fitting suits, their tired eyes still fogged from sleep. Others are older men, stooped and tottering, with faces pale and drawn from long hours of office work, and glancing nervously at their watches for fear of arriving late. In time the boulevard settled into their usual morning quiet. Old folk came out to stroll in the sun. Tired young mothers in bedraggled skirts cuddled babies in their arms, or sat on a bench to change diapers. Children ran, squealing and laughing, pushing and shoving. Then Gervaise felt herself choking, dizzy with anguish, all hopes gone. It seemed to her that everything was ended, even time itself, and that Lantier would return no more. Her eyes vacantly wandered from the old slaughterhouse, foul with butchery and with stench, to the new white hospital, which, through the yawning openings of its ranges of windows, disclosed the naked wards where death was preparing to mow. In front of her, on the other side of the octroi wall, the bright heavens dazzled her with the rising sun, which rose higher and higher over the vast awakening city. The young woman was seated on a chair, no longer crying, and with her hands abandoned on her lap, when Lantier quietly entered the room. It's you, she cried, rising to throw herself upon his neck. Yeah, it's me, what of it? He replied. You're not going to begin any of your nonsense, I hope. He had pushed her aside, then, with a gesture of ill humour, he threw his black felt hat to the chest of drawers. He was a young fellow of 26 years of age, short and very dark, with a handsome figure and slight moustache, which his hand was always mechanically twirling. He wore a workman's overalls and an old soiled overcoat, which he had belted tightly at the waist, and he spoke with a strong Provençal accent. Gervaise, who had fallen back on her chair, gently complained in short sentences, I've not had a wink of sleep. I feared some harm had happened to you. Where have you been? Where did you spend the night? For heaven's sake, don't do it again, or I shall go crazy. Tell me your guts. Where have you been? Where I had business, of course, he returned, shrugging his shoulders. At 8 o'clock I was at La Glacière with my friend who was to start a hat factory. We sat talking late, so I preferred to sleep there. Now you know I don't like being spied upon, so just shut up. The young woman recommenced sobbing. The loud voices and the rough movements of Lantier, who upset the chairs, had awakened the children. They sat up in bed, half naked, disentangling their hair with their tiny hands, and hearing their mother weep, they uttered terrible screams, crying also with their scarcely open eyes. There's the music, shouted Lantier furiously. I'll warn you, I'll take my hook. And it will be for good this time. You won't shut up, then good morning. I'll return to the place I've just come from. He had already taken his hat from off the chest of drawers, but Gervaise threw herself before him, stammering, No, no. And she hushed the little one's tears with her caresses, smoothed their hair, and soothed them with soft words. The children, suddenly quieted, laughing on their pillow, amused themselves by punching each other. The father, however, without even taking off his boots, had thrown himself on the bed, looking worn out, his face bearing signs of having been up all night. He did not go to sleep. He lay with his eyes wide open, looking round the room. That's a mess here, he muttered, and after observing Gervaise a moment, he malignantly added, Don't you even wash yourself now?" Gervaise was 22, tall and slim with fine features, but she had already begun to show the strain of her hard life. She seemed to have aged 10 years from the hours of agonized weeping. Lantier's mean remarks made her mad. "You're not fair," she said spiritedly. "You well know I do all I can. It's not my fault we find ourselves here. I would like to see you with 2 children in a room where there's not even a stove to heat some water. When we arrived in Paris, instead of squandering your money, you should have made a home for us at once, as you promised." "Listen," Lantier exploded. "You cracked the nut with me. It doesn't become you to sneer at it now." Apparently not listening, Gervaise went on with her own thought. "If we work hard, we can get out of this hole we're in. Madame Fausonnier, the laundress en Rue Neuve, will start me on Monday. If you work with your friend from La Glacière, in 6 months we'll be doing well. We'll have enough for decent clothes and a place we can call our own. But we'll have to stick with it and work hard." Lantier turned over towards the wall, looking greatly bored. Then Gervaise lost her temper. "Yes, that's it. I know the love of work doesn't trouble you much. You're bursting with ambition. You want to be dressed like a gentleman. You don't think me nice enough, do you, now that you've made me pawn all my dresses? Now listen, Auguste. I didn't intend to speak of it. I would have waited a bit longer, but I know where you spent the night. I saw you enter the Grand Balcony with that trollop Adele. Ah, you choose them well. She's a nice one, she is. She does well to put on the airs of a princess. She's been the ridicule of every man who frequents the restaurant." At a bound, Lantier sprung from the bed. His eyes had become as black as ink in his pale face. With this little man, rage blew like a tempest. Yes, of every man who frequents the restaurant," repeated the young woman. "Madame Boche intends to give them notice, she and her long stick of a sister, because they've always a string of men after them on the staircase." Lantier raised his fists. Then, resisting the desire of striking her, he seized hold of her by the arms, shook her violently, and sent her sprawling upon the bed of the children, who recommenced crying. And he lay down again, mumbling, like a man resolving on something that he previously hesitated to do. "You don't know what you've done, Gervaise. You've made a big mistake, you'll see." End of first part of chapter 1. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 2 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Second part of chapter 1. For an instant the children continued sobbing. Their mother, who remained bending over the bed, held them both in her embrace and kept repeating the same words in a monotonous tone of voice. "Ah, if it weren't for you, my poor little ones, if it weren't for you, if it weren't for you." Stretched out quietly, his eyes raised to the faded strip of chintz, Lantier no longer listened, but seemed to be buried in a fixed idea. He remained thus for nearly an hour without giving way to sleep, in spite of the fatigue which weighed his eyelids down. He finally turned towards Gervaise, his voice set hard in determination. She had gotten the children up and dressed, and had almost finished cleaning the room. The room looked, as always, dark and depressing, with its sooty black ceiling and paper peeling from the damp walls. The dilapidated furniture was also streaked and dirty, despite frequent dustings. Gervaise, devouring her grief, trying to assume a look of indifference, hurried over her work. Lantier watched as she tidied her hair in front of the small mirror hanging near the window. While she washed herself, he looked at her bare arms and shoulders. He seemed to be making comparisons in his mind as his lips formed a grimace. Gervaise limped with her right leg, though it was scarcely noticeable, except when she was tired. Today, exhausted from remaining awake all night, she was supporting herself against the wall and dragging her leg. Neither one spoke. They had nothing more to say. Lantier seemed to be waiting, while Gervaise kept busy and tried to keep her countenance expressionless. Finally, while she was making a bundle of the dirty clothes thrown in the corner behind the trunk, he at length opened his lips and asked, "What are you doing there? Where are you going?" She did not answer at first. Then, when he furiously repeated his question, she made up her mind and said, "I suppose you can see for yourself I'm going to wash all this. The children can't live in filth." He let her pick up 2 or 3 handkerchiefs, and after a fresh pause, he resumed, "Have you got any money?" At these words she stood up and looked him full in the face, without leaving go of the children's dirty clothes which she held in her hand. "Money? And where do you think I can have stolen any? You know well enough that I got 3 francs the day before yesterday on my black skirt. We've lunched twice off it, and money goes quick at the pork butcher's. Now, you may be quite sure I've no money. I've 4 sous for the wash-house. I don't have an extra income like some women." He let this allusion pass. He had moved off the bed and was passing in review the few rags hanging about the room. He ended by taking up the pair of trousers and the shawl and searching the drawers. He added 2 chemises and a woman's loose jacket to the parcel. Then he threw the whole bundle into Gervaise's arms, saying, "Here, go and pop this." "Don't you want me to go pop the children as well?" asked she. "Yeah, if they lent on children, it would be a fine riddance." She went to the pawn place, however. When she returned at the end of half an hour, she laid 100-sou piece on the mantel-shelf and added the ticket to the others between the 2 candlesticks. "That's what they gave me," said she. "I wanted 6 francs, but I couldn't manage it. Oh, they'll never ruin themselves. And there's always such a crowd there." Lantier did not pick up the 5-franc piece directly. He would rather that she got change, so as to leave her some of it. But he decided to slip it into his waistcoat pocket when he noticed a small piece of ham wrapped up in paper and the remains of a loaf on the chest of drawers. "I didn't dare go to the milk-woman's because we owe her a week," explained Gervaise, "but I shall be back early. You can get some bread and some chops while I'm away, and then we'll have lunch. Bring also a bottle of wine." He did not say no. Their quarrel seemed to be forgotten. The young woman was completing her bundle of dirty clothes, but when she went to take Lantier's shirts and socks from the bottom of the trunk, he called to her to leave them alone. "Leave my things, do you hear? I don't want 'em touched." "What is it you don't want touched?" she asked, rising up. "I suppose you don't mean to put these filthy things on again, do you? They must be washed." She studied his boyish, handsome face, now so rigid that it seemed nothing could ever soften it. He angrily grabbed his things from her and threw them back into the trunk, saying, "Just obey me for once, I tell you. I won't have 'em touched." "But why?" she asked, turning pale, a terrible suspicion crossing her mind. "You don't need your shirts now. You're not going away. What can it matter to you if I take them?" He hesitated for an instant, embarrassed by the piercing glance she fixed upon him. Why, stammered he. "Because you go and tell everyone that you keep me, that you wash and mend. Well, it worries me. There, attend to your own business and I'll attend to mine. Washerwomen don't work for dogs." She supplicated. She protested she had never complained, but he roughly closed the trunk and sat down upon it, saying "No" to her face. He could surely do as he liked with what belonged to him. Then, to escape from the inquiring look she levelled at him, he went and laid down on the bed again, saying that he was sleepy, and requested her not to make his head ache with any more of her row. This time, indeed, he seemed to fall asleep. Gervaise, for a while, remained undecided. She was tempted to kick the bundle of dirty clothes on one side and to sit down and sew. But Lantier's regular breathing ended by reassuring her. She took the ball of blue and the piece of soap remaining from her last washing, and going up to the little ones, who were quietly playing with some old corks in front of the window, she kissed them and said in a low voice, "Be very good. Don't make any noise. Papa's asleep." When she left the room, Claude's and Etienne's gentle laughter alone disturbed the great silence beneath the blackened ceiling. It was 10 o'clock. A ray of sunshine entered by the half-open window. On the boulevard, Gervaise turned to the left and followed the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. As she passed Madame Fauconnier's shop, she slightly bowed her head. The wash-house she was bound for was situated towards the middle of the street, at the part where the roadway commenced to ascend. The rounded great contours of the 3 large zinc wash tanks, studded with rivets, rose above the flat-roofed building. Behind them was the drying room, a high second story, closed in on all sides by narrow slatted lattices, so that the air could circulate freely, and through which laundry could be seen hanging on brass wires. The steam engine's smokestack exhaled puffs of white smoke to the right of the water tanks. Gervaise was used to puddles and did not bother to tuck her skirts up before making her way through the doorway, which was cluttered with jars of bleaching water. She was already acquainted with the mistress of the wash-house, a delicate little woman with red inflamed eyes, who sat in a small glazed closet with account books in front of her. Bars of soap on shelves, balls of blue in glass bottles, and pounds of soda done up in packets. And as she passed, she asked for her beetle and her scouring brush, which she had left to be taken care of the last time she had done her washing there. Then, after obtaining her number, she entered the wash-house. It was an immense shed with large clear windows and a flat ceiling, showing the beams supported on cast-iron pillars. Pale rays of light passed through the hot steam, which remained suspended like a milky fog. Smoke rose from certain corners, spreading about and covering the recesses with a bluish veil. A heavy moisture hung around, impregnated with a soapy odor, a damp, insipid smell, continuous, though at moments overpowered by the more potent fumes of the chemicals. Along the washing places on either side of the central alley were rows of women with bare arms and necks, and skirts tucked up, showing colored stockings and heavy lace-up shoes. They were beating furiously, laughing, leaning back to call out a word in the midst of the din, or stooping over their tubs, all of them brutal, ungainly, foul of speech, and soaked as though by a shower, with their flesh red and reeking. All around the women continuously flowed a river from hot water buckets, emptied with a sudden splash, cold water faucets left dripping, soap suds spattering, and the dripping from rinsed laundry which was hung up. It splashed their feet and drained away across the sloping flagstones. The din of the shouting and the rhythmic beating was joined by the patter of steady dripping. It was slightly muffled by the moisture-soaked ceiling. Meanwhile, the steam engine could be heard as it puffed and snorted ceaselessly, while cloaked in its white mist. The dancing vibration of its flywheel seemed to regulate the volume of the noisy turbulence. Gervaise passed slowly along the alley, looking to the right and left, carrying her laundry bundle under one arm, with one hip thrust high and limping more than usual. She was jostled by several women in the hubbub. "This way, my dear," cried Madame Boche in her loud voice. Then, when the young woman had joined her at the very end on the left, the concierge, who was furiously rubbing a dirty sock, began to talk incessantly, without leaving off her work. "Put your things there. I've got your place. Oh, I shan't be long over what I've got. Boche scarcely dirties his things at all, and you won't be long either, will you? Your bundle's quite a little one. Before 12 o'clock we shall have finished, and we can go off to lunch. I used to send my things to a laundress in the Rue Poulet, but she destroyed everything with her chlorine and her brushes, so now I do the washing myself. It's so much saved, it only costs the soap. I say, you should have put those shirts to soak. Those little rascals are children, oh my word! One would think their bodies were covered with soot." Gervaise, having undone her bundle, was spreading out the little one's shirts, and as Madame Boche advised her to take a pailful of lye, she answered, "Oh no, warm water will do, I'm used to it." She had sorted her laundry with several colored pieces to one side. Then, after filling her tub with 4 pails of cold water from the tap behind her, she plunged her pile of whites into it. "You're used to it," repeated Madame Boche. "You were a washerwoman in your native place, weren't you, my dear?" Gervaise, with her sleeves pushed back, displayed the graceful arms of a young blonde, as yet scarcely reddened at the elbows, and started scrubbing her laundry. She spread a shirt out on the narrow rubbing board, which was water-bleached and eroded by years of use. She rubbed soap into the shirt, turned it over, and soaped the other side. Before replying to Madame Boche, she grasped her beetle and began to pound away so that her shouted phrases were punctuated with loud and rhythmic thumps. Yes, a washerwoman. When I was 10. That's 12 years ago. We used to go to the river. It smelled nicer there than it does here. You should have seen. There was a nook under the trees with clear running water. You know, at Plassans. Don't you know Plassans? It's near Marseille. Oh, how you go at it, exclaimed Madame Boche, amazed at the strength of her blows. You could flatten out a piece of iron with your little ladylike arms. The conversation continued in a very high volume. At times the concierge, not catching what she had said, was obliged to lean forward. All the linen was beaten, and with a will. Gervaise plunged into the tub again and then took it out once more, each article separately, to rub it over with soap a second time and brush it. With one hand she held the article firmly on the plank, with the other, which grasped the short couch-grass brush, she extracted from the linen a dirty lather, which fell in long drips. Then, in the slight noise caused by the brush, the two women drew together and conversed in a more intimate way. "No, we're not married," resumed Gervaise. "I don't hide it. Lantier isn't so nice for anyone to care to be his wife. If it weren't for the children. I was 14 and he was 18 when we had our first one. That happened in the usual way, you know how it is. I wasn't happy at home. Old man Macquart would kick me in the tail whenever he felt like it, for no reason at all. I had to have some fun outside. We might have been married, but I forget why. Our parents wouldn't consent." She shook her hands, which were growing red in the white suds. "The water's awfully hard in Paris." Madame Boche was now washing only very slowly. She kept leaving off, making her work last as long as she could, so as to remain there to listen to that story, which her curiosity had been hankering to know for a fortnight past. Her mouth was half open in the midst of her big fat face. Her eyes, which were almost at the top of her head, were gleaming. She was thinking, with the satisfaction of having guessed right. "That's it. The little one gossips too much. There's been a row." Then she observed out loud, "He isn't nice, then?" "Don't mention it," replied Gervaise. "He used to behave very well in the country. But since we've been in Paris, he's been unbearable. I must tell you that his mother died last year and left him some money, about 1,700 francs. He would come to Paris. So, as old Macquart was forever knocking me about without warning, I consented to come away with him. We made the journey with 2 children. He was to set me up as a laundress and work himself at his trade of a hatter. We should have been very happy, but you see, Lantier's ambition and a spendthrift, a fellow who only thinks of amusing himself, in short, he's not worth much. On arriving, we went to the Hotel Montmartre in the Rue Montmartre, and then there were dinners and cabs and the theatre, a watch for himself and a silk dress for me. For he's not unkind when he's got the money. You understand. He went in for everything, and it's so well that at the end, at 2 months, we were cleaned out. It was then that we came to live at the Hotel Boncourt, and that this horrible life began." She interrupted herself. A lump had suddenly risen in her throat, and she could scarcely restrain her tears. She had finished brushing the things. "I must go and fetch my hot water," she murmured. But Madame Boche, greatly disappointed at this break-off in the disclosures, called to the wash-house boy who was passing, "My little Charles, kindly get Madame a pail of hot water. She's in a hurry." End of second part of chapter 1. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 3 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Third part of Chapter 1. The youth took the bucket and brought it back filled. Gervaise paid him. It was a sou the pailful. She poured the hot water into the tub and soaked the things a last time with her hands, leaning over them in a mass of steam, which deposited small beads of grey vapour in her light hair. "Here, put some soda in it. I've got some by me," said the concierge obligingly. And she emptied into Gervaise's tub what remained of a bag of soda which she had brought with her. She also offered her some of the chemical water, but the young woman declined it. It was only good for grease and wine stains. "I think he's rather a loose fellow," resumed Madame Boche, returning to Lantier, but without naming him. Gervaise, bent almost double, her hands all shriveled, and thrust in amongst the clothes, merely tossed her head. Yes, continued the other. "I have noticed several little things." But she suddenly interrupted herself as Gervaise jumped up with a pale face and staring wildly at her. Then she exclaimed, "Oh, no, I don't think anything. He likes to laugh a bit, I think, that's all. For instance, you know the two girls who lodge at my place, Adele and Virginie? Well, he larks about with them, but he just flirts for sport." The young woman, standing before her, her face covered with perspiration, the water dripping from her arms, continued to stare at her with a fixed and penetrating look. Then the concierge got excited. Giving herself a blow on the chest and pledging her word of honour, she cried, "I know nothing. I mean it when I say so." Then, calming herself, she added in a gentle voice, as if speaking to a person on whom loud protestations would have no effect, "I think he has a frank look about the eyes. He'll marry you, my dear, I'm sure of it." Gervaise wiped her forehead with her wet hand, shaking her head again. She pulled another garment out of the water. Both of them kept silent for a moment. The wash-house was quieting down, for 11 o'clock had struck. Half of the washerwomen were perched on the edge of their tubs, eating sausages between slices of bread and drinking from open bottles of wine. Only housewives, who had come to launder small bundles of family linen, were hurrying to finish. Occasional beetle blows could still be heard amid the subdued laughter and gossip half choked by the greedy chewing of jawbones. The steam engine never stopped. Its vibrant, snorting voice seemed to fill the entire hall, though not one of the women even heard it. It was like the breathing of the wash-house, its hot breath collecting under the ceiling rafters in an eternal floating mist. The heat was becoming intolerable. Through the tall windows on the left, sunlight was streaming in, touching the steamy vapours with opalescent tints of soft pinks and greyish blues. Charles went from window to window, letting down the heavy canvas awnings. Then he crossed to the shady side to open the ventilators. He was applauded by cries and hand-clapping, and a rough sort of gaiety spread around. Soon even the last of the beetle-pounding stopped. With full mouths, the washerwomen could only make gestures. It became so quiet that the grating sound of the firemen shoveling coal into the engine's firebox could be heard at regular intervals from far at the other end. Gervaise was washing her coloured things in the hot water thick with lather, which she had kept for that purpose. When she finished, she drew a trestle towards her and hung across it all the different articles, the drippings from which made bluish puddles on the floor, and she commenced rinsing. Behind her, the cold water tap was set running into a vast tub fixed on the ground, and across which were 2 wooden bars, whereon to lay the clothes. High up in the air were 2 other bars for the things to finish dripping on. "We're almost finished, and not a bad job," said Madame Boche. "I'll wait and help you wring all that." "Oh, it's not worthwhile. I'm much obliged, though," replied the young woman, who was kneading with her hands and sousing the coloured things in some clean water. "If I'd any sheets, it would be another thing." But she had, however, to accept the concierge's assistance. They were wringing between them, one at each end, a woolen skirt of a washed-out chestnut colour, from which dripped a yellowish water, when Madame Boche exclaimed, "Oh, why, there's tall Virginie. What has she come here to wash, when all her wardrobe that isn't on her would go into a pocket handkerchief?" Gervaise jerked her head up. Virginie was a girl of her own age, taller than she was, dark and pretty in spite of her face being rather long and narrow. She had on an old black dress with flounces and a red ribbon round her neck, and her hair was done up carefully, the chignon being enclosed in a blue silk net. She stood an instant in the middle of the central alley, screwing up her eyes as though seeking someone. Then, when she caught sight of Gervaise, she passed close to her, erect, insolent, and with a swinging gait, and took a place in the same row 5 tubs away from her. "Oh, there's a freak for you," continued Madame Boche in a lower tone of voice. "She never does any laundry, not even a pair of cuffs. A seamstress who doesn't even sew on a loose button. She's just like her sister, the brass burnisher, that hussy Adele, who stays away from her job 2 days out of 3. Nobody knows who their folks are or how they make a living, though if I wanted to talk... Oh, what on earth is she scrubbing there? A filthy petticoat. I'll wager it's seen some lovely sights, that petticoat." Madame Boche was evidently trying to make herself agreeable to Gervaise. The truth was, she often took a cup of coffee with Adele and Virginie when the girls had any money. Gervaise did not answer, but hurried over her work with feverish hands. She had just prepared her blue in a little tub that stood on 3 legs. She dipped in the linen things and shook them an instant at the bottom of the coloured water, the reflection of which had a pinky tinge, and after wringing them lightly, she spread them out on the wooden bars up above. During the time she was occupied with this work, she made a point of turning her back on Virginie, but she heard her chuckles, and she could feel her sidelong glances. Virginie appeared only to have come there to provoke her. At one moment, Gervaise having turned around, they both stared into each other's faces. "Oh, leave her alone," whispered Madame Boche. "You're not going to pull each other's hair out, I hope. When I tell you there's nothing to it, it isn't her anyhow." At this moment, as the young woman was hanging up the last article of clothing, there was a sound of laughter at the door of the wash-house. "Here are 2 brats who want their mammas," cried Charles. All the women leant forward. Gervaise recognized Claude and Etienne. As soon as they caught sight of her, they ran to her through the puddles, the heels of their unlaced shoes resounding on the flagstones. Claude, the eldest, held his little brother by the hand. The women, as they passed them, uttered little exclamations of affection as they noticed their frightened though smiling faces. And they stood there in front of their mother without leaving go of each other's hands and holding their fair heads erect. "Has Papa sent you?" asked Gervaise. But as she stooped to tie the laces of Etienne's shoes, she saw the key of their room on one of Claude's fingers, with a brass number hanging from it. "Why, you've brought the key," she said, greatly surprised. "Well, what's that for?" The child, seeing the key, which he had forgotten on his finger, appeared to recollect, and exclaimed in his clear voice, "Papa's gone away." "Well, he's gone to buy the lunch, and told you to come here to fetch me." Claude looked at his brother, hesitated, no longer recollecting. Then he resumed all in a breath. "Papa's gone away. He jumped off the bed. He put all his things in the trunk. He carried the trunk down to a cab. He's gone away." Gervaise, who was squatting down, slowly rose to her feet, her face ghastly pale. She put her hands to her cheeks and temples as though she felt her head was breaking, and she could find only these words, which she kept repeating 20 times in the same tone of voice. "Oh, good heavens! Oh, good heavens! Oh, good heavens!" Madame Boche, however, also questioned the child, quite delighted at the chance of hearing the whole story. "Now come, little one, you must tell us just what happened. It was he who locked the door and who told you to bring the key, wasn't it?" And lowering her voice, she whispered in Claude's ear, "Was there a lady in the cab?" The child again got confused. Then he recommenced his story in a triumphant manner. "He jumped off the bed. He put all his things in the trunk. He's gone away." Then, when Madame Boche let him go, he drew his brother in front of the tap and they amused themselves by turning on the water. Gervaise was unable to cry. She was choking, leaning back against her tub, her face still buried in her hands. Brief shudders rocked her body, and she wailed out long sighs while pressing her hands tighter against her eyes, as though abandoning herself to the blackness of desolation, a dark, deep pit into which she seemed to be falling.
"Oh, come, my dear, pull yourself together,"
murmured Madame Boche. "If only you knew, if only you knew," said she at length very faintly. "He sent me this morning to pawn my shawl and my chemise to pay for that cab." And she burst out crying. The memory of the events of that morning and of her trip to the pawn place tore from her the sobs that had been choking her throat. The abominable trip to the pawn place was the thing that hurt most in all her sorrow and despair. Tears were streaming down her face, but she didn't think of using her handkerchief.
"Now, do be reasonable, do be quiet. Everyone's looking at you,"
Madame Boche, who hovered around her, kept repeating.
"How can you worry yourself so much on account of a man? You loved him then, all the same, did you, my poor darling? A little while ago you were saying all sorts of things against him, and now you're crying for him and almost breaking your heart. Oh, dear me, how silly we all are."
Then she became quite maternal.
"A pretty little woman like you, can it be possible? One may tell you everything now, I suppose. Well, you recollect when I passed under your window, I already had my suspicions. Just fancy, last night when Adele came home, I heard a man's footsteps with her. So I thought I'd see who it was. I looked up the staircase. The fellow was already on the second landing, but I certainly recognized Monsieur Lantier's overcoat. Boche, who was on the watch this morning, saw him tranquilly nod adieu. He was with Adele. You know, Virginie has a situation now where she goes twice a week, only it's highly imprudent all the same, for they've only one room and an alcove, and I can't very well say where Virginie managed to sleep."
She interrupted herself an instant, turned around, and then resumed, subduing her loud voice.
"She's laughing at you, seeing you cry, the heartless thing over there. I'd stake my life that her washing's all a pretence. She's packed off the other two, and she's come here so as to tell them how you take it."
Gervaise removed her hands from her face and looked. When she beheld Virginie in front of her, amidst 3 or 4 women, speaking low and staring at her, she was seized with a mad rage. Her arms in front of her, searching the ground, she stumbled forward a few paces, trembling all over. She found a bucket full of water, grabbed it with both hands, and emptied it at Virginie.
"That a virageon!"
yelled tall Virginie. She had stepped back, and her boots alone got wet. The other women, who for some minutes past had all been greatly upset by Gervaise's tears, jostled each other in their anxiety to see the fight. Some who were finishing their lunch got on top of their tubs. Others hastened forward, their hands smothered with soap. A ring was formed.
"That a virageon!" repeated tall Virginie. "What's the matter with her? She's mad."
Gervaise, standing on the defensive, her chin thrust out, her features convulsed, said nothing, not having yet acquired the Paris gift of street gab. The other continued.
"Get out. This girl's tired of wallowing about in the country. She wasn't 12 years old when the soldiers were at her. She even lost her leg serving her country. That leg's rotting off."
The lookers-on burst out laughing. Virginie, seeing her success, advanced a couple of steps, drawing herself up to her full height and yelling louder than ever.
"Here, come a bit nearer, just to see how I'll settle you. Don't you come annoying us here. Do I even know her, the hussy? If she wetted me, I'd have pretty soon shown her battle, as you'd have seen. Let her just say what I've ever done to her. Speak, you vixen. What's been done to you?"
"Don't talk so much," stammered Gervaise. "You know well enough. Someone saw my husband last night, and shut up, because if you don't, I'll most certainly strangle you."
"Oh, her husband, that's a good one. As if cripples like her had husbands. If he left you, it's not my fault. Surely you don't think I've stolen him, do you? He was much too good for you, and you made him sick. Did you keep him on a leash? Has anyone here seen her husband? There's a reward."
The laughter burst forth again. Gervaise contented herself with continually murmuring in a low tone of voice, "You know well enough, it's your sister. I'll strangle her, your sister." "Oh, yes, go and try it on with my sister," resumed Virginie sneeringly. "Ah, it's my sister. That's very likely. My sister looks a trifle different to you, but what's that to me? Can't one come and wash one's clothes in peace now? Ah, just dry up, do you hear, because I've had enough of it." But it was she who returned to the attack after giving 5 or 6 strokes with her beetle, intoxicated by the insult she had been giving utterance to, and worked up into a passion. She left off and recommenced, again speaking in this way 3 times.
"Well, yes, it's my sister. There now, does that satisfy you? They adore each other. You should just see them bill and coo. And he's left you with your children, those pretty kids with scabs all over their faces. You got one of them from a gendarme, didn't you? And you let 3 others die because you didn't want to pay excess baggage on your journey. It's your Lantier who told us that. Ah, he's been telling some fine things. He's had enough of you."
End of 3rd part of Chapter 1. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 4 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. 4th part of Chapter 1. But it was she who returned to the attack after giving 5 or 6 strokes with her beetle, intoxicated by the insult she had given utterance to, and worked up into a passion. She left off and recommenced again, speaking in this way 3 times.
"Well, yes, it's my sister. There now, does that satisfy you? Oh, they adore each other. You should see them bill and coo. And he's left you with your children, those pretty kids with scabs all over their faces. You got one of them from a gendarme, didn't you? And you let 3 others die because you didn't want to pay excess baggage on your journey. It's your Lantier who told us that. Ah, he's been telling some fine things. He'd had enough of you." "You dirty jade, you dirty jade, you dirty jade," yelled Gervaise, beside herself, and again, seized with a furious trembling, she turned round, looking once more about the ground, and only observing the little tub, she seized hold of it by the legs and flung the whole of the bluing at Virginie's face. "The beast, she spoiled my dress," cried the latter, whose shoulder was sopping wet and whose left hand was dripping blue. "Just wait, you wretch." In her turn, she seized a bucket and emptied it over Gervaise. Then a formidable battle began. They both ran along the rows of tubs, seized hold of the pails that were full, and returned to dash the contents at each other's heads. And each deluge was accompanied by a volley of words. Gervaise herself answered now. "There, you scum, you got it that time. It'll help to cool you. Ah, the carrion. That's for your filth. Wash yourself for once in your life." Yes, yes, I'll wash the salt out of you, you cod. Another one. Brush your teeth. Fix yourself up for the post tonight at the corner of Rue Bel-Homme.
They ended by having to refill the buckets at the water taps, continuing to insult each other the while. The initial bucketfuls were so poorly aimed as to scarcely reach their targets, but they soon began to splash each other in earnest. Virginie was the first to receive a bucketful in the face. The water ran down, soaking her back and front. She was still staggering when another caught her from the side, hitting her left ear and drenching her chignon, which then came unwound into a limp, bedraggled string of hair. Gervaise was first hit in the legs. One pail filled her shoes full of water and splashed up to her thighs. Two more wet her even higher. Soon both of them were soaked from top to bottom, and it was impossible to count the hits. Their clothes were plastered to their bodies, and they looked shrunken. Water was dripping everywhere, as from umbrellas in a rainstorm. "They look jolly funny," said the hoarse voice of one of the women. Everyone in the wash-house was highly amused. A good space was left to the combatants, as nobody cared to get splashed. Applause and jokes circulated in the midst of the sluice-like noise of the buckets emptied in rapid succession. On the floor the puddles were running one into another, and the two women were wading in them up to their ankles. Virginie, however, who had been meditating a treacherous move, suddenly seized hold of a pail of lye which one of her neighbors had left there and threw it. The same cry arose from all. Everyone thought that Gervaise was scalded, but only her left foot had been slightly touched, and, exasperated by the pain, she seized a bucket, without troubling herself to fill it this time, and threw it with all her might at the legs of Virginie, who fell to the ground. All the women spoke together. "She's broken one of her limbs. Well, the other tried to cook her. She's right after all, the blonde one, if her man's been taken from her." Madame Boche held up her arms to heaven, uttering all sorts of exclamations. She had prudently retreated out of the way between two tubs, and the children, Claude and Etienne, crying, choking, terrified, clung to her dress, with the continuous cry of "Mama, Mama," broken by their sobs. When she saw Virginie fall, she hastened forward and tried to pull Gervaise away by her skirt, repeating the while, "Now, come now, go home, be reasonable. Oh, my word, it's quite upset me. Never was such a butchery seen before." But she had to draw back and seek refuge again between the two tubs with the children. Virginie had just flown at Gervaise's throat. She squeezed her round the neck, trying to strangle her. The latter freed herself with a violent jerk, and in her turn hung on to the other's hair, as though she were trying to pull her head off. The battle was silently resumed, without a cry, without an insult. They did not seize each other around the body. They attacked each other's faces with open hands and clawing fingers, pinching, scratching whatever they caught hold of. The tall, dark girl's red ribbon and blue silk hair net were torn off. The body of her dress, giving away at the neck, displayed a large portion of her shoulder, whilst the blonde, half stripped, her sleeve gone from her loose white jacket, without her knowing how, had a rent in her underlinen, which exposed to view the naked line of her waist. Shreds of stuff flew in all directions. It was from Gervaise that the first blood was drawn, 3 long scratches from the mouth to the chin, and she sought to protect her eyes, shutting them at every grab the other made, for fear of having them torn out. No blood showed on Virginie yet. Gervaise aimed at her ears, maddened at not being able to reach them. At length she succeeded in seizing hold of one of the earrings, an imitation pear in yellow glass, which she pulled out and slipped the ear, and the blood flowed. "They're killing each other. Separate them, the vixens!" exclaimed several voices. The other women had drawn nearer. They formed themselves into 2 camps. Some were cheering the combatants on, as others were trembling and turning their heads away, saying it was making them sick. A large fight nearly broke out between the 2 camps, as the women called each other names and brandished their fists threateningly. 3 loud slaps rang out. Madame Boche, meanwhile, was trying to discover the wash-house boy. Charles, wherever has he got to?" And she found him in the front rank, looking on with his arms folded. He was a big fellow with an enormous neck. He was laughing and enjoying the sight of the skin which the 2 women displayed. The little blonde was as fat as a quail. It would be fun if her chemise burst open. "Why," murmured he, blinking his eye, "she's got a strawberry birthmark under her arm." "What? You there?" cried Madame Boche as she caught sight of him. "Just come and help us separate them. You can easily separate them, you can." "Oh, no, thank you, not if I know it," said he coolly. "To get my eye scratched like I did the other day, I suppose.
I'm not here for that sort of thing. I have enough to do without that. Don't be afraid, a little bleeding does 'em good, it'll soften 'em." The concierge then talked of fetching the police, but the mistress of the wash-house, the delicate young woman with the red, inflamed eyes, would not allow her to do this. She kept saying, "No, I won't. It'll compromise my establishment." The struggle on the ground continued. All on a sudden, Virginie raised herself up to her knees. She had just got hold of a beetle and held it on high. She had a rattle in her throat and an altered voice. She exclaimed, "Here's something that'll settle you. Get your dirty linen ready." Gervaise quickly thrust out her hand and also seized a beetle and held it up like a club, and she too spoke in a choking voice. You want to wash? Let me get hold of your skin that I may beat it into dishcloths." For a moment they remained there on their knees, menacing each other, their hair all over their faces, their breasts heaving, muddy, swelling with rage. They watched one another as they waited and took breath. Gervaise gave the first blow. Her beetle glided off Virginie's shoulder, and she at once threw herself on one side to avoid the latter's beetle, which grazed her hip. Then, warming to their work, they struck at each other like washerwomen beating clothes, roughly and in time. Whenever there was a hit, the sound was deadened, so that one might have thought it a blow in a tub full of water. The other women around them no longer laughed. Several had gone off, saying that it quite upset them. Those who remained stretched out their necks. Their eyes lighted up with a gleam of cruelty, admiring the pluck displayed. Madame Boche had led Claude and Etienne away, and one could hear at the other end of the building the sound of their sobs mingled with the sonorous shocks of the two beetles. But Gervaise suddenly yelled. Virginie had caught her a whack with all her might on her bare arm just above the elbow. A large red mark appeared. The flesh at once began to swell. Then she threw herself upon Virginie, and everybody thought she was going to beat her to death. "Enough, enough!" was cried on all sides. Her face bore such a terrible expression that no one dared approach her. Her strength seemed to have increased tenfold. She seized Virginie round the waist, bent her down and pressed her face against the flagstones. Raising her beetle, she commenced beating as she used to beat at Plassans on the banks of the Viorne, when her mistress washed the clothes of the garrison. The wood seemed to yield to the flesh with a damp sound. At each whack a red wheal marked the white skin. Oh, exclaimed the boy Charles, opening his eyes to their full extent and gloating over the sight. Laughter again burst forth from the lookers-on, but soon the cry, "Enough, enough," recommenced. Gervaise heard not, neither did she tire. She examined her work, bent over it, anxious not to leave a dry place. She wanted to see the whole of that skin beaten, covered with contusions, and she talked, seized with a ferocious gaiety, recalling a washerwoman's song. Bang, bang, Margot at her tub. Bang, bang, beating rub-a-dub. Bang, bang, tries to wash her heart. Bang, bang, black with grief to part. And then she resumed. That's for you, that's for your sister, that's for Lantier. When you next see them, you can give them that. Attention, I'm going to begin again. That's for Lantier, that's for your sister, that's for you. Bang, bang, Margot at her tub. Bang, bang, beating rub-a-dub. The others were obliged to drag Virginie away from her. The tall, dark girl, her face bathed in tears and purple with shame, picked up her things and hastened away. She was vanquished. Gervaise slipped on the sleeve of her jacket again and fastened up her petticoats. Her arm pained her a good deal, and she asked Madame Boche to place her bundle of clothes on her shoulder. The concierge referred to the battle, spoke of her emotions, and talked of examining the young woman's person just to see. "You may perhaps have something broken. I heard a tremendous blow." But Gervaise wanted to go home. She made no reply to the pitying remarks and noisy ovation of the other women who surrounded her, erect in their aprons. When she was laden, she gained the door, where the children awaited her. 2 hours, that makes 2 sous, said the mistress of the wash-house, already back at her post in the glazed closet. Why 2 sous? She no longer understood that she was asked to pay for her place there. Then she gave the 2 sous, and limping very much beneath the weight of the wet clothes on her shoulder, the water dripping off her, her elbow black and blue, her cheek covered with blood, she went off,
dragging Claude and Etienne with her bare arms, whilst they trotted along on either side of her, still trembling and their faces besmeared with their tears. Once she was gone, the wash-house resumed its roaring tumult. The washerwomen had eaten their bread and drunk their wine. Their faces were lit up and their spirits enlivened by the fight between Gervaise and Virginie. The long lines of tubs were astir again, with a fury of thrashing arms, of craggy profiles, of marionettes with bent backs and slumping shoulders that twisted and jerked violently, as though on hinges. Conversation went on from one end to the other in loud voices. Laughter and coarse remarks crackled through the ceaseless gurgling of the water. Faucets were sputtering, buckets spilling, rivulets flowing underneath the rows of washboards. Throughout the huge shed, rising wisps of steam reflected a reddish tint, pierced here and there by discs of sunlight, golden globes that had leaked through holes in the awnings. The air was stiflingly warm and odorous with soap. Suddenly the hall was filled with a white mist. The huge copper lid of a lye water kettle was rising mechanically along a notched shaft, and from the gaping copper hollow within its walls of brick came whirling clouds of vapour. Meanwhile, at one side the drying machines were hard at work. Within their cast-iron cylinders, bundles of laundry were being wrung dry by the centrifugal force of the steam engine, which was still puffing, steaming, jolting the wash-house with the ceaseless labour of its iron limbs. When Gervaise turned into the entry of the Hôtel Boncoeur, her tears again mastered her. It was a dark, narrow passage with a gutter for the dirty water running alongside the walls, and the stench which she again encountered there caused her to think of the fortnight she had passed in the place with Lantier, a fortnight of misery and quarrels, the recollection of which was now a bitter regret. It seemed to bring her abandonment home to her. Upstairs the room was bare, in spite of the sunshine which entered through the open window. The blaze of light, that kind of dancing golden dust, exposed the lamentable condition of the blackened ceiling, and of the walls half denuded of paper all the more. The only thing left hanging in the room was a woman's small neckerchief twisted like a piece of string. The children's bedstead, drawn into the middle of the apartment, displayed the chest of drawers, the open drawers of which exposed their emptiness. Lantier had washed himself and had used up the last of the pomatum, 2 sous worth of pomatum in a playing card. The greasy water from his hands filled the basin, and he had forgotten nothing. The corner, which until then had been filled by the trunk, seemed to Gervaise an immense empty space. Even the little mirror which hung on the window fastening was gone. When she made this discovery, she had a presentiment. She looked on the mantelpiece. Lantier had taken away the pawn tickets. The pink bundle was no longer there, between the 2 odd zinc candlesticks. She hung her laundry over the back of the chair and just stood there, gazing around at the furniture. She was so dulled and bewildered that she could no longer cry. She had only 1 sou left. Then, hearing Claude and Etienne laughing merrily by the window, their troubles already forgotten, she went to them and put her arms around them, losing herself for a moment in contemplation of that long grey avenue, where that very morning she had watched the awakening of the working population of the immense workshop of Paris. At this hour immense heat was rising from the pavement and from all the furnaces in the factories, setting alight a reflecting oven over the city and beyond the octroi walls. Out upon this very pavement, into this furnace blast, she had been tossed, alone with her little ones. As she glanced up and down the boulevard, she was seized with a dull dread that her life would be fixed there for ever, between a slaughterhouse and a hospital. End of chapter 1. Recording by David Lazarus.
Section 5 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Chapter 2. 3 weeks later, towards 11:30, one beautiful sunshiny day, Gervaise and Coupeau, the zinc worker, were each partaking of a plum preserved in brandy at l'Assommoir kept by Pere Colombe. Coupeau, who had been smoking a cigarette on the pavement, had prevailed on her to go inside as she returned from taking home a customer's washing, and her big square laundress's basket was on the floor beside her, behind the little zinc-covered table. Pere Colombe's l'Assommoir was at the corner of Rue de Poissonniers and Boulevard de Rochechouart. The sign, in tall blue letters stretching from one end to the other, said "Distillery." Two dusty oleanders, planted in half casks, stood beside the doorway. A long bar, with its tin measuring cups, was on the left as you entered. The large room was decorated with casks painted a gay yellow, bright with varnish and gleaming with copper taps and hoops. On the shelves above the bar were liquor bottles, jars of fruit preserved in brandy, and flasks of all shapes. They completely covered the wall and were reflected in the mirror behind the bar as colorful spots of apple green, pale gold, and soft brown. The main feature of the establishment, however, was the distilling apparatus. It was at the rear, behind an oak railing in a glassed-in area. The customers could watch its functioning, long-necked still-pots, copper worms disappearing underground, a devil's kitchen alluring to drink-sodden workmen in search of pleasant dreams. L'Assommoir was nearly empty at the lunch hour. Pere Colombe, a heavy man of 40, was serving a 10-year-old girl who had asked him to place 4 sous worth of brandy into her cup. A shaft of sunlight came through the entrance to warm the floor, which was always damp from the smokers' spitting. From everything, the casks, the bar, the entire room, a licorice odor arose, an alcoholic aroma which seemed to thicken and befuddle the dust motes dancing in the sunlight. Coupeau was making another cigarette. He was very neat, in a short blue linen blouse and cap, and was laughing and showing his white teeth. With a projecting underjaw and a slightly snubbed nose, he had handsome chestnut eyes, and the face of a jolly dog and a thorough good fellow. His coarse curly hair stood erect. His skin still preserved the softness of his 26 years. Opposite to him, Gervaise, in a thin black woolen dress, and bareheaded, was finishing her plum, which she held by the stalk between the tips of her fingers. They were close to the street, at the first of the 4 tables placed alongside the barrels, facing the bar. When the zinc worker had lit a cigarette, he placed his elbows on the table, thrust his face forward, and for an instant looked without speaking at the young woman, whose pretty fair face had that day the milky transparency of china. Then, alluding to a matter known to themselves alone, and already discussed between them, he simply asked in a low voice, "So, it's to be no? You say no?" "Oh, most decidedly no, Monsieur Coupeau," quietly replied Gervaise with a smile. "I hope you're not going to talk to me about that here. You know you promised me you would be reasonable. Had I known, I wouldn't have let you treat me." Coupeau kept silence, looking at her intently with a boldness. She sat still, at ease and friendly. At the end of a brief silence she added, "You can't really mean it. I'm an old woman. I've a big boy 8 years old. Whatever could we two do together?" "Why," murmured Coupeau, blinking his eyes, "what the others do, of course, get married." She made a gesture of feeling annoyed. "Oh, do you think it's always pleasant? One can very well see you've never seen much of living. No, Monsieur Coupeau, I must think of serious things. Burdening oneself never leads to anything, you know. I've 2 mouths at home which are never tired of swallowing, I can tell you. How do you suppose I can bring up my little ones if I only sit here talking indolently? And listen, besides that, my misfortune has been a famous lesson to me. You know I don't care a bit about men now. They won't catch me again for a long while." She spoke with such cool objectivity that it was clear she had resolved this in her mind, turning it about thoroughly. Coupeau was deeply moved and kept repeating, "I feel so sorry for you. It causes me a great deal of pain." "Yes, I know that," resumed she, "and I am sorry, Monsieur Coupeau. But you mustn't take it to heart. If I had any idea of enjoying myself, Mon Dieu, I would certainly rather be with you than anyone else. You're a good boy and gentle. Only, where's the use, as I've no inclination to wed? I've been for the last fortnight now at Madame Fauconnier's. The children go to school, I've work, I'm contented. So the best is to remain as we are, isn't it?" And she stooped down to take her basket. "You're making me talk. They must be expecting me at the shop. You'll easily find someone else prettier than I, Monsieur Coupeau, and who won't have two boys to drag about with her." He looked at the clock inserted in the framework of the mirror, and made her sit down again, exclaiming, "Don't be in such a hurry, it's only 11:35, I've still 25 minutes. You don't have to be afraid that I shall do anything foolish, there's the table between us. So you detest me so much that you won't stay and have a little chat with me?" She put her basket down again, so as not to disoblige him, and they conversed like good friends. She had eaten her lunch before going out with the laundry. He had gulped down his soup and beef hurriedly to be able to wait for her. All the while she chatted amiably, Gervaise kept looking out the window at the activity on the street. It was now unusually crowded with the lunch-time rush. Everywhere were hurried steps, swinging arms, and pushing elbows. Some latecomers, hungry and angry at being kept extra long at the job, rushed across the street into the bakery. They emerged with a loaf of bread and went 3 doors farther to the two-headed calf to gobble down a 6-sou meat dish. Next door to the bakery was a grocer who sold fried potatoes and mussels cooked with parsley. A procession of girls went in to get hot potatoes wrapped in paper and cups of steaming mussels. Other pretty girls bought bunches of radishes. By leaning a bit, Gervaise could see into the sausage shop from which children issued, holding a fried chop, a sausage, or a piece of hot blood pudding wrapped in greasy paper. The street was always slick with black mud, even in clear weather. A few laborers had already finished their lunch and were strolling aimlessly about, their open hands slapping their thighs, heavy from eating, slow and peaceful amid the hurrying crowd. A group formed in front of the door of l'Assommoir. "Say, Bibi the Smoker," demanded a hoarse voice, "aren't you going to buy us a round of vitriol?" 5 laborers came in and stood by the bar. "Ah, here's that thief Pere Colombe," the voice continued. "We want the real old stuff, you know, and full-sized glasses too." Pere Colombe served them as 3 more laborers entered. More blue smocks gathered on the street corner, and some pushed their way into the establishment. "You're foolish, you only think of the present," Gervaise was saying to Coupeau. "Sure, I loved him, but after the disgusting way in which he left me—" They were talking of Lantier. Gervaise had not seen him again. She thought he was living with Virginie's sister at La Glaciere in the house of that friend who was going to start a hat factory. She had no thought of running after him. She had been so distressed at first that she had thought of drowning herself in the river. But now that she had thought about it, everything seemed to be for the best. Lantier went through money so fast that she probably never could have raised her children properly. Oh, she'd let him see his children all right, if he bothered to come round. But as far as she was concerned, she didn't want him to touch her, not even with his fingertips. She told all this to Coupeau just as if her plan of life was well settled. Meanwhile, Coupeau never forgot his desire to possess her. He made a jest of everything she said, turning it into ribaldry and asking some very direct questions about Lantier. But he proceeded so gaily and with such a smile that she never thought of being offended. "So you're the one who beat him," said he at length. "Oh, you're not kind. You just go around whipping people." She interrupted him with a hearty laugh. It was true, though, she had whipped Virginie's tall carcass. She would have delighted in strangling someone on that day. She laughed louder than ever when Coupeau told her that Virginie, ashamed at having shown so much cowardice, had left the neighborhood. Her face, however, preserved an expression of childish gentleness as she put out her plump hands, insisting she wouldn't even harm a fly. She began to tell Coupeau about her childhood at Plassans. She had never cared overmuch for men. They had always bored her. She was 14 when she got involved with Lantier. She had thought it was nice because he said he was her husband, and she had enjoyed playing a housewife. She was too soft-hearted and too weak. She always got passionately fond of people who caused her trouble later. When she loved a man, she wasn't thinking of having fun in the present, she was dreaming about being happy and living together forever. And as Coupeau, with a chuckle, spoke of her 2 children, saying they hadn't come from under a bolster, she slapped his fingers. She added that she was, no doubt, made on the model of other women. Women thought of their home, slaved to keep the place clean and tidy, and went to bed too tired at night not to go to sleep at once. Besides, she resembled her mother, a stout laboring woman who died at her work and who had served as beast of burden to old Macquart for more than 20 years. Her mother's shoulders had been heavy enough to smash through doors, but that didn't prevent her from being soft-hearted and madly attracted to people. And if she limped a little, she no doubt owed that to the poor woman whom old Macquart used to belabor with blows. Her mother had told her about the times when Macquart came home drunk and brutally bruised her. She had probably been born with a lame leg as a result of one of those times. "Oh, it's scarcely anything, it's hardly perceptible," said Coupeau gallantly. She shook her head. She knew well enough that it could be seen. At 40 she would look broken in 2. Then she added gently, with a slight laugh, "It's a funny fancy of yours to fall in love with a cripple." With his elbows still on the table, he thrust his face closer to hers and began complimenting her in rather dubious language as though to intoxicate her with his words. But she kept shaking her head no, and didn't allow herself to be tempted, although she was flattered by the tone of his voice. While listening, she kept looking out the window, seeming to be fascinated by the interesting crowd of people passing. The shops were now almost empty. The grocer removed his last panful of fried potatoes from the stove. The sausage man arranged the dishes scattered on his counter. Great bearded workmen were as playful as young boys, clumping along in their hobnailed boots. Other workmen were smoking, staring up into the sky and blinking their eyes. Factory bells began to ring in the distance, but the workers, in no hurry, relit their pipes. Later, after being tempted by one wine shop after another, they finally decided to return to their jobs, but were still dragging their feet. Gervaise amused herself by watching 3 workmen, a tall fellow and 2 short ones, who turned to look back every few yards. They ended by descending the street, and came straight to Pere Colombe's l'Assommoir. "Ah, well," murmured she, "there's 3 fellows who don't seem inclined for work." "Why," said Coupeau, "I know the tall one. It's my Boots, a comrade of mine." Pere Colombe's l'Assommoir was now full. You had to shout to be heard. Fists often pounded on the bar, causing the glasses to clink. Everyone was standing, hands crossed over belly or held behind back. The drinking groups crowded close to one another. Some groups, by the casks, had to wait a quarter of an hour before being able to order their drinks of Pere Colombe. "Hello, it's that aristocrat, young Cassis!" cried My Boots, bringing his hand down roughly on Coupeau's shoulder. "A fine gentleman, who smokes paper and wears shirts. So we want to do the grand with our sweetheart. We stand her little treats." "Shut up! Don't bother me," replied Coupeau, greatly annoyed. But the other added, with a chuckle, "Right you are. We know what's what, my boy. Muffs are muffs, that's all." He turned his back after leering terribly as he looked at Gervaise. The latter drew back, feeling rather frightened. The smoke from the pipes, the strong odor of all those men, ascended in the air, already foul with the fumes of alcohol, and she felt a choking sensation in her throat and coughed slightly. "Ah, what a horrible thing it is to drink," said she in a low voice. And she related that formerly at Plassans she used to drink anisette with her mother. But on one occasion it nearly killed her, and that disgusted her with it. Now she could never touch any liqueurs. "You see," added she, pointing to her glass, "I've eaten my plum, only I must leave the juice, because it would make me ill." For himself, Coupeau couldn't understand how anyone could drink glass after glass of cheap brandy. A brandied plum occasionally could not hurt, but as for cheap brandy, absinthe, and the other strong stuff, no, not for him, no matter how much his comrades teased him about it. He stayed out on the sidewalk when his friends went into low establishments. Coupeau's father had smashed his head open one day when he fell from the eaves of number 25 on Rue Coquenard. He was drunk. This memory kept Coupeau's entire family from the drink. Every time Coupeau passed that spot, he thought he would rather lick up water from the gutter than accept a free drink in a bar. He would always say, "In our trade you have to have steady legs." End of first part of chapter 2. Section 6 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest a VIZETELLY. Second part of chapter 2. Gervaise had taken up her basket again. She did not rise from her seat, however, but held the basket on her knees, with a vacant look in her eyes, and lost in thought, as though the young workman's words had awakened within her far-off thoughts of existence. And she said again, slowly, and without any apparent change of manner, "Mon Dieu, I'm not ambitious. I don't ask for much. My desire is to work in peace, always to have bread to eat, and a decent place to sleep in, you know, with a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, nothing more. If I can, I'd like to raise my children to be good citizens. Also, I'd like not to be beaten up, if I ever again live with a man. It's not my idea of amusement." She pondered, thinking if there was anything else she wanted, but there wasn't anything of importance. Then, after a moment, she went on, "Yes, when one reaches the end, one might wish to die in one's bed. For myself, having trudged through life, I should like to die in my bed, in my own home." And she rose from her seat. Coupeau, who cordially approved her wishes, was already standing up, anxious about the time. But they did not leave yet. Gervaise was curious enough to go to the far end of the room for a look at the big still behind the oak railing. It was chugging away in the little glassed-in courtyard. Coupeau explained its workings to her, pointing at the different parts of the machinery, showing her the trickling of the small stream of limpid alcohol. Not a single gay puff of steam was coming forth from the endless coils. The breathing could barely be heard. It sounded muffled, as if from underground. It was like a sombre worker performing dark deeds in the bright daylight, strong but silent. My Boots, accompanied by his 2 comrades, came to lean on the railing until they could get a place at the bar. He laughed, looking at the machine. "Tonnerre de Dieu, that's clever. There's enough stuff in his big belly to last for weeks. He wouldn't mind if they just fixed the end of the tube in his mouth, so he could feel the fiery spirits flowing down to his heels like a river. It would be better than the tiny sips doled out by Pere Colombe." His 2 comrades laughed with him, saying that My Boots was quite a guy after all. The huge still continued to trickle forth its alcoholic sweat. Eventually it would invade the bar, flow out along the outer boulevards, and inundate the immense expanse of Paris. Gervaise stepped back, shivering. She tried to smile as she said, "It's foolish, but that still and the liquor gives me the creeps." Then, returning to the idea she nursed of a perfect happiness, she resumed, "Now, ain't I right? It's much the nicest, isn't it, to have plenty of work, bread to eat, a home of one's own, and to be able to bring up one's children, and to die in one's bed?" "And never to be beaten," added Coupeau gaily. "But I would never beat you, if you would only try me, Madame Gervaise. You've no cause for fear. I don't drink, and then I love you too much. Come, shall it be marriage? I'll get you divorced and make you my wife." He was speaking low, whispering at the back of her neck, while she made her way through the crowd of men with her basket held before her. She kept shaking her head no, yet she turned around to smile at him, apparently happy to know that he never drank. Yes, certainly, she would say yes to him, except she had already sworn to herself never to start up with another man. Eventually they reached the door and went out. When they left, L'Assommoir was packed to the door, spilling its hubbub of rough voices and its heavy smell of vitriol into the street. My Boots could be heard railing at Pere Colombe, calling him a scoundrel and accusing him of only half filling his glass. He didn't have to come in here, he'd never come back. He suggested to his comrades a place near the Barrière Saint-Denis where you drank good stuff straight. "Ah," sighed Gervaise when they reached the sidewalk, "you can breathe out here. Good-bye, Monsieur Coupeau, and thank you. I must hurry now." He seized her hand as she started along the boulevard, insisting, "Take a walk with me along Rue de la Goutte d'Or. It's not much farther for you. I've got to see my sister before going back to work. We'll keep each other company." In the end, Gervaise agreed, and they walked beside each other along the Rue de Poissonniers, although she did not take his arm. He told her about his family. His mother, an old vest maker, now had to do housekeeping because her eyesight was poor. Her birthday was the 3rd of last month, and she was 62. He was the youngest. One of his sisters, a widow of 36, worked in a flower shop and lived in the Batignolles section, on Rue des Moines. The other sister was 30 years old now. She had married a deadpan chainmaker named Lorilleux. That's where he was going now. They lived in a big tenement on the left side. He ate with them in the evenings. It saved a bit for all of them. But he had been invited out this evening, and he was going to tell her not to expect him. Gervaise, who was listening to him, suddenly interrupted him to ask, with a smile, "So you're called Young Cassis, Monsieur Coupeau?" "Oh," replied he, "it's a nickname my mates have given me, because I generally drink cassis when they force me to accompany them to the wine shop. It's no worse to be called Young Cassis than My Boots, is it?" "Of course not. Young Cassis isn't an ugly name," observed the young woman. And she questioned him about his work. He was still working there, behind the octroi wall at the new hospital. Oh, there was no want of work. He would not be finished there for a year at least. There were yards and yards of gutters. "You know," said he, "I can see the Hôtel Boncoeur when I'm up there. Yesterday you were at the window, and I waved my arms, but you didn't notice me." They had already gone about 100 paces along the Rue de la Goutte d'Or when he stood still, and, raising his eyes, said, "That's the house. I was born farther on, at number 22. But this house is, all the same, a fine block of masonry. It's as big as a barrack inside." Gervaise looked up, examining the façade. On the street side the tenement had 5 stories, each with 15 windows, whose black shutters with their broken slats gave an air of desolation to the wide expanse of wall. 4 shops occupied the ground floor. To the right of the entrance a large, greasy hash house, and to the left a coal dealer, a notions seller, and an umbrella merchant. The building appeared even larger than it was, because it had on each side a small, low building which seemed to lean against it for support. This immense, squared-off building was outlined against the sky. Its unplastered side walls were as bare as prison walls, except for rows of roughly jutting stones which suggested jaws full of decayed teeth yawning vacantly. Gervaise was gazing at the entrance with interest. The high, arched doorway rose to the 2nd floor and opened on to a deep porch, at the end of which could be seen the pale daylight of a courtyard. This entrance-way was paved like the street, and down the centre flowed a streamlet of pink-stained water. "Come in," said Coupeau. "No one will eat you." Gervaise wanted to wait for him in the street. However, she could not resist going through the porch as far as the concierge's room on the right, and there, on the threshold, she raised her eyes. Inside, the building was 6 stories high, with 4 identical plain walls enclosing the broad central court. The drab walls were corroded by yellowish spots and streaked by drippings from the roof gutters. The walls went straight up to the eaves with no moulding or ornament except the angles on the drain pipes at each floor. Here the sink drains added their stains. The glass window panes resembled murky water. Mattresses of checkered blue ticking were hanging out of several windows to air. Clotheslines stretched from other windows with family washing hanging to dry. On a 3rd floor line was a baby's diaper still implanted with filth. This crowded tenement was bursting at the seams, spilling out poverty and misery through every crevice. Each of the 4 walls had, at ground level, a narrow entrance, plastered without a trace of woodwork. This opened into a vestibule containing a dirt-encrusted staircase which spiraled upward. They were each labeled with one of the first 4 letters of the alphabet painted on the wall. Several large workshops with weather-blackened skylights were scattered about the court. Near the concierge's room was the dyeing establishment responsible for the pink streamlet. Puddles of water infested the courtyard, along with wood shavings and coal cinders. Grass and weeds grew between the paving stones. The unforgiving sunlight seemed to cut the court into 2 parts. On the shady side was a dripping water tap with 3 small hens scratching for worms with their filth-smeared claws. Gervaise slowly gazed about, lowering her glance from the sixth floor to the paving stones, then raising it again, surprised at the vastness, feeling as it were in the midst of a living organ, in the very heart of a city, and interested in the house, as though it were a giant before her. "Is Madame seeking for anyone?" called out the inquisitive concierge, emerging from her room. The young woman explained that she was waiting for a friend. She returned to the street. Then, as Coupeau did not come, she went back to the courtyard, seized with the desire to take another look. She did not think the house ugly. Amongst the rags hanging from the windows she discovered various cheerful touches: a wallflower blooming in a pot, a cage of chirruping canaries, shaving glasses shining like stars in the depth of the shadow. A carpenter was singing in his workshop, accompanied by the whining of his plane. The blacksmith's hammers were ringing rhythmically. In contrast to the apparent wretched poverty, at nearly every open window appeared the begrimed faces of laughing children. Women with peaceful faces could be seen bent over their sewing. The rooms were empty of men who had gone back to work after lunch. The whole tenement was tranquil except for the sounds from the workshops below, which served as a sort of lullaby that went on unceasingly, always the same. The only thing she did not like was the courtyard's dampness. She would want rooms at the rear, on the sunny side. Gervaise took a few more steps into the courtyard, inhaling the characteristic odor of the slums, comprised of dust and rotten garbage. But the sharp odor of the waste water from the dye shop was strong, and Gervaise thought it smelled better here than at the Hotel Boncoeur. She chose a window for herself, the one at the far left with a small window box planted with scarlet runners. "I'm afraid I've kept you waiting rather a long time," said Coupeau, whom she suddenly heard close beside her. "They always make an awful fuss whenever I don't dine with them, and it was worse than ever today, as my sister had bought some veal." And as Gervaise had slightly started with surprise, he continued glancing around in his turn. "You were looking at the house. It's always all let from the top to the bottom. There are 300 lodgers, I think. If I had any furniture, I would have secured a small room. One would be comfortable here, don't you think so?" "Yes, one would be comfortable," murmured Gervaise. "In our street at Plaisance there weren't near so many people. Look, that's pretty, that window up on the 5th floor, with the scarlet runners." The zinc worker's obstinate desire made him ask her once more whether she would or she wouldn't. They could rent a place here as soon as they found a bed. She hurried out the arched entrance-way, asking him not to start that subject again. There was as much chance of this building collapsing as there was of her sleeping under the same blanket with him. Still, when Coupeau left her in front of Madame Fauconnier's shop, he was allowed to hold her hand for a moment. For a month the young woman and the zinc worker were the best of friends. He admired her courage when he beheld her half killing herself with work, keeping her children tidy and clean, and yet finding time at night to do a little sewing. Often other women were hopelessly messy, forever nibbling or gadding about, but she wasn't like them at all. She was much too serious. Then she would laugh and modestly defend herself. It was her misfortune that she had not always been good, having been with a man when only 14. Then, too, she had often helped her mother empty a bottle of anisette. But she had learned a few things from experience. He was wrong to think of her as strong-willed. Her will-power was very weak. She had always let herself be pushed into things because she didn't want to hurt someone's feelings. Her one hope now was to live among decent people, for living among bad people was like being hit over the head. It cracks your skull. Whenever she thought of the future, she shivered. Everything she had seen in life so far, especially when a child, had given her lessons to remember. Coupeau, however, chaffed her about her gloomy thoughts, and brought back all her courage by trying to pinch her hips. She pushed him away from her and slapped his hands, whilst he called out laughingly that, for a weak woman, she was not a very easy capture. He, who always joked about everything, did not trouble himself regarding the future. One day followed another, that was all. There would always be somewhere to sleep and a bite to eat. The neighborhood seemed decent enough to him, except for a gang of drunkards that ought to be cleaned out of the gutters. Coupeau was not a bad sort of fellow. He sometimes had really sensible things to say. He was something of a dandy with his Parisian working-man's gift for banter, a regular gift of gab, and besides, he was attractive. They had ended by rendering each other all sorts of services at the Hotel Boncoeur. Coupeau fetched her milk, ran her errands, carried her bundles of clothes. Often of an evening, as he got home first from work, he took the children for a walk on the exterior boulevard. Gervaise, in return for his polite attentions, would go up into the narrow room at the top of the house where he slept and see to his clothes, sewing buttons on his blue linen trousers and mending his linen jackets. A great familiarity existed between them. She was never bored when he was around. The gay songs he sang amused her, and so did his continuous banter of jokes and jibes characteristic of the Paris streets, this being still new to her. End of second part of chapter 2. Section 7 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Third part of chapter 2. On Coupeau's side, this continual familiarity inflamed him more and more, until it began to seriously bother him. He began to feel tense and uneasy. He continued with his foolish talk, never failing to ask her, "When will it be?" She understood what he meant and teased him. He would then come to visit her carrying his bedroom slippers as if he were moving in. She joked about it and continued calmly without blushing at the illusions with which he was always surrounding her. She stood for anything from him, as long as he didn't get rough. She only got angry once when he pulled a strand of her hair while trying to force a kiss from her. Towards the end of June, Coupeau lost his liveliness. He became most peculiar. Gervaise, feeling uneasy at some of his glances, barricaded herself in at night. Then, after having sulked ever since the Sunday, he suddenly came on the Tuesday night about 11 o'clock and knocked at her room. She would not open to him, but his voice was so gentle and so trembling that she ended by removing the chest of drawers she had pushed against the door. When he entered, she thought he was ill. He looked so pale, his eyes were so red, and the veins on his face were all swollen. And he stood there, stuttering and shaking his head. No, he was not ill. He had been crying for 2 hours upstairs in his room. He wept like a child, biting his pillow so as not to be heard by the neighbors. For 3 nights past he had been unable to sleep. It could not go on like that. "Listen, Madame Gervaise," said he, with a swelling in his throat and on the point of bursting out crying again. "We must end this, mustn't we? We'll go and get married. It's what I want. I've quite made up my mind." Gervaise showed great surprise. She was very grave. "Oh, Monsieur Coupeau," murmured she, "whatever are you thinking of? You know I've never asked you for that. I didn't care about it, that was all. Oh, no, it's serious now. Think of what you are saying, I beg of you." But he continued to shake his head with an air of unalterable resolution. He had already thought it all over. He had come down because he wanted to have a good night. She wasn't going to send him back to weep again, he supposed. As soon as she said yes, he would no longer bother her, and she could go quietly to bed. He only wanted to hear her say yes. They could talk it over on the morrow. "But I certainly can't say yes just like that," resumed Gervaise. "I don't want you to be able to accuse me later on of having incited you to do a foolish thing. You shouldn't be so insistent, Monsieur Coupeau. You can't really be sure that you're in love with me. If you didn't see me for a week, it might fade away. Sometimes men get married, and then there's day after day, stretching out into an entire lifetime, and they get pretty well bored by it all. Sit down there. I'm willing to talk it over at once." Then, until 1 in the morning, in the dark room and by the faint light of a smoky tallow candle, which they forgot to snuff, they talked of their marriage, lowering their voices so as not to wake the 2 children, Claude and Etienne, who were sleeping, both heads on the same pillow. Gervaise kept pointing out the children to Coupeau. What a funny kind of dowry they were. She really shouldn't burden him with them. Besides, what would the neighbors say? She'd feel ashamed for him because everyone knew about the story of her life and her lover. They wouldn't think it decent if they saw them getting married barely 2 months later. Coupeau replied by shrugging his shoulders. He didn't care about the neighbors. He never bothered about their affairs. So there was Lantier before him. Well, so what? What's so bad about that? She hadn't been constantly bringing men upstairs, as some women did, even rich ladies. The children would grow up, they'd raise them right. Never had he known before such a woman, such sound character, so good-hearted. Anyway, she could have been anything, a street-walker, ugly, lazy and good for nothing, with a whole gang of dirty kids, and so what? He wanted her. "Yes, I want you," he repeated, bringing his hand down on his knee with a continuous hammering. "You understand, I want you. There's nothing to be said to that, is there?" Little by little, Gervaise gave way. Her emotions began to take control when faced with his encompassing desire. Still, with her hands in her lap and her face suffused with a soft sweetness, she hesitantly offered objections. From outside, through the half-open window, a lovely June night breathed in puffs of sultry air, disturbing the candle with its long wick, gleaming red like a glowing coal. In the deep silence of the sleeping neighborhood, the only sound was the infantile weeping of a drunkard lying in the middle of the street. Far away, in the back room of some restaurant, a violin was playing a dance tune for some late party. Coupeau was silent. Then, knowing she had no more arguments, he smiled, took hold of her hands and pulled her toward him. She was in one of those moments of weakness she so greatly mistrusted, persuaded at last, too emotionally stirred to refuse anything or to hurt anyone's feelings. Coupeau didn't realize that she was giving way. He held her wrists so tightly as to almost crush them. Together they breathed a long sigh that to both of them meant a partial satisfaction of their desire. "You'll say yes, won't you?" asked he. "How you worry me," she murmured. "You wish it? Well then, yes. Ah, we're perhaps doing a very foolish thing." He jumped up and, seizing her round the waist, kissed her roughly on the face, at random. Then, as this caress caused a noise, he became anxious and went softly and looked at Claude and Etienne. "Hush, we must be careful," said he in a whisper, "and not wake the children. Good-bye till tomorrow." And he went back to his room. Gervaise, all in a tremble, remained seated on the edge of her bed without thinking of undressing herself for nearly an hour. She was touched. She felt that Coupeau was very honorable, for at one moment she had really thought it was all over, and that he would forget her. The drunkard below under the window was now hoarsely uttering the plaintive cry of some lost animal. The violin in the distance had left off its saucy tune and was now silent. During the following days Coupeau sought to get Gervaise to call some evening on his sister in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, but the young woman, who was very timid, showed a great dread of this visit to the Lorilleux. She knew that Coupeau had a lingering fear of that household, even though he certainly wasn't dependent on his sister, who wasn't even the oldest of the family. Mamma Coupeau would certainly give her consent at once, and she never refused her only son anything. The thing was that the Lorilleuxs were supposed to be earning 10 francs a day or more, and that gave them a certain authority. Coupeau would never dare to get married unless his wife was acceptable to them. "I have spoken to them of you, they know our plans," explained he to Gervaise. "Come now, what a child you are! Let's call on them this evening. I've warned you, haven't I? You'll find my sister rather stiff. Lorilleux, too, isn't always very amiable. In reality they are greatly annoyed, because if I marry I shall no longer take my meals with them, and it'll be an economy the less. But that doesn't matter, they won't turn you out. Do this for me, it's absolutely necessary." These words only frightened Gervaise the more. One Saturday evening, however, she gave in. Coupeau came for her at 8:30. She had dressed herself in a black dress, a crepe shawl with yellow palms, and a white cap trimmed with a little cheap lace. During the 6 weeks she had been working, she had saved the 7 francs for the shawl, and the 2½ francs for the cap. The dress was an old one cleaned and made up afresh. "They are expecting you," said Coupeau to her, as they went round by the Rue de Poissonniers. "Oh, they're beginning to get used to the idea of my being married. They seem nice indeed, to-night. And you know, if you've never seen gold chains made, it'll amuse you to watch them. They just happen to have a pressing order for Monday." "They've got gold in their room?" asked Gervaise. "I should think so. There's some on the walls, on the floor, in fact, everywhere." They had passed the arched doorway and crossed the courtyard. The Lorilleuxs lived on the 6th floor, staircase B. Coupeau laughingly told her to hold the handrail tight and not to leave go of it. She looked up. and blinked her eyes as she pierced the tall hollow tower of the staircase, lighted by 3 gas jets, one on every second landing. The last one, right up at the top, looked like a star twinkling in a black sky, whilst the other 2 cast long flashes of light of fantastic shapes among the interminable windings of the stairs. "By Jove!" said the zinc worker as he reached the first floor, smiling. "There's a strong smell of onion soup. Someone's having onion soup, I'm sure." Staircase B, with its grey, dirty steps and handrail, its scratched walls and chipped plaster, was full of strong kitchen odours. Long corridors, echoing with noise, led away from each landing. Doors, painted yellow, gaped open, smeared black around the latch from dirty hands. A sink on each landing gave forth a fetid humidity, adding its stench to the sharp flavour of the cooking of onions. From the basement all the way to the 6th floor you could hear dishes clattering, saucepans being rinsed, pots being scraped and scoured. On the 1st floor Gervaise saw a half-open door with the word "Designer" written on it in large letters. Inside were 2 men sitting by a table, the dishes cleared away from its oilcloth cover, arguing furiously amid a cloud of pipe smoke. The 2nd and 3rd floors were quieter, and through cracks in the woodwork only such sounds filtered as the rhythm of a cradle rocking, the stifled crying of a child, a woman's voice sounding like the dull murmur of running water with no words distinct. Gervaise read the various signs on the doors giving the names of the occupants. Madame Gaudron, wool carder, and Monsieur Madinier, cardboard boxes. There was a fight in progress on the 4th floor, a stomping of feet that shook the floor, furniture banged around, a racket of curses and blows. But this did not bother the neighbors opposite, who were playing cards with their door opened wide to admit more air. When Gervaise reached the 5th floor she had to stop to take a breath. She was not used to going up so high. That wall forever turning, the glimpses she had of the lodgings following each other, made her head ache. Anyway, there was a family almost blocking the landing, the father washing the dishes over a small earthenware stove near the sink, and the mother sitting with her back to the stair rail and cleaning the baby before putting it to bed. Coupeau kept urging Gervaise along, and they finally reached the 6th floor. He encouraged her with a smile. They had arrived. She had been hearing a voice all the way up from the bottom, and she was gazing upward, wondering where it could be coming from, a voice so clear and piercing that it had dominated all the other sounds. It came from a little old woman in an attic room who sang while putting dresses on cheap dolls. When a tall girl came by with a pail of water and entered a nearby apartment, Gervaise saw a tumbled bed on which a man was sprawled, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. As the door closed behind her, Gervaise saw the handwritten card: Mademoiselle Clemence, ironing. Now that she had finally made it to the top, her legs weary and her breath short, Gervaise leaned over the railing to look down. Now it was the gas light on the 1st floor which seemed a distant star at the bottom of a narrow well 6 stories deep. All the odors and all the murmurings of the immense variety of life within the tenement came up to her in one stifling breath that flushed her face as she hazarded a worried glance down into the gulf below. "We're not there yet," said Coupeau. "Oh, it's quite a journey." He had gone down a long corridor on the left. He turned twice, the first time also to the left, the second time to the right. The corridor still continued branching off, narrowing between walls full of crevices, with plaster peeling off, and lighted at distant intervals by a slender gas jet. And the doors, all alike, succeeded each other the same as the doors of a prison or a convent, and nearly all open, continued to display homes of misery and work, which the hot June evening filled with a reddish mist. At length they reached a small passage in complete darkness. "We're here," resumed the zinc worker. "Be careful, keep to the wall, there are 3 steps." And Gervaise carefully took another 10 steps in the obscurity. She stumbled and then counted the 3 steps. But at the end of the passage Coupeau had opened a door without knocking. A brilliant light spread over the tiled floor. They entered. It was a narrow apartment and seemed as if it were the continuation of the corridor. A faded woolen curtain, raised up just then by a string, divided the place in 2. The first part contained a bedstead pushed beneath an angle of the attic ceiling, a cast iron stove still warm from the cooking of the dinner, 2 chairs, a table and a wardrobe, the corners of which had had to be sawn off to make it fit in between the door and the bedstead. The second part was fitted up as a workshop, at the end a narrow forge with its bellows, to the right a vise fixed to the wall beneath some shelves on which pieces of old iron lay scattered, to the left near the window a small workman's bench encumbered with greasy and very dirty pliers, shears, and microscopical saws, all very dirty and grimy. "It's us!" cried Coupeau, advancing as far as the woolen curtain. End of second part of chapter 2. Section 8 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Fourth part of chapter 2. But no one answered at first. Gervaise, deeply affected, moved especially by the thought that she was about to enter a place full of gold, stood behind the zinc worker, stammering and venturing upon nods of her head by way of bowing. The brilliant light, a lamp burning on the bench, a brazier full of coals flaring in the forge, increased her confusion still more. She ended, however, by distinguishing Madame Lorilleux, little, red-haired, and tolerably strong, pulling with all the strength of her short arms and with the assistance of a big pair of pincers a thread of black metal which she passed through the holes of a draw-plate fixed to the vise. Seated in front of the bench, Lorilleux, quite as small of stature but more slender in the shoulders, worked with the tips of his pliers with the vivacity of a monkey at a labor so minute that it was impossible to follow it between his scraggy fingers. It was the husband who first raised his head, a head with scanty locks, the face with a yellow tinge of old wax, long and with an ailing expression. "Ah, it's you. Well, well," murmured he. "We're in a hurry, you know. Don't come into the workroom, you'd be in our way. Stay in the bedroom." And he resumed his minute task, his face again in the reflection of a glass globe full of green-colored water, through which the lamp shed a circle of bright light over his work. "Take the chairs!" called out Madame Lorilleux in her turn. "It's that lady, isn't it? Very well, very well." She had rolled the wire and she carried it to the forge, and then, reviving the fire of the brazier with a large wooden fan, she proceeded to temper the wire before passing it through the last holes of the draw-plate. Coupeau moved the chairs forward and seated Gervaise by the curtain. The room was so narrow that he could not sit beside her, so he sat behind her, leaning over her shoulder to explain the work in progress. Gervaise was intimidated by this strange reception and felt uneasy. She had a buzzing in her ears and couldn't hear clearly. She thought the wife looked older than her 30 years, and not very neat, with her hair in a pigtail dangling down the back of her loosely worn wrapper. The husband, who was only a year older, appeared already an old man with mean, thin lips, as he sat there working in his shirt-sleeves, with his bare feet thrust into down-at-the-heel slippers. Gervaise was dismayed by the smallness of the shop, the grimy walls, the rustiness of the tools, and the black soot spread all over what looked like the odds and ends of a scrap-iron peddler's wares. "And the gold?" asked Gervaise in a low voice. Her anxious glances searched the corners and sought amongst all that filth for the resplendence she had dreamt of. But Coupeau burst out laughing. "Gold?" said he. "Why, there's some more, and there's some at your feet." He pointed successively to the fine wire at which his sister was working, and to another roll of wire, similar to the ordinary iron wire, hanging against the wall close to the vise. Then going down on all fours, he picked up, beneath the wooden screen which covered the tiled floor of the workroom, a piece of waste, a tiny fragment resembling the point of a rusty needle. But Gervaise protested. That couldn't be gold, that blackish piece of metal as ugly as iron. He had to bite into the piece and show her the gleaming notch made by his teeth. Then he continued his explanations. The employers provided the gold wire, already alloyed. The craftsman first pulled it through the draw-plate to obtain the correct size, being careful to anneal it 5 or 6 times to keep it from breaking. It required a steady, strong hand and plenty of practice. His sister would not let her husband touch the wire drawing, since he was subject to coughing spells. She had strong arms for it. He had seen her draw gold to the fineness of a hair. Lorilleux, seized with a fit of coughing, almost doubled up on his stool. In the midst of the paroxysm he spoke, and said in a choking voice, still without looking at Gervaise, as though he was merely mentioning the thing to himself: I am making the herringbone chain." Coupeau urged Gervaise to get up. She might draw nearer and see. The chainmaker consented with a grunt. He wound the wire prepared by his wife round a mandrel, a very thin steel rod. Then he sawed gently, cutting the wire the whole length of the mandrel, each turn forming a link, which he soldered. The links were laid on a large piece of charcoal. He wetted them with a drop of borax taken from the bottom of a broken glass beside him, and he made them red hot at the lamp beneath the horizontal flame produced by the blowpipe. Then, when he had soldered about 100 links, he returned once more to his minute work, propping his hands against the edge of the cheville, a small piece of board which the friction of his hands had polished. He bent each link almost double with the pliers, squeezed one end close, inserted it in the last link already in place, and then, with the aid of a point, opened out again the end he had squeezed. And he did this with a continuous regularity, the links joining each other so rapidly that the chain gradually grew beneath Gervaise's gaze without her being able to follow or well understand how it was done. "That's the herringbone chain," said Coupeau. "There's also the long link, the cable, the plain ring, and the spiral. But that's the herringbone. Lorilleux only makes the herringbone chain." The latter chuckled with satisfaction. He exclaimed, as he continued squeezing the links, invisible between his black finger-nails, "Listen to me, young Cassis. I was making a calculation this morning. I commenced work when I was 12 years old, you know. Well, can you guess how long a herringbone chain I must have made up till today?" He raised his pale face and blinked his red eyelids. 26,000 feet, do you hear? 2 leagues. That's something. A herringbone chain 2 leagues long. It's enough to twist round the necks of all the women of the neighborhood. And you know, it's still increasing. I hope to make it long enough to reach from Paris to Versailles. Gervaise had returned to her seat, disenchanted and thinking everything very ugly. She smiled to be polite to the Lorilleuxs. The complete silence about her marriage bothered her. It was the sole reason for her having come. The Lorilleuxs were treating her as some stranger brought in by Coupeau. When a conversation finally did get started, it concerned the building's tenants. Madame Lorilleux asked her husband if he had heard the people on the 4th floor having a fight. They fought every day. The husband usually came home drunk, and the wife had her faults too, yelling in the filthiest language. Then they spoke of the designer on the 1st floor, an uppity show-off with a mound of debts, always smoking, always arguing loudly with his friends. Monsieur Madinier's cardboard business was barely surviving. He had let 2 girl workers go yesterday. The business ate up all his money, leaving his children to run around in rags. And that Madame Gaudron was pregnant again. This was almost indecent at her age. The landlord was going to evict the Coquettes on the 5th floor. They owed 9 months' rent, and besides, they insisted on lighting their stove out on the landing. Last Saturday, the old lady on the 6th floor, Mademoiselle Remonjou, had arrived just in time to save the Lingerlot child from being badly burned. Mademoiselle Clemence, one who took in ironing, well, she lived life as she pleased. She was so kind to animals, though, and had such a good heart that you couldn't say anything against her. It was a pity, a fine girl like her, the company she kept. She'd be walking the streets before long. "Look, here's one," said Lorilleux to his wife, giving her the piece of chain he had been working on since his lunch. "You can trim it." And he added with the persistence of a man who does not easily relinquish a joke, "Another 4 feet and a half. That brings me nearer to Versailles." Madame Lorilleux, after tempering it again, trimmed it by passing it through the regulating draw plate. Then she put it in a little copper saucepan with a long handle, full of lye water, and placed it over the fire of the forge. Gervaise, again pushed forward by Coupeau, had to follow this last operation. When the chain was thoroughly cleansed, it appeared a dull red color. It was finished and ready to be delivered. "They are always delivered like that, in their rough state," the zinc worker explained. "The polishers rub them afterwards with cloths." Gervaise felt her courage failing her. The heat, more and more intense, was suffocating her. They kept the door shut, because Lorilleux caught cold from the least draught. Then, as they still did not speak of the marriage, she wanted to go away and gently pulled Coupeau's jacket. He understood. Besides, he also was beginning to feel ill at ease and vexed at their affectation of silence. "Well, we're off," said he. "We mustn't keep you from your work." He moved about for a moment, waiting, hoping for a word or some allusion or other. At length he decided to broach the subject himself. I say, Lorilleux, we're counting on you to be my wife's witness." The chainmaker pretended, with a chuckle, to be greatly surprised, whilst his wife, leaving her draw plates, placed herself in the middle of the workroom. "So it's serious then," murmured he. "That confounded young Cassis, one never knows whether he's joking or not." "Ah, yes, Madame's the person involved," said the wife in her turn, as she stared rudely at Gervaise. "Mon Dieu! We've no advice to give you, we haven't. It's a funny idea to go and get married all the same. Anyhow, it's your own wish. When it doesn't succeed, one's only got oneself to blame, that's all. And it doesn't often succeed, not often, not often." She uttered these last words slower and slower, and, shaking her head, she looked from the young woman's face to her hands and then to her feet, as though she had wished to undress her and see the very pores of her skin. She must have found her better than she expected. "My brother is perfectly free," she continued more stiffly. "No doubt the family might have wished—one always makes projects, but things take such funny turns. For myself, I don't want to have any unpleasantness. Had he brought us the lowest of the low, I should merely have said, 'Marry her and go to blazes.' He was not badly off, though, here with us. He's fat enough, one can very well see he didn't fast much, and he always found his soup hot right on time. I say, Lorilleux, don't you think Madame's like Thérèse? You know who I mean, that woman who used to live opposite, and who died of consumption." "Yes, there is a certain resemblance," replied the chainmaker. "And you've got 2 children, madame? Now, I must admit I said to my brother, 'I can't understand how you can want to marry a woman who's got 2 children.' You mustn't be offended if I consult his interests, it's only natural. You don't look strong either. Don't you think, Lorilleux, that madame doesn't look very strong?" "No, no, she's not strong." They did not mention her leg, but Gervaise understood by their side glances and the curling of their lips that they were alluding to it. She stood before them, wrapped in her thin shawl with the yellow palms, replying in monosyllables, as though in the presence of her judges. Coupeau, seeing she was suffering, ended by exclaiming: "All that's nothing to do with it. What you are talking about isn't important. The wedding will take place on Saturday, July 29th. I calculated by the almanac. Is it settled? Does it suit you?" "Oh, it's all the same to us," said his sister. "There was no necessity to consult us. I shan't prevent Lorilleux being witness. I only want peace and quiet." Gervaise, hanging her head, not knowing what to do with herself, had put the toe of her boot through one of the openings in the wooden screen which covered the tiled floor of the workroom. Then, afraid of having disturbed something when she had withdrawn it, she stooped down and felt about with her hand. Lorilleux hastily brought the lamp, and he examined her fingers suspiciously. "You must be careful," said he. "The tiny bits of gold stick to the shoes and get carried away without one knowing it." It was all to do with business. The employers didn't allow a single speck for waste. He showed her the rabbit's foot he used to brush off any flecks of gold left on the cheville, and the leather he kept on his lap to catch any gold that fell. Twice weekly the shop was swept out carefully, the sweepings collected and burned, and the ashes sifted. This recovered up to 25 or 30 francs worth of gold a month. Madame Lorilleux could not take her eyes from Gervaise's shoes. "There's no reason to get angry," murmured she with an amiable smile. "But perhaps madame would not mind looking at the soles of her shoes?" And Gervaise, turning very red, sat down again, and holding up her feet showed that there was nothing clinging to them. Coupeau had opened the door, exclaiming, "Good night," in an abrupt tone of voice. He called to her from the corridor. Then she in her turn went off, after stammering a few polite words. She hoped to see them again, and that they would all agree well together. Both of the Lorilleux had already gone back to their work at the far end of their dark hole of a workroom. Madame Lorilleux, her skin reflecting the red glow from the bed of coals, was drawing on another wire, each effort swelling her neck and making the strained muscles stand out like taut cords. Her husband, hunched over beneath the greenish gleam of the globe, was starting another length of chain, twisting each link with his pliers, pressing it on one side, inserting it into the next link above, opening it again with the pointed tool, continuously, mechanically, not wasting a motion, even to wipe the sweat from his face. When Gervaise emerged from the corridor onto the landing, she could not help saying, with tears in her eyes: "That doesn't promise much happiness." Coupeau shook his head furiously. He would get even with Lorilleux for that evening. Had anyone ever seen such a miserly fellow? To think that they were going to walk off with 2 or 3 grains of his gold dust! All the fuss they made was from pure avarice. His sister thought perhaps that he would never marry, so as to enable her to economize 4 sous on her dinner every day. However, it would take place all the same on July 29th. He did not care a hang for them. Nevertheless, Gervaise still felt depressed. Tormented by a foolish fearfulness, she peered anxiously into every dark shadow along the stair rail as she descended. It was dark and deserted at this hour, lit only by a single gas jet on the 2nd floor. In the shadowy depths of the dark pit it gave a spot of brightness, even with its flame turned so low. It was now silent behind the closed doors. The weary labourers had gone to sleep after eating. However, there was a soft laugh from Mademoiselle Clémence's room, and a ray of light shone through the keyhole of Mademoiselle Remanjou's door. She was still busy cutting out dresses for the dolls. Downstairs at Madame Gaudron's a child was crying. The sinks on the landings smelled more offensive than ever in the midst of the darkness and stillness. In the courtyard, Gervaise turned back for a last look at the tenement as Coupeau called out to the concierge. The building seemed to have grown larger under the moonless sky. The drip, drip of water from the faucet sounded loud in the quiet. Gervaise felt that the building was threatening to suffocate her, and a chill went through her body. It was a childish fear, and she smiled at it a moment later. "Watch your step," warned Coupeau. To get to the entrance, Gervaise had to jump over a wide puddle that had drained from the dye shop. The puddle was blue now, the deep blue of a summer sky. The reflections from the night light of the concierge sparkled in it like stars. End of chapter 2.
Section 9 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Chapter 3. Gervaise did not want to have a wedding party. What was the use of spending money? Besides, she still felt somewhat ashamed. It seemed to her quite unnecessary to parade the marriage before the whole neighborhood. But Coupeau cried out at that. One could not be married without having a feed. He did not care a button for the people of the neighborhood. Nothing elaborate, just a short walk and a rabbit ragout in the first eating-house they fancied. No music with dessert, just a glass or 2, and then back home. The zinc worker, chaffing and joking, at length got the young woman to consent by promising her that there should be no larks. He would keep his eye on the glasses to prevent sunstrokes. Then he organized a sort of picnic at 5 francs a head at the Silver Windmill, kept by Auguste on the Boulevard de la Chapelle. It was a small cafe with moderate charges, and had a dancing place in the rear beneath the 3 acacias in the courtyard. They would be very comfortable on the first floor. During the next 10 days he got hold of guests in the house where his sister lived, in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. Monsieur Madinier, Mademoiselle Remanjou, Madame Gaudron and her husband. He even ended by getting Gervaise to consent to the presence of 2 of his comrades, Bibi the smoker and My Boots. No doubt My Boots was a boozer, but then he had such a fantastic appetite that he was always asked to join these sort of gatherings, just for the sight of the caterer's mug when he beheld that bottomless pit swallowing his 12 pounds of bread. The young woman on her side promised to bring her employer, Madame Fauconnier, and the Boches, some very agreeable people. On counting, they found there would be 15 to sit down to table, which was quite enough. When there are too many, they always wind up by quarreling. Coupeau, however, had no money. Without wishing to show off, he intended to behave handsomely. He borrowed 50 francs of his employer. Out of that, he first of all purchased the wedding ring, a 12-franc gold wedding ring, which Lorilleux procured for him at the wholesale price of 9 francs. He then bought himself a frock coat, a pair of trousers and a waistcoat at a tailor's in the Rue Murat, to whom he gave merely 25 francs on account. His patent leather shoes and his hat were still good enough. When he had put by the 10 francs for his and Gervaise's share of the feast, the two children not being charged for, he had exactly 6 francs left, the price of a low mass at the altar of the poor. He had no liking for those black crows, the priests. It would gripe him to pay his last 6 francs to keep their whistles wet. However, a marriage without a mass wasn't a real marriage at all. Going to the church himself, he bargained for a whole hour with a little old priest in a dirty cassock who was as sharp at dealing as a pushcart peddler. Coupeau felt like boxing his ears. For a joke, he asked the priest if he didn't have a second-hand mass that would do for a modest young couple. The priest, mumbling that God would take small pleasure in blessing their union, finally let him have his mass for 5 francs. Well, after all, that meant 20 sous saved. Gervaise also wanted to look decent. As soon as the marriage was settled, she made her arrangements, worked extra time in the evenings, and managed to put 30 francs on one side. She had a great longing for a little silk mantle marked 13 francs in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière. She treated herself to it, and then bought for 10 francs of the husband of a washerwoman who had died in Madame Fauconnier's house a blue woolen dress, which she altered to fit herself. With the 7 francs remaining, she procured a pair of cotton gloves, a rose for her cap, and some shoes for Claude, her eldest boy. Fortunately, the youngsters' blouses were passable. She spent 4 nights cleaning everything and mending the smallest holes in her stockings and chemise. On Friday night, the eve of the great day, Gervaise and Coupeau had still a good deal of running about to do up till 11 o'clock after returning home from work. Then, before separating for the night, they spent an hour together in the young woman's room, happy at being about to be released from their awkward position. In spite of the fact that they had originally resolved not to put themselves out to impress the neighbors, they had ended by taking it seriously and working themselves till they were weary. By the time they said good night, they were almost asleep on their feet. They breathed a great sigh of relief now that everything was ready. Coupeau's witnesses were to be Monsieur Madinier and Bibi the smoker. They were counting on Lorilleux and Boche for Gervaise's witnesses. They were to go quietly to the mayor's office and the church, just the 6 of them, without a whole procession of people trailing behind them. The bridegroom's 2 sisters had even declared that they would stay home, their presence not being necessary. Coupeau's mother, however, had sobbed and wailed, threatening to go ahead of them and hide herself in some corner of the church until they had promised to take her along. The meeting of the guests was set for 1 o'clock at the Silver Windmill. From there they would go to Saint-Denis, going out by railroad and returning on foot along the highway in order to work up an appetite. The party promised to be quite all right. Saturday morning, while getting dressed, Coupeau felt a qualm of uneasiness in view of the single franc in his pocket. He began to think that it was a matter of ordinary courtesy to offer a glass of wine and a slice of ham to the witnesses while awaiting dinner. Also, there might be unforeseen expenses. So, after taking Claude and Etienne to stay with Madame Boche, who was to bring them to the dinner later that afternoon, he hurried over to the Rue de la Goutte d'Or to borrow 10 francs from Lorilleux. Having to do that griped him immensely, as he could guess the attitude his brother-in-law would take. The latter did grumble a bit, but ended by lending him 2 5-franc pieces. However, Coupeau overheard his sister muttering under her breath, "This is a fine beginning." The ceremony at the mayor's was to take place at 10:30. It was beautiful weather. The magnificent sun seemed to roast the streets. So as not to be stared at, the bride and bridegroom, the old mother, and the 4 witnesses separated into 2 bands. Gervaise walked in front with Lorilleux, who gave her his arm, whilst Monsieur Madinier followed with Mother Coupeau. Then, 20 steps behind, on the opposite side of the way, came Coupeau, Boche, and Bibi the smoker. These three were in black frock coats, walking erect and swinging their arms. Boche's trousers were bright yellow. Bibi the smoker didn't have a waistcoat, so he was buttoned up to the neck with only a bit of his cravat showing. The only one in a full dress suit was Monsieur Madinier, and passers-by gazed at this well-dressed gentleman escorting the huge bulk of Mother Coupeau in her green shawl and black bonnet with red ribbons. Gervaise looked very gay and sweet in her dress of vivid blue, and with her new silk mantle fitted tightly to her shoulders. She listened politely to the sneering remarks of Lorilleux, who seemed buried in the depths of the immense overcoat he was wearing. From time to time, Gervaise would turn her head a little to smile brightly at Coupeau, who was rather uncomfortable under the hot sun in his new clothes. Though they walked very slowly, they arrived at the mayor's quite half an hour too soon. And as the mayor was late, their turn was not reached till close upon 11 o'clock. They sat down on some chairs and waited in a corner of the apartment, looking by turns at the high ceiling and bare walls, talking low, and over politely pushing back their chairs each time that one of the attendants passed. Yet among themselves they called the mayor a sluggard, saying he must be visiting his blonde to get a massage for his gout, or that maybe he'd swallowed his official sash. However, when the mayor did put in his appearance, they rose respectfully in his honor. They were asked to sit down again, and they had to wait through 3 other marriages. The hall was crowded with the 3 bourgeois wedding parties, brides all in white, little girls with carefully curled hair, bridesmaids wearing wide sashes, an endless procession of ladies and gentlemen dressed in their best and looking very stylish. When at length they were called, they almost missed being married altogether. Bibi the smoker having disappeared, Boche discovered him outside smoking his pipe. Well, they were a nice lot inside there to humbug people about like that, just because one hadn't yellow kid gloves to shove under their noses. And the various formalities, the reading of the code, the different questions to be put, the signing of all the documents, were all got through so rapidly that they looked at each other with an idea that they'd been robbed of a good half of the ceremony. Gervaise, dizzy, her heart full, pressed her handkerchief to her lips. Mother Coupeau wept bitterly. All had signed the register, writing their names in big struggling letters, with the exception of the bridegroom, who, not being able to write, had put his cross. They each gave 4 sous for the poor. When an attendant handed Coupeau the marriage certificate, the latter, prompted by Gervaise, who nudged his elbow, handed him another 5 sous. It was a fair walk from the mayor's office in the town hall to the church. The men stopped along the way to have a beer. Mother Coupeau and Gervaise took cassis with water. Then they had to trudge along the long street where the sun glared down without the relief of shade. When they arrived at the church, they were hurried along and asked if they came so late in order to make a mockery of religion. A priest came forward, his face pale and resentful from having to delay his lunch. An altar boy in a soiled surplice ran before him. The mass went very fast, with the priest turning, bowing his head, spreading out his arms, making all the ritual gestures in haste, while casting sidelong glances at the group. Gervaise and Coupeau, before the altar, were embarrassed, not knowing when they should kneel or rise or seat themselves, expecting some indication from the attendant. The witnesses, not knowing what was proper, remained standing during the ceremony. Mother Coupeau was weeping again and shedding her tears into the missal she had borrowed from a neighbor. Meanwhile, the noon chimes had sounded, and the church began to fill with noise from the shuffling feet of sacristans and the clatter of chairs being put back in place. The high altar was apparently being prepared for some special ceremony. Thus, in the depths of this obscure chapel, amid the floating dust, the surly priest placed his withered hands on the bared heads of Gervaise and Coupeau, blessing their union amid a hubbub like that of moving day. The wedding party signed another registry, this time in the sacristy, and then found themselves out in the bright sunlight before the church doors, where they stood for a moment, breathless and confused from having been carried along at such breakneck speed. "Voila!" said Coupeau with an embarrassed laugh. "Well, it sure didn't take long. They shove it at you so. It's like being at the painless dentist who doesn't give you time to cry out. Here you get a painless wedding." "Yes, it's a quick job," Lorilleux smirked. "In 5 minutes you're tied together for the rest of your life. You poor young Cassis, you've had it." The four witnesses whacked Coupeau on the shoulders as he arched his back against the friendly blows. Meanwhile, Gervaise was hugging and kissing Mother Coupeau, her eyes moist, a smile lighting her face. She replied reassuringly to the old woman's sobbing. "Don't worry, I'll do my best. I want so much to have a happy life. If it doesn't work out, it won't be my fault. Anyhow, it's done now. It's up to us to get along together and do the best we can for each other." After that, they went straight to the silver windmill. Coupeau had taken his wife's arm. They walked quickly, laughing as though carried away, quite 200 steps ahead of the others, without noticing the houses or the passers-by or the vehicles. The deafening noises of the faubourg sounded like bells in their ears. When they reached the wine shop, Coupeau at once ordered 2 bottles of wine, some bread and some slices of ham to be served in the little glazed closet on the ground floor, without plates or tablecloth, simply to have a snack. Then, noticing that Boche and Bibi the smoker seemed to be very hungry, he had a 3rd bottle brought, as well as a slab of brie cheese. Mother Coupeau was not hungry, being too choked up to be able to eat. Gervaise found herself very thirsty, and drank several large glasses of water with a small amount of wine added. "I'll settle for this," said Coupeau, going at once to the bar, where he paid 4 francs and 5 sous. It was now 1 o'clock, and the other guests began to arrive. Madame Fauconnier, a fat woman, still good-looking, first put in an appearance. She wore a chintz dress with a flowery pattern, a pink tie, and a cap over-trimmed with flowers. Next came Mademoiselle Remanjou, looking very thin in the eternal black dress which she seemed to keep on even when she went to bed. And the 2 Gaudrons, the husband like some heavy animal and almost bursting his brown jacket at the slightest movement, the wife an enormous woman, whose figure indicated evident signs of an approaching maternity, and whose stiff violet-colored skirt still more increased her rotundity. Coupeau explained that they were not to wait for My Boots. His comrade would join the party on the route de Saint-Denis. "Well," exclaimed Madame Lerat as she entered, "it'll pour in torrents soon. That'll be pleasant." End of first part of chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 10 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Second part of chapter 3. And she called everyone to the door of the wine shop to see the clouds as black as ink which were rising rapidly to the south of Paris. Madame Lerat, eldest of the Coupeaux, was a tall, gaunt woman who talked through her nose. She was unattractively dressed in a puce-colored robe that hung loosely on her, and had such long dangling fringes that they made her look like a skinny poodle coming out of the water. She brandished her umbrella like a club. After greeting Gervaise, she said, "You've no idea. The heat in the street is like a slap on the face. You'd think someone was throwing fire at you." Everyone agreed that they knew the storm was coming. It was in the air. Monsieur Madinier said that he had seen it as they were coming out of the church. Lorilleux mentioned that his corns were aching and that he hadn't been able to sleep since 3 in the morning. The storm was due. It had been much too hot for 3 days in a row. "Well, maybe it will just be a little mist," Coupeau said several times, standing at the door and anxiously studying the sky. "Now we have to wait only for my sister. We'll start as soon as she arrives." Madame Lorilleux was late. Madame Lerat had stopped by so that they could come together, but found her only beginning to get dressed. The two sisters had argued. The widow whispered in her brother's ear, "I left her flat. She's in a dreadful mood, you'll see." And the wedding party had to wait another quarter of an hour, walking about the wine shop, elbowed and jostled in the midst of the men who entered to drink a glass of wine at the bar. Now and again Boche or Madame Fauconnier or Bibi the smoker left the others and went to the edge of the pavement, looking up at the sky. The storm was not passing over at all. A darkness was coming on, and puffs of wind sweeping along the ground raised little clouds of white dust. At the first clap of thunder, Mademoiselle Remanjou made the sign of the cross. All the glances were anxiously directed to the clock over the looking-glass. It was 20 minutes to 2. "Here it goes," cried Coupeau. "It's the angels who are weeping." A gush of rain swept the pavement, along which some women flew, holding down their skirts with both hands. And it was in the midst of this first shower that Madame Lorilleux at length arrived, furious and out of breath, and struggling on the threshold with her umbrella that would not close. "Did anyone ever see such a thing?" she exclaimed. "It caught me just at the door. I felt inclined to go upstairs again and take my things off. I should have been wise had I done so. Ah, it's a pretty wedding. I said how it would be. I wanted to put it off till next Saturday, and it rains because they wouldn't listen to me. So much the better, so much the better. I wish the sky would burst." Coupeau tried to pacify her without success. He wouldn't have to pay for her dress if it was spoiled. She had on a black silk dress in which she was nearly choking. The bodice, too tight fitting, was almost bursting the buttonholes and was cutting her across the shoulders, while the skirt only allowed her to take very short steps in walking. However, the ladies present were all staring at her, quite overcome by her costume. She appeared not to notice Gervaise, who was sitting beside Mother Coupeau. She asked her husband for his handkerchief. Then she went into a corner and very carefully wiped the raindrops that had fallen on her silk dress. The shower had abruptly ceased. The darkness increased. It was almost like night, a livid night, rent at times by large flashes of lightning. Bibi the smoker said laughingly that it would certainly rain priests. Then the storm burst forth with extreme violence. For half an hour the rain came down in bucketsful, and the thunder rumbled unceasingly. The men standing up before the door contemplated the grey veil of the downpour, the swollen gutters, the splashes of water caused by the rain beating into the puddles. The women, feeling frightened, had sat down again, holding their hands before their eyes. They no longer conversed, they were too upset. A jest Boche made about the thunder, saying that St. Peter was sneezing up there, failed to raise a smile. But when the thunderclaps became less frequent and gradually died away in the distance, the wedding guests began to get impatient, enraged against the storm, cursing and shaking their fists at the clouds. A fine and interminable rain now poured down from the sky, which had become an ashy grey. "It's past 2 o'clock," cried Madame Lorilleux. "We can't stop here forever." Mademoiselle Remanjou having suggested going into the country all the same, even though they went no farther than the moat of the fortifications, the others scouted the idea. The roads would be in a nice state, one would not even be able to sit down on the grass. Besides, it did not seem to be all over yet, there might perhaps be another downpour. Coupeau, who had been watching a workman completely soaked, yet quietly walking along in the rain, murmured, "If that animal My Boots is waiting for us on the route to Saint Denis, he won't catch a sunstroke." That made some of them laugh, but the general ill humor increased. It was becoming ludicrous. They must decide on something, unless they planned to sit there staring at each other until time for dinner. So for the next quarter of an hour, while the persistent rain continued, they tried to think of what to do. Bibi the smoker suggested that they play cards. Boche slyly suggesting a most amusing game, the game of true confessions. Madame Gaudron thought of going to eat onion tarts on the Chaussée Clignancourt. Madame Lerat wanted to hear some stories. Gaudron said he wasn't a bit put out and thought they were quite well off where they were, out of the downpour. He suggested sitting down to dinner immediately. There was a discussion after each proposal. Some said that this would put everybody to sleep, or that would make people think they were stupid. Lorilleux had to get his word in. He finally suggested a walk along the outer boulevard to Père Lachaise cemetery. They could visit the tomb of Héloïse and Abélard. Madame Lorilleux exploded, no longer able to control herself. She was leaving, she was. Were they trying to make fun of her? She got all dressed up and came out in the rain. And for what? To be wasting time in a wine shop. No, she'd had enough of this wedding party. She'd rather be in her own home. Coupeau and Lorilleux had to get between her and the door to keep her from leaving. She kept telling them, "Get out of my way, I'm leaving, I tell you." Lorilleux finally succeeded in calming her down. Coupeau went over to Gervaise, who had been sitting quietly in a corner with Mother Coupeau and Madame Fauconnier. "You haven't suggested anything," he said to her. "Oh, whatever they want," she replied, laughing. "I don't mind. We can go out or stay here." She seemed to glow with contentment. She had spoken to each guest as they arrived. She spoke sensibly, in her soft voice, not getting into any disagreements. During the downpour she had sat with her eyes wide open, watching the lightning as though she could see the future in the sudden flashes. Monsieur Madinier had up to this time not proposed anything. He was leaning against the bar with the tails of his dress coat thrust apart, while he fully maintained the important air of an employer. He kept on expectorating and rolled his big eyes about. "Mon Dieu," said he, "we might go to the museum." And he stroked his chin as he blinkingly consulted the other members of the party. "There are antiquities, pictures, paintings, a whole heap of things. It is very instructive. Perhaps you have never been there. Oh, it is quite worth seeing, at least once in a while." They looked at each other interrogatively. No, Gervaise had never been. Madame Fauconnier neither, nor Boche, nor the others. Coupeau thought he had been one Sunday, but he was not sure. They hesitated, however, when Madame Lorilleux, greatly impressed by Monsieur Madinier's importance, thought the suggestion a very worthy and respectable one. As they were wasting the day and were all dressed up, they might as well go somewhere for their own instruction. Everyone approved. Then, as it still rained a little, they borrowed some umbrellas from the proprietor of the wine shop. Old blue, green, and brown umbrellas forgotten by different customers, and started off to the museum. The wedding party turned to the right and descended into Paris along the Faubourg Saint-Denis. Coupeau and Gervaise again took the lead, almost running and keeping a good distance in front of the others. Monsieur Madinier now gave his arm to Madame Lorilleux, Mother Coupeau having remained behind in the wine shop on account of her old legs. Then came Lorilleux and Madame Lerat, Boche and Madame Fauconnier, Bibi the smoker, and Mademoiselle Remanjou, and finally the two Gaudrons. They were 12 and made a pretty long procession on the pavement. "I swear to you, we had nothing to do with it," Madame Lorilleux explained to Monsieur Madinier. We don't even know how they met. Or we know only too well, but that's not for us to discuss. My husband even had to buy the wedding ring. We were scarcely out of bed this morning when he had to lend them 10 francs. And not a member of her family at the wedding. What kind of bride is that? She says she has a sister in Paris who works for a pork butcher. Why didn't she invite her? She stopped to point at Gervaise, who was limping awkwardly because of the slope of the pavement. Just look at her. Clump, clump. Clump, clump ran through the wedding procession. Lorilleux laughed under his breath and said they ought to call her that. But Madame Fauconnier stood up for Gervaise. They shouldn't make fun of her. She was as neat as a pin and did a good job when there was washing to be done. When the wedding procession came out of the Faubourg Saint-Denis, they had to cross the boulevard. The street had been transformed into a morass of sticky mud by the storm. It had started to pour again, and they had opened the assorted umbrellas. The women picked their way carefully through the mud, holding their skirts high as the men held the sorry-looking umbrellas over their heads. The procession stretched out the width of the street. "It's a masquerade!" yelled 2 street urchins. People turned to stare. These couples parading across the boulevard added a splash of vivid color against the damp background. It was a parade of a strange medley of styles, showing fancy used clothing such as constitute the luxury of the poor. The gentlemen's hats caused the most merriment. Old hats preserved for years in dark and dusty cupboards, in a variety of comical forms. Tall ones, flattened ones, sharply peaked ones. Hats with extraordinary brims, curled back or flat, too narrow or too wide. Then, at the very end, Madame Gaudron came along with her bright dress over her bulging belly and caused the smiles of the audience to grow even wider. The procession made no effort to hasten its progress. They were, in fact, rather pleased to attract so much attention and admiration. "Look, here comes the bride!" one of the urchins shouted, pointing to Madame Gaudron. "Oh, isn't it too bad? She must have swallowed something." The entire wedding procession burst into laughter. Bibi the smoker turned around and laughed. Madame Gaudron laughed the most of all. She wasn't ashamed, as she thought more than one of the women watching had looked at her with envy. They turned into the Rue de Cléry. Then they took the Rue du Mail. On reaching the Place des Victoires, there was a halt. The bride's left shoelace had come undone, and as she tied it up again at the foot of the statue of Louis XIV, the couples pressed behind her, waiting, and joking about the bit of calf of her leg that she displayed. At length, after passing down the Rue Croix des Petits Champs, they reached the Louvre. Monsieur Madinier politely asked to be their cicerone. It was a big place, and they might lose themselves. Besides, he knew the best parts, because he had often come there with an artist, a very intelligent fellow from whom a large dealer bought designs to put on his cardboard boxes. Down below, when the wedding party entered the Assyrian Museum, a slight shiver passed through it. The deuce! It was not at all warm there. The hall would have made a capital cellar. And the couple slowly advanced, their chins raised, their eyes blinking, between the gigantic stone figures, the black marble gods, dumb in their hieratic rigidity, and the monstrous beasts, half cats and half women, with death-like faces, attenuated noses, and swollen lips. They thought all these things very ugly. The stone carvings of the present day were a great deal better. An inscription in Phoenician characters amazed them. No one could possibly ever have read that scrawl. But Monsieur Madinier, already up on the first landing with Madame Lorilleux, called to them, shouting beneath the vaulted ceiling, "Come along, they're nothing, all those things. The things to see are on the first floor." End of second part of chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 11 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Third part of Chapter 3. The severe barrenness of the staircase made them very grave. An attendant superbly attired in a red waistcoat and a coat trimmed with gold lace, who seemed to be awaiting them on the landing, increased their emotion. It was with great respect and treading as softly as possible that they entered the French gallery. Then, without stopping, their eyes occupied with the gilding of the frames, they followed the string of little rooms, glancing at the passing pictures, too numerous to be seen properly. It would have required an hour before each if they had wanted to understand it. What a number of pictures! There was no end to them. They must be worth a mint of money. Right at the end, Monsieur Madinier suddenly ordered a halt opposite the raft of the Medusa, and he explained the subject to them. All deeply impressed and motionless, they uttered not a word. When they started off again, Boche expressed the general feeling, saying it was marvelous. In the Apollo Gallery, the inlaid flooring especially astonished the party, a shining floor as clear as a mirror, and which reflected the legs of the seats. Mademoiselle Remanjou kept her eyes closed because she could not help thinking that she was walking on water. They called to Madame Gaudron to be careful how she trod on account of her condition. Monsieur Madinier wanted to show them the gilding and paintings of the ceiling, but it nearly broke their necks to look up above, and they could distinguish nothing. Then, before entering the square salon, he pointed to a window, saying, "That's the balcony from which Charles IX fired on the people." He looked back to make sure the party was following. In the middle of the salon carré, he held up his hand. "There are only masterpieces here," he said in a subdued voice, as though in church. They went all around the room. Gervaise wanted to know about the wedding at Cana. Coupeau paused to stare at the Mona Lisa, saying that she reminded him of one of his aunts. Boche and Bibi the smoker snickered at the nudes, pointing them out to each other and winking. The Gaudron looked at the Virgin of Murillo, he with his mouth open, she with her hands folded on her belly. When they had been all around the salon, Monsieur Madinier wished them to go round it again. It was so worthwhile. He was very attentive to Madame Lorilleux because of her silk dress, and each time that she questioned him, he answered her gravely with great assurance. She was curious about Titian's mistress, because the yellow hair resembled her own. He told her it was La Belle Ferronnière, a mistress of Henry IV, about whom there had been a play at the Ambigu. Then the wedding party invaded the long gallery, occupied by the Italian and Flemish schools. More paintings, always paintings, saints, men and women, with faces which some of them could understand, landscapes that were all black, animals turned yellow, a medley of people and things, the great mixture of the colors, which is beginning to give them all violent headaches. Monsieur Madinier no longer talked as he slowly headed the procession, which followed him in good order, with stretched necks and upcast eyes. Centuries of art passed before their bewildered ignorance, the fine sharpness of the early masters, the splendors of the Venetians, the vigorous life, beautiful with light, of the Dutch painters. But what interested them most were the artists who were copying, with their easels planted amongst the people, painting away unrestrainedly. An old lady mounted on a pair of high steps, working a big brush over the delicate sky of an immense painting, struck them as something most peculiar. Slowly the word must have gone around that a wedding party was visiting the Louvre. Several painters came over with big smiles. Some visitors were so curious that they went to sit on benches ahead of the group in order to be comfortable while they watched them pass in review. Museum guards bit back comments. The wedding party was now quite weary and beginning to drag their feet. Monsieur Madinier was reserving himself to give more effect to a surprise that he had in store. He went straight to the Kermesse of Rubens, but he said nothing. He contented himself with directing the others' attention to the picture by a sprightly glance. The ladies uttered faint cries the moment they brought their noses close to the painting. Then, blushing deeply, they turned away their heads. The men, though, kept them there, cracking jokes and seeking for the coarser details. "Just look," exclaimed Boche. "It's worth the money. There's one spewing, and another he's watering the dandelions. And that one, oh, that one. Oh, well, they're a nice clean lot, they are." "Let us be off," said Monsieur Madinier, delighted with his success. "There is nothing more to see here." They retraced their steps, passing again through the Salon Carré and the Apollo Gallery. Madame Lerat and Mademoiselle Remanjou complained, declaring that their legs could scarcely bear them. But the cardboard box manufacturer wanted to show Lorilleux the old jewellery. It was close by in a little room which he could find with his eyes shut. However, he made a mistake and led the wedding party astray through 7 or 8 cold, deserted rooms, only ornamented with severe looking-glass cases, containing numberless broken pots and hideous little figures. While looking for an exit, they stumbled into the collection of drawings. It was immense. Through room after room they saw nothing interesting, just scribblings on paper that filled all the cases and covered the walls. They thought there was no end to these drawings. Monsieur Madinier, losing his head, not willing to admit that he did not know his way, ascended a flight of stairs, making the wedding party mount to the next floor. This time they traversed the Naval Museum, among models of instruments and cannons, plans in relief, and vessels as tiny as playthings. After going a long way and walking for a quarter of an hour, the party came upon another staircase, and having descended this, found itself once more surrounded by the drawings. Then despair took possession of them as they wandered at random through long halls following Monsieur Madinier, who was furious and mopping the sweat from his forehead. He accused the government of having moved the doors around. Museum guards and visitors looked on with astonishment as the procession, still in a column of couples, passed by. They passed again through the Salon Carré, the French Gallery, and then along the cases where minor Eastern divinities slumbered peacefully. It seemed they would never find their way out. They were getting tired and made a lot of noise. Closing time," called out the attendants in a loud tone of voice. And the wedding party was nearly locked in. An attendant was obliged to place himself at the head of it and conduct it to a door. Then, in the courtyard of the Louvre, when it had recovered its umbrellas from the cloakroom, it breathed again. Monsieur Madinier regained his assurance. He had made a mistake in not turning to the left. Now he recollected that the jewelry was to the left. The whole party pretended to be very pleased at having seen all they had. 4 o'clock was striking. There were still 2 hours to be employed before the dinner time, so it was decided that they should take a stroll, just to occupy the interval. The ladies, who were very tired, would have preferred to sit down, but as no one offered any refreshments, they started off, following the line of quays. There they encountered another shower, and so sharp a one that in spite of the umbrellas, the ladies' dresses began to get wet. Madame Lorilleux, her heart sinking within her each time a drop fell upon her black silk, proposed that they should shelter themselves under the Pont Royal. Besides, if the others did not accompany her, she threatened to go all by herself. And the procession marched under one of the arches of the bridge. They were very comfortable there. It was most decidedly a capital idea. The ladies, spreading their handkerchiefs over the paving stones, sat down with their knees wide apart and pulled out the blades of grass that grew between the stones with both hands, whilst they watched the dark flowing water as though they were in the country. The men amused themselves calling out very loud so as to awaken the echoes of the arch. Boche and Bibi the smoker shouted insults into the air at the top of their voices, one after the other. They laughed uproariously when the echo threw the insults back at them. When their throats were hoarse from shouting, they made a game of skipping flat stones on the surface of the Seine. The shower had ceased, but the whole party felt so comfortable that no one thought of moving away. The Seine was flowing by, an oily sheet carrying bottle corks, vegetable peelings, and other refuse that sometimes collected in temporary whirlpools moving along with the turbulent water. Endless traffic rumbled on the bridge overhead, the noisy bustle of Paris, of which they could glimpse only the rooftops to the left and right, as though they were in the bottom of a deep pit. Mademoiselle Remanjou sighed. If the leaves had been out, this would have reminded her of a bend of the Marne where she used to go with a young man. It still made her cry to think of him. At last, Monsieur Madinier gave the signal for departure. They passed through the Tuileries gardens in the midst of a little community of children whose hoops and balls upset the good order of the couples. Then, as the wedding party, on arriving at the Place Vendôme, looked up at the column, Monsieur Madinier gallantly offered to treat the ladies to a view from the top. His suggestion was considered extremely amusing. Yes, they would go up. It would give them something to laugh about for a long time. Besides, it would be full of interest for those persons who had never been higher than a cow pasture. Do you think Clump Clump will venture inside there with her leg all out of place? Murmured Madame Lorilleux. I'll go up with pleasure, said Madame Lerat, but I won't have any men walking behind me. And the whole party ascended. In the narrow space afforded by the spiral staircase, the 12 persons crawled up one after the other, stumbling against the worn steps and clinging to the walls. Then, when the obscurity became complete, they almost split their sides with laughing. The ladies screamed when the gentlemen pinched their legs. But they weren't stupid enough to say anything. The proper plan is to think that it is the mice nibbling at them. It wasn't very serious. The men knew when to stop. Boche thought of a joke and everyone took it up. They called down to Madame Gaudron to ask her if she could squeeze her belly through. Just think, if she should get stuck there, she would completely block the passage, and how would they ever get out? They laughed so at the jokes about her belly that the column itself vibrated. Boche was now quite carried away and declared that they were growing old climbing up this chimney pipe. Was it ever coming to an end, or did it go right up to heaven? He tried to frighten the ladies by telling them the structure was shaking. Coupeau, meanwhile, said nothing. He was behind Gervaise with his arm around her waist, and felt that she was everything perfect to him. When they suddenly emerged again into the daylight, he was just in the act of kissing her on the cheek. Well, you're a nice couple. You don't stand on ceremony, said Madame Lorilleux with a scandalized air. Bibi the smoker pretended to be furious. He muttered between his teeth, "You made such a noise together, I wasn't even able to count the steps." But Monsieur Madinier was already up on the platform, pointing out the different monuments. Neither Madame Fauconnier nor Mademoiselle Remanjou would on any consideration leave the staircase. The thought of the pavement below made their blood curdle, and they contented themselves with glancing out of the little door. Madame Lerat, who was bolder, went round the narrow terrace, keeping close to the bronze dome. But, mon Dieu, it gave one a rude emotion to think that one only had to slip off. The men were a little paler than usual as they stared down at the square below. You would think you were up in mid-air, detached from everything. No, it wasn't fun. It froze your very insides. Monsieur Madinier told them to raise their eyes and look straight into the distance to avoid feeling dizzy. He went on pointing out the Invalides, the Panthéon, Notre-Dame, and the Montmartre hill. Madame Lorilleux asked if they could see the place where they were to have dinner, the Silver Windmill on the Boulevard La Chapelle. For 10 minutes they tried to see it, even arguing about it. Everyone had their own idea where it was. It wasn't worthwhile coming up here to bite each other's noses off, said Boche angrily as he turned to descend the staircase. The wedding party went down, unspeaking and sulky, awakening no other sound beyond that of shoes clanking on the stone steps. When it reached the bottom, Monsieur Madinier wished to pay, but Coupeau would not permit him, and hastened to place 24 sous into the keeper's hand, 2 sous for each person. So they returned by the boulevard and the Faubourg du Poissonnier. Coupeau, however, considered that their outing could not end like that. He bundled them all into a wine shop, where they took some vermouth. End of third part of chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 12 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Fourth part of chapter 3. The repast was ordered for 6 o'clock. At the Silver Windmill they'd been waiting for the wedding party for a good 20 minutes. Madame Boche, who had got a lady living in the same house to attend to her duties for the evening, was conversing with Mother Coupeau in the first-floor room, in front of the table, which was all laid out. And the 2 youngsters, Claude and Etienne, whom she had brought with her, were playing about beneath the table and amongst the chairs. When Gervaise, on entering, caught sight of the little ones, whom she had not seen all the day, she took them on her knees and caressed and kissed them. "Have they been good?" asked she of Madame Boche. "I hope they haven't worried you too much." And as the latter related the things the little rascals had done during the afternoon, and which would make one die with laughing, the mother again took them up and pressed them to her breast, seized with an overpowering outburst of maternal affection. "It's not very pleasant for Coupeau, all the same," Madame Lorilleux was saying to the other ladies at the end of the room. Gervaise had kept her smiling peacefulness from the morning, but after the long walk she appeared almost sad at times as she watched her husband and the Lorilleuxs in a thoughtful way. She had the feeling that Coupeau was a little afraid of his sisters. The evening before, he'd been talking big, swearing he would put them in their places if they didn't behave. However, she could see that in their presence he was hanging on their words, worrying when he thought they might be displeased. This gave the young bride some cause for worry about the future. They were now only waiting for My Boots, who had not yet put in an appearance. "Oh, blow him!" cried Coupeau. "Let's begin. You'll see, he'll turn up. He's got a hollow nose. He can scent the grub from afar. I say, he must be amusing himself if he's still standing like a post on the Route de Saint-Denis." Then the wedding party, feeling very lively, sat down making a great noise with the chairs. Gervaise was between Lorilleux and Monsieur Madinier, and Coupeau between Madame Fauconnier and Madame Lorilleux. The other guests seated themselves where they liked, because it always ended with jealousies and quarrels when one settled their places for them. Boche glided to a seat beside Madame Lerat. Bibi the smoker had for neighbors Mademoiselle Remonjour and Madame Gaudron. As for Madame Boche and Mother Coupeau, they were right at the end of the table, looking after the children, cutting up their meat and giving them something to drink, but not much wine. "Does nobody say grace?" asked Boche, whilst the ladies arranged their skirts under the tablecloth so as not to get them stained. But Madame Lorilleux paid no attention to such pleasantries. The vermicelli soup, which was nearly cold, was gulped down very quickly, their lips making a hissing noise against the spoons. 2 waiters served at table, dressed in little greasy jackets and not over-clean white aprons. By the 4 open windows overlooking the acacias of the courtyard, there entered the clear light of the close of a stormy day, with the atmosphere purified thereby, though without sufficiently cooling it. The light, reflected from the humid corner of trees, tinged the haze-filled room with green, and made leaf shadows dance along the tablecloth, from which came a vague aroma of dampness and mildew. Two large mirrors, one at each end of the room, seemed to stretch out the table. The heavy crockery with which it was set was beginning to turn yellow, and the cutlery was scratched and grimed with grease. Each time a waiter came through the swinging doors from the kitchen, a whiff of odorous burnt lard came with him. "Don't talk all at once," said Boche, as everyone remained silent with his nose in his plate. They were drinking the first glass of wine as their eyes followed two meat pies which the waiters were handing round, when My Boots entered the room. "Well, you're a scurvy lot, you people," said he. "I've been wearing my pins out for 3 hours waiting on that road, and a gendarme even came and asked me for my papers. It isn't right to play such dirty tricks on a friend. You might at least have sent me word by a commissionaire. Ah, no, you know, joking apart, it's too bad. And with all that, it rained so hard that I got my pockets full of water. Honour bright, you might still catch enough fish in them for a meal." The others wriggled with laughter. That animal, My Boots, was just a bit on. He had certainly already stowed away his 2 quarts of wine, merely to prevent his being bothered by all that frog's liquor with which the storm had deluged his limbs. "Hallo, Count Leg of Mutton," said Coupeau. "Just go and sit yourself there beside Madame Gaudron. You see, you were expected." Oh, he did not mind. He would soon catch the others up. And he asked for 3 helpings of soup, platefuls of vermicelli, in which he soaked enormous slices of bread. Then, when they had attacked the meat pies, he became the profound admiration of everyone at the table. How he stowed it away! The bewildered waiters helped each other to pass him bread, thin slices which he swallowed at a mouthful. He ended by losing his temper. He insisted on having a loaf placed on the table beside him. The landlord, very anxious, came for a moment and looked in at the door. The party, which was expecting him again, wriggled with laughter. It seemed to upset the caterer. What a rum card he was, that My Boots. One day he had eaten a dozen hard-boiled eggs and drank a dozen glasses of wine while the clock was striking 12. There are not many who can do that. And Mademoiselle Remanjou, deeply moved, watched My Boots chew while Monsieur Madinier, seeking for a word to express his almost respectful astonishment, declared that such a capacity was extraordinary. There was a brief silence. A waiter had just placed on the table a ragout of rabbits in a vast dish as deep as a salad bowl. Coupeau, who liked fun, started another joke. "I say, waiter, that rabbit's from the housetops. It still mews." And in fact, a faint mew, perfectly imitated, seemed to issue from the dish. It was Coupeau who did that with his throat, without opening his lips, a talent which at all parties met with decided success. So much so that he never ordered a dinner abroad without having a rabbit ragout. After that he purred. The ladies pressed their napkins to their mouths to try and stop their laughter. Madame Fauconnier asked for a head. She only liked that part. Mademoiselle Remanjou had a weakness for the slices of bacon. And as Boche said he preferred the little onions when they were nicely broiled, Madame Lerat screwed up her lips and murmured, "I can understand that." She was a dried-up stick, living the cloistered life of a hard-working woman imprisoned within her daily routine, who had never had a man stick his nose into her room since the death of her husband. Yet she had an obsession with double meanings and indecent allusions that were sometimes so far off the mark that only she understood them. As Boche leaned towards her and in a whisper asked for an explanation, she resumed, "Little onions, why, of course. That's quite enough, I think." The general conversation was becoming grave. Each one was talking of his trade. Monsieur Madinier raved about the cardboard business. There were some real artists. For an example, he mentioned Christmas gift boxes, of which he'd seen samples that were marvels of splendor. Lorilleux sneered at this. He was extremely vain because of working with gold, feeling that it gave a sort of sheen to his fingers and his whole personality. In olden times, jewelers wore swords like gentlemen. He often cited the case of Bernard Palissy, even though he really knew nothing about him. Coupeau told of a masterpiece of a weather vane made by one of his fellow workers, which included a Greek column, a sheaf of wheat, a basket of fruit, and a flag, all beautifully worked out of nothing but strips of zinc shaped and soldered together. Madame Lerat showed Bibi the smoker how to make a rose by rolling the handle of her knife between her bony fingers. All the while their voices had been rising louder and louder, competing for attention. Shrill comments by Madame Fauconnier were heard. She complained about the girls who worked for her, especially a little apprentice who was nothing but a tart and had badly scorched some sheets the evening before. "You may talk," Lorilleux cried, banging his fist down on the table, "but gold is gold." And in the midst of the silence caused by the statement of this fact, the only sound heard was Mademoiselle Remanjou's shrill voice continuing, "Then I turn up the skirt and stitch it inside. I stick a pin in the head to keep the cap on, and that's all. And they are sold for 13 sous apiece." She was explaining how she dressed her dolls to My Boots, whose jaws were working slowly like grindstones. He did not listen, though he kept nodding his head, but looked after the waiters to prevent them removing any of the dishes he had not cleaned out. They had now finished a veal stew with green beans. The roast was brought in, 2 scrawny chickens resting on a bed of watercress, which was limp from the warming oven. Outside, only the higher branches of the acacias were touched by the setting sun. Inside, the greenish reflected light was thickened by wisps of steam rising from the table, now messy with spilled wine and gravy and the debris of the dinner. Along the wall were dirty dishes and empty bottles which the waiters had piled there like a heap of refuse. It was so hot that the men took off their jackets and continued eating in their shirt sleeves. "Madame Boche, please don't spread their butter so thick," said Gervaise, who spoke but little, and who was watching Claude and Etienne from a distance. She got up from her seat and went and talked for a minute while standing behind the little ones' chairs. Children did not reason, they would eat all day long without refusing a single thing. And then she herself helped them to some chicken, a little of the breast. But Mother Coupeau said they might, just for once in a while, risk an attack of indigestion. Madame Boche, in a low voice, accused Boche of caressing Madame Lerat's knees. Oh, he was a sly one, but he was getting a little too gay. She had certainly seen his hand disappear. If he did it again, drat him. She wouldn't hesitate throwing a pitcher of water over his head. In the partial silence, Monsieur Madinier was talking politics. "Their law of May 31st is an abominable one. Now you must reside in a place for 2 years. 3 millions of citizens are struck off the voting list. I've been told that Bonaparte is in reality very much annoyed, for he loves the people. He has given them proofs. He was a Republican, but he admired the prince on account of his uncle, a man the like of whom would never be seen again." Bibi the smoker flew into a passion. He had worked at the Élysée. He had seen Bonaparte just as he saw My Boots in front of him over there. Well, that muff of a president was just like a jackass, that was all. It was said that he was going to travel about in the direction of Lyons. It would be a precious good riddance of bad rubbish if he fell into some hole and broke his neck. But as the discussion was becoming too heated, Coupeau had to interfere. "Ah, well, how simple you all are to quarrel about politics. Politics are all humbug. Do such things exist for us? Let there be anyone as king, it won't prevent me earning my 5 francs a day, and eating and sleeping. Isn't that so? No, it's too stupid to argue about." Lorilleux shook his head. He was born on the same day as the Count of Chambord, the 29th of September, 1820. He was greatly struck with this coincidence, indulging himself in a vague dream in which he established a connection between the king's return to France and his own private fortunes. He never said exactly what he was expecting, but he led people to suppose that when that time arrived, something extraordinarily agreeable would happen to him. So, whenever he had a wish too great to be gratified, he would put it off to another time, when the king came back. "Besides," observed he, "I saw the Count de Chambord one evening." Every face was turned towards him. "It's quite true, a stout man in an overcoat, with a good-natured air. I was at Péquignot as one of my friends who deals in furniture at the Grand Rue de la Chapelle. The Count of Chambord had forgotten his umbrella there the day before. So he came in and just simply said like this, 'Will you please return my umbrella?' Well, yes, it was him. Péquignot gave me his word of honor it was." Not one of the guests suggested the smallest doubt. They had now arrived at dessert, and the waiters were clearing the table with much clattering of dishes. Madame Lorilleux, who up to then had been very genteel, very much the lady, suddenly let fly with a curse. One of the waiters had spilled something wet down her neck while removing a dish. This time her silk dress would be stained for sure. Monsieur Madinier had to examine her back, but he swore there was nothing to be seen. 2 platters of cheese, 2 dishes of fruit, and a floating island pudding of frosted eggs in a deep salad bowl had now been placed along the middle of the table. The pudding caused a moment of respectful attention, even though the overdone egg whites had flattened on the yellow custard. It was unexpected, and seemed very fancy. End of 4th part of Chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 13 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. 5th part of Chapter 3. My Boots was still eating. He had asked for another loaf. He finished what there was of the cheese, and as there was some cream left, he had the salad bowl passed to him, in which he sliced some large pieces of bread as though for a soup. "The gentleman is really remarkable," said Monsieur Madinier, again giving way to his admiration. Then the men rose to get their pipes. They stood for a moment behind My Boots, patting him on the back and asking him if he was feeling better. Bibi the smoker lifted him up in his chair, but tonnerre de Dieu, the animal had doubled in weight. Coupeau joked that My Boots was only getting started, that now he was going to settle down and really eat for the rest of the night. The waiters were startled and quickly vanished from sight. Boche, who had gone downstairs for a moment, came up to report the proprietor's reaction. He was standing behind his bar, pale as death. His wife, dreadfully upset, was wondering if any bakeries were still open. Even the cat seemed deep in despair. This was as funny as could be, really worth the price of the dinner. It was impossible to have a proper dinner party without My Boots, the bottomless pit. The other men eyed him with a brooding jealousy as they puffed on their pipes. Indeed, to be able to eat so much, you had to be very solidly built. "I wouldn't care to be obliged to support you," said Madame Gaudron. "Ah, no, you may take my word for that." "I say, little mother, no jokes," replied My Boots, casting a side glance at his neighbour's rotund figure. "You've swallowed more than I have." The others applauded, shouting, "Bravo!" It was well answered. It was now pitch dark outside. 3 gas jets were flaring in the room, diffusing dim rays in the midst of the tobacco smoke. The waiters, after serving the coffee and the brandy, had removed the last piles of dirty plates. Down below, beneath the 3 acacias, Dancing had commenced, a cornet à piston and two fiddles playing very loud and mingling in the warm night air with the rather hoarse laughter of women. "We must have a punch," cried My Boots. "2 quarts of brandy, lots of lemon and a little sugar." But Coupeau, seeing the anxious look on Gervaise's face in front of him, got up from the table, declaring that there should be no more drink. They had emptied 25 quarts, 1.5 quarts to each person, counting the children as grown-up people. That was already too much. They had had a feed together in good fellowship and without ceremony, because they esteemed each other and wished to celebrate the event of the day among themselves. Everything had been very nice. They'd had lots of fun. It wouldn't do to get cock-eyed drunk now, out of respect to the ladies. That was all he had to say. They had come together to toast a marriage, and they had done so. Coupeau delivered the little speech with convincing sincerity, and punctuated each phrase by placing his hand on his heart. He won wholehearted approval from Lorilleux and Monsieur Madinier, but the other 4 men, especially My Boots, were already well lit and sneered. They declared in hoarse, drunken voices that they were thirsty and wanted drinks. "Those who are thirsty, and those who aren't thirsty," remarked My Boots. "Therefore we'll order the punch. No one need take offence, the aristocrats can drink sugar and water." And as the zinc worker commenced another sermon, the other, who had risen on his legs, gave himself a slap, exclaiming, "Come, let's have no more of that, my boy. Waiter, 2 quarts of your aged stuff." So Coupeau said, very well, only they would settle for the dinner at once. It would prevent any disputes. The well-behaved people did not want to pay for the drunkards. And it just happened that My Boots, after searching in his pockets for a long time, could produce only 3 francs and 7 sous. Well, why had they made him wait all that time on the Route de Saint-Denis? He could not let himself be drowned, and so he'd broken into his 5-franc piece. It was the fault of the others, that was all. He ended by giving the 3 francs, keeping the 7 sous for the morrow's tobacco. Coupeau, who was furious, would have knocked him over, had not Gervaise, greatly frightened, pulled him by his coat and begged him to keep cool. He decided to borrow the 2 francs off Lorilleux, who, after refusing them, lent them on the sly, for his wife would never have consented to his doing so. Monsieur Madinier went round with a plate. The spinster and the ladies who were alone, Madame Lerat, Madame Fauconnier, Mademoiselle Remanjou, discreetly placed their 5-franc pieces in it first. Then the gentlemen went to the other end of the room and made up the accounts. They were 15. It amounted therefore to 75 francs. When the 75 francs were in the plate, each man added 5 sous for the waiters. It took a quarter of an hour of laborious calculations before everything was settled to the general satisfaction. But when Monsieur Madinier, who wished to deal direct with the landlord, had got him to step up, the whole party became lost in astonishment on hearing him say with a smile that there was still something due to him. There were some extras. And as the word extras was greeted with angry exclamations, he entered into details. 25 quarts of wine instead of 20, the number agreed upon beforehand, the frosted eggs which he had added as the dessert was rather scanty, finally a quarter of a bottle of rum served with the coffee, in case anyone preferred rum. Then a formidable quarrel ensued. Coupeau, who was appealed to, protested against everything. He had never mentioned 20 quarts. As for the frosted eggs, they were included in the dessert, so much the worse for the landlord if he chose to add them without being asked to do so. There remained the rum, a mere nothing, just a mode of increasing the bill by putting on the table spirits that no one thought anything about. It was on the tray with the coffee, he cried, therefore it goes with the coffee. Go to the deuce, take your money, and never again will we set foot in your den. It's 6 francs more, repeated the landlord. Pay me my 6 francs. And with all that, I haven't counted the 4 loaves that gentleman ate. The whole party, pressing forward, surrounded him with furious gestures and a yelping of voices choking with rage. The women especially threw aside all reserve and refused to add another centime. This was some wedding dinner. Mademoiselle Remanjou vowed she would never again attend such a party. Madame Fauconnier declared that she'd had a very disappointing meal. At home she could have had a finger-licking dish for only 2 francs. Madame Gaudron bitterly complained that she had been shoved down to the worst end of the table next to My Boots, who had ignored her. These parties never turned out well. One should be more careful whom one invites. Gervaise had taken refuge with Mother Coupeau near one of the windows, feeling shamed as she realized that all these recriminations would fall back upon her. Monsieur Madinier ended by going down with the landlord. One could hear them arguing below. Then, when half an hour had gone by, the cardboard box manufacturer returned. He had settled the matter by giving 3 francs, but the party continued annoyed and exasperated, constantly returning to the question of the extras. And the uproar increased from an act of vigor on Madame Boche's part. She had kept an eye on Boche, and at length detected him squeezing Madame Lerat round the waist in a corner. Then, with all her strength, she flung a water pitcher, which smashed against the wall. "One can easily see that your husband's a tailor, madame," said the tall widow, with a curl of the lip, full of a double meaning. "He's a petticoat specialist, even though I gave him some pretty hard kicks under the table." The harmony of the evening was altogether upset. Everyone became more and more ill-tempered. Monsieur Madinier suggested some singing, but Bibi the smoker, who had a fine voice, had disappeared some time before, and Mademoiselle Remanjou, who was leaning out of the window, caught sight of him under the acacias, swinging round a big girl who was bareheaded. The cornet à piston and 2 fiddles were playing Le Marchand de Moutarde. The party now began to break up. My Boots and the Gaudron went down to the dance, with Boche sneaking along after them. The twirling couples could be seen from the windows. The night was still as though exhausted from the heat of the day. A serious conversation started between Lorilleux and Monsieur Madinier. The ladies examined their dresses carefully to see if they'd been stained. Madame Lerat's fringe looked as though it had been dipped in the coffee. Madame Fauconnier's chintz dress was spotted with gravy. Mother Coupeau's green shawl, fallen from off a chair, was discovered in a corner, rolled up and trodden upon. But it was Madame Lorilleux especially who became more ill-tempered still. She had a stain on the back of her dress. It was useless for the others to declare that she had not. She felt it. And by twisting herself about in front of a looking-glass, she ended by catching a glimpse of it. "What did I say?" cried she. "It's gravy from the fowl. The waiter shall pay for the dress. I will bring an action against him. Ah, this is a fit ending to such a day. I should have done better to have stayed in bed. To begin with, I'm off. I've had enough of their wretched wedding." And she left the room in a rage, causing the staircase to shake beneath her heavy footsteps. Lorilleux ran after her. But all she would consent to was that she would wait 5 minutes on the pavement outside if he wanted them to go off together. She ought to have left directly after the storm, as she wished to do. She would make Coupeau sorry for that day. Coupeau was dismayed when he heard how angry she was. Gervaise agreed to leave at once to avoid embarrassing him any more. There was a flurry of quick good-night kisses. Monsieur Madinier was to escort Mother Coupeau home. Madame Boche would take Claude and Etienne with her for the bridal night. The children were sound asleep on chairs, stuffed full from the dinner. Just as the bridal couple and Lorilleux were about to go out the door, a quarrel broke out near the dance floor between their group and another group. Boche and My Boots were kissing a lady and wouldn't give her up to her escorts, 2 soldiers. It was scarcely 11 o'clock. On the Boulevard de la Chapelle, and in the entire neighborhood of the Goutte d'Or, the fortnight's pay, which fell due on that Saturday, produced an enormous drunken uproar. Madame Lorilleux was waiting beneath a gas lamp about 20 paces from the silver windmill. She took her husband's arm and walked on in front without looking round, at such a rate that Gervaise and Coupeau got quite out of breath in trying to keep up with them. Now and again they stepped off the pavement to leave room for some drunkard who had fallen there. Lorilleux looked back, endeavoring to make things pleasant. "We will see you as far as your door," said he. But Madame Lorilleux, raising her voice, thought it a funny thing to spend one's wedding night in such a filthy hole as the Hôtel Boncoeur. Ought they not to have put their marriage off, and have saved a few sous to buy some furniture, so to have had a home of their own on the first night? Ah, they would be comfortable right up under the roof, packed into a little closet at 10 francs a month, where there was not even the slightest air. "I've given notice we're not going to use the room at the top of the house," timidly interposed Coupeau. "We're keeping Gervaise's room, which is larger." Madame Lorilleux forgot herself. She turned abruptly round. "That's worse than all," cried she. "You're going to sleep in Clump's room." Gervaise became quite pale. This nickname, which she received full in the face for the first time, fell on her like a blow. And she fully understood it too, her sister-in-law's exclamation. The Clump's room was the room in which she had lived for a month with Lantier, where the shreds of her past life still hung about. Coupeau did not understand this, but merely felt hurt at the harsh nickname. "You do wrong to christen others," he replied angrily. "You don't know perhaps that in the neighborhood they call you Cow's Tail because of your hair. There, that doesn't please you, does it? Why should we not keep the room on the first floor? Tonight the children won't sleep there, and we shall be very comfortable." Madame Lorilleux added nothing further, but retired into her dignity, horribly annoyed at being called Cow's Tail. To cheer up Gervaise, Coupeau squeezed her arm softly. He even succeeded in making her smile by whispering into her ear that they were setting up housekeeping with the grand sum of 7 sous. 3 big 2-sou pieces and 1 little sou, which he jingled in his pocket. When they reached the Hôtel Boncoeur, the two couples wished each other good night with an angry air. And as Coupeau pushed the 2 women into each other's arms, calling them a couple of ninnies, a drunken fellow, who seemed to want to go to the right, suddenly slipped to the left and came tumbling between them. "Why, it's old Bazouge," said Lorilleux. "He's had his fill today." Gervaise, frightened, squeezed up against the door of the hotel. Old Bazouge, an undertaker's helper of some 50 years of age, had his black trousers all stained with mud, his black cape hooked onto his shoulder, and his black feather hat knocked in by some tumble he had taken. "Don't be afraid, he's harmless," continued Lorilleux. "He's a neighbor of ours, the 3rd room in the passage before us. He would find himself in a nice mess if his people were to see him like this." Old Bazouge, however, felt offended at the young woman's evident terror. "Well, what?" hiccuped he. "We ain't going to eat anyone. I'm as good as another any day, my little woman. No doubt I've had a drop. When work's plentiful, one must grease the wheels. It's not you nor your friends who would have carried down the stiff 'un of 47 stone whom I and a pal brought from the 4th floor to the pavement, and without smashing him too. I like jolly people." But Gervaise retreated further into the doorway, seized with a longing to cry, which spoilt her day of sober-minded joy. She no longer thought of kissing her sister-in-law. She implored Coupeau to get rid of the drunkard. Then Bazouge, as he stumbled about, made a gesture of philosophical disdain. "That won't prevent you passing through our hands, my little woman. You'll perhaps be glad to do so one of these days. Yes, I know some women who'd be much obliged if we did carry 'em off." And as Lorilleux led him away, he turned around and stuttered out a last sentence between 2 hiccups. "When you're dead, listen to this, when you're dead, it's for a long, long time." End of chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Section 14 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Chapter 4. Then followed 4 years of hard work. In the neighborhood, Gervaise and Coupeau had the reputation of being a happy couple, living in retirement without quarrels and taking a short walk regularly every Sunday in the direction of Saint-Ouen. The wife worked 12 hours a day at Madame Fauconnier's and still found means to keep their lodging as clean and bright as a new-coined sou, and to prepare the meals for all her little family morning and evening. The husband never got drunk, brought his wages home every fortnight, and smoked a pipe at his window in the evening to get a breath of fresh air before going to bed. They were frequently alluded to on account of their nice, pleasant ways, and as between them they earned close upon 9 francs a day, it was reckoned they were able to put by a good deal of money. However, during their first months together they had to struggle hard to get by. Their wedding had left them owing 200 francs. Also, they detested the Hotel Boncourt, as they didn't like the other occupants. Their dream was to have a home of their own, with their own furniture. They were always figuring out how much they would need, and decided 350 francs at least, in order to be able to buy little items that came up later. They were in despair at ever being able to collect such a large sum, when a lucky chance came their way. An old gentleman at Plassans offered to take the older boy, Claude, and send him to an academy down there. The old man, who loved art, had previously been much impressed by Claude's sketches. Claude had already begun to cost them quite a bit, and now with only Etienne to support, they were able to accumulate the money in little over 7 months. One day they were finally able to buy their own furniture from a second-hand dealer on Rue Belhomme. Their hearts filled with happiness, they celebrated by walking home along the exterior boulevards. They had purchased a bed, a night table, a chest of drawers with a marble top, a wardrobe, a round table covered with oilcloth, and 6 chairs. All were of dark mahogany. They also brought blankets, linen, and kitchen utensils that were scarcely used. It meant settling down and giving themselves a status in life as property owners, as persons to be respected. For 2 months past they had been busy seeking some new apartments. At first they wanted above everything to hire these in the big house of the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, but there was not a single room to let there, so they had to relinquish their old dream. To tell the truth, Gervaise was rather glad in her heart. The neighborhood of the Lorilleux, almost door to door, frightened her immensely. Then they looked about elsewhere. Coupeau, very properly, did not wish to be far from Madame Fauconnier's, so that Gervaise could easily run home at any hour of the day. And at length they met with exactly what suited them, a large room with a small closet and a kitchen in the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or, almost opposite the laundresses. This was a small 2-story building with a very steep staircase. There were 2 apartments on the 2nd floor, one to the left, the other to the right. The ground floor was occupied by a man who rented out carriages, which filled the sheds in the large stable yard by the street. Gervaise was delighted with this, as it made her feel she was back in a country town. With no close neighbors, there would be no gossip to worry about in this little corner. It reminded her of a small lane outside the ramparts of Plassans. She could even see her own window while ironing at the laundry by just tilting her head to the side. They took possession of their new abode at the April quarter. Gervaise was then 8 months advanced, but she showed great courage, saying with a laugh that the baby helped her as she worked. She felt its influence growing within her and giving her strength. Ah, well, she just laughed at Coupeau whenever he wanted her to lie down and rest herself. She would take to her bed when the labor pains came. That would be quite soon enough, as with another mouth to feed, they would have to work harder than ever. She made their new place bright and shiny before helping her husband install the furniture. She loved the furniture, polishing it and becoming almost heartbroken at the slightest scratch. Any time she knocked into the furniture while cleaning, she would stop with a sudden shock, as though she had hurt herself. The chest of drawers was especially dear to her. She thought it handsome, sturdy, and most respectable looking. The dream that she hadn't dared to mention was to get a clock and put it right in the middle of the marble top. It would make a splendid effect. She probably would have bought one right away, except for the expected baby. The couple were thoroughly enchanted with their new home. Etienne's bed occupied the small closet where there was still room to put another child's crib. The kitchen was a very tiny affair and as dark as night, but by leaving the door wide open, one could just manage to see. Besides, Gervaise had not to cook meals for 30 people. All she wanted was room to make her soup. As for the large room, it was their pride. The first thing in the morning they drew the curtains of the alcove, white calico curtains, and the room was thus transformed into a dining room, with a table in the center and the wardrobe and chest of drawers facing each other. They stopped up the chimney, since it burned as much as 15 sous of coal a day. A small cast-iron stove on the marble hearth gave them enough warmth on cold days for only 7 sous. Coupeau had also done his best to decorate the walls. There was a large engraving showing a Marshal of France on horseback with a baton in his hand. Family photographs were arranged in 2 rows on top of the chest of drawers, on each side of an old holy water basin in which they kept matches. Busts of Pascal and Béranger were on top of the wardrobe. It was really a handsome room. "Guess how much we pay here?" Gervaise would ask of every visitor she had. And whenever they guessed too high a sum, she, triumphed and delighted at being so well suited for such a little money, cried, 150 francs, not a sou more. Isn't it almost like having it for nothing? The street Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or played an important part in their contentment. Gervaise's whole life was there, as she travelled back and forth endlessly between her home and Madame Fauconnier's laundry. Coupeau now went down every evening and stood on the doorstep to smoke his pipe. The poorly paved street rose steeply and had no sidewalks. Towards Rue de la Goutte d'Or there was some gloomy shops with dirty windows. There were shoemakers, coopers, a run-down grocery, and a bankrupt cafe, whose closed shutters were covered with posters. In the opposite direction, towards Paris, 4-story buildings blocked the sky. Their ground-floor shops were all occupied by laundries, with one exception, a green-painted storefront typical of a small-town hairdresser. Its shop windows were full of variously colored flasks. It lighted up this drab corner with the gay brightness of its copper bowls, which were always shining. The most pleasant part of the street was in between, where the buildings were fewer and lower, letting in more sunlight. The carriage sheds, the plant which manufactured soda water, and the wash-house opposite made a wide expanse of quietness. The muffled voices of the washerwomen and the rhythmic puffing of the steam engines seemed to deepen the almost religious silence. Open fields and narrow lanes vanishing between dark walls gave it the air of a country village. Coupeau, always amused by the infrequent pedestrians having to jump over the continuous streams of soapy water, said it reminded him of a country town where his uncle had taken him when he was 5 years old. Gervaise's greatest joy was a tree growing in the courtyard to the left of their window, an acacia that had stretched out a single branch, and yet with its meagre foliage lent charm to the entire street. It was on the last day of April that Gervaise was confined. The pains came on in the afternoon towards 4 o'clock, as she was ironing a pair of curtains at Madame Fauconnier's. She would not go home at once, but remained there wriggling about on a chair and continuing her ironing every time the pain allowed her to do so. The curtains were wanted quickly, and she obstinately made a point of finishing them. Besides, perhaps after all it was only a colic. It would never do to be frightened by a bit of a stomachache. But as she was talking of starting on some shirts, she became quite pale. She was obliged to leave the workshop and cross the street doubled in two, holding on to the walls. One of the workwomen offered to accompany her. She declined, but begged her to go instead for the midwife close by, in the Rue de la Charbonnière. This was only a false alarm. There was no need to make a fuss. She would be like that, no doubt, all through the night. It was not going to prevent her getting Coupeau's dinner ready as soon as she was indoors. Then she perhaps might lie down on the bed a little, but without undressing. On the staircase she was seized with such a violent pain that she was obliged to sit down on one of the stairs, and she pressed her 2 fists against her mouth to prevent herself from crying out, for she would have been ashamed to have been found there by any man had one come up. The pain passed away. she was able to open her door, feeling relieved and thinking that she had decidedly been mistaken. That evening she was going to make a stew with some neck chops. All went well while she peeled the potatoes. The chops were cooking in a saucepan when the pains returned. She mixed the gravy as she stamped about in front of the stove, almost blinded with her tears. If she was going to give birth, there was no reason why Coupeau should be kept without his dinner. At length the stew began to simmer on a fire covered with cinders. She went into the other room and thought that she would have time to lay the cloth at one end of the table. But she was obliged to put down the bottle of wine very quickly. She no longer had strength to reach the bed. She fell prostrate. She had more pains on a mat on the floor. When the midwife arrived, a quarter of an hour later, she found mother and baby lying there on the floor. The zinc worker was still employed at the hospital. Gervaise would not have him disturbed. When he came home at 7 o'clock, he found her in bed, well covered up, looking very pale on the pillow, and the child crying, swathed in a shawl at its mother's feet. "Oh, my poor wife," said Coupeau, kissing Gervaise, "and I was joking only an hour ago whilst you were crying with pain. I say, you don't make much fuss about it. The time to sneeze and it's all over." She smiled faintly, then she murmured, "It's a girl." "Right," the zinc worker replied, joking so as to enliven her. "I ordered a girl. Well, now I've got what I wanted. You do everything I wish." And taking the child up in his arms, he continued, "Let's have a look at you, miss. Oh, you've got a very black little mug. It'll get whiter, never fear. You must be good, never run about the streets, and grow up sensible like your papa and mamma." Gervaise looked at her daughter very seriously with wide-open eyes, slowly overshadowed with sadness, for she would rather have had a boy. Boys can take care of themselves and don't have to run such risks on the streets of Paris as girls do. The midwife took the infant from Coupeau. She forbade Gervaise to do any talking. It was bad enough there was so much noise around her. Then the zinc worker said that he must tell the news to Mother Coupeau and the Lorilleux, but he was dying with hunger. He must first of all have his dinner. It was a great worry to the invalid to see him have to wait on himself, run to the kitchen for the stew, eat it out of a soup plate, and not be able to find the bread. In spite of being told not to do so, she bewailed her condition and fidgeted about in her bed. It was stupid of her not to have managed to set the cloth. The pains had laid her on her back like a blow from a bludgeon. A poor old man would not think it kind of her to be nursing herself up there whilst he was dining so badly. At least, were the potatoes cooked enough? She no longer remembered whether she had put salt in them. End of the first part of Chapter 4. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 15 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Second part of Chapter 4. "Keep quiet," cried the midwife. "If only she could stop her from wearing herself out," said Coupeau with his mouth full. "If you were not here, I bet she'd get up and cut my bread. Now keep on your back, you big goose. You mustn't move about, otherwise it'll be a fortnight before you'll be able to stand on your legs. Your stew's very good, madam. Will you eat some with me, or won't you, madam?" The midwife declined, but she was willing to accept a glass of wine, because it had upset her, said she, to find the poor woman with the baby on the mat. Coupeau at length went off to tell the news to his relations. Half an hour later he returned with all of them, Mother Coupeau, the Lorilleux, and Madame Lerat, whom he had met at the latter's. "I brought you the whole gang," cried Coupeau. "It can't be helped. They wanted to see you. Now don't open your mouth. It's forbidden. They'll stop here and look at you without ceremony, you know. As for me, I'm going to make them some coffee, and of the right sort." He disappeared into the kitchen. Mother Coupeau, after kissing Gervaise, became amazed at the child's size. The other two women also kissed the invalid on her cheeks, and all three, standing before the bed, commented with diverse exclamations on the details of the confinement, a most remarkable confinement, just like having a tooth pulled, nothing more. Madame Lerat examined the baby all over, declared she was well formed, even added that she could grow up into an attractive woman. Noticing that the head had been squeezed into a point on top, she kneaded it gently, despite the infant's cries, trying to round it a bit. Madame Lorilleux grabbed the baby from her. That could be enough to give the poor little thing all sorts of vicious tendencies, meddling with it like that while her skull was still soft. Then she tried to figure out who the baby resembled. This almost led to a quarrel. Lorilleux, peering over the woman's shoulders, insisted that the little girl didn't look the least bit like Coupeau. Well, maybe a little around the nose, nothing more. She was her mother all over again, with big eyes like hers. Certainly there were no eyes like that in the Coupeau family. Coupeau, however, had failed to reappear. One could hear him in the kitchen, struggling with the grate and the coffee pot. Gervaise was worrying herself frightfully. It was not the proper thing for a man to make coffee, and she called and told him what to do, without listening to the midwife's energetic hush. "Here we are," said Coupeau, entering with the coffee pot in his hand. "Oh, didn't I just have a bother with it? It all went wrong on purpose. Now we'll drink out of glasses, won't we? Because, you know, the cups are still at the shop." They seated themselves around the table, and the zinc worker insisted on pouring out the coffee himself. It smelled very strong. It was none of that weak stuff. When the midwife had sipped hers up, she went off. Everything was going on nicely. She was not required. If the young woman did not pass a good night, they were to send for her on the morrow. She was scarcely down the staircase when Madame Lorilleux called her a glutton and a good-for-nothing. She put 4 lumps of sugar in her coffee and charged 15 francs for leaving you with a baby all by yourself. But Coupeau took her part. He would willingly fork out the 15 francs. After all, those sort of women spend their youth in studying. They were right to charge a good price. It was then Lorilleux who got into a quarrel with Madame Lerat by maintaining that in order to have a son, the head of the bed should be turned to the north. She shrugged her shoulders at such nonsense, offering another formula, which consisted in hiding under the mattress, without letting your wife know, a handful of fresh nettles picked in bright sunlight. The table had been pushed over close to the bed. Until 10 o'clock, Gervaise lay there, smiling, although she was only half awake. She was becoming more and more weary. Her head turned sideways on the pillow. She no longer had the energy to venture a remark or a gesture. It seemed to her that she was dead, a very sweet death, from the depths of which she was happy to observe the others still in the land of the living. The thin cries of her baby daughter rose above the hum of heavy voices that were discussing a recent murder on Rue du Bon-Puits, at the other end of La Chapelle. Then, as the visitors were thinking of leaving, they spoke of the christening. The Lorilleux had promised to be godfather and godmother. They looked very glum over the matter. However, if they had not been asked to stand, they would have felt rather peculiar. Coupeau did not see any need for christening the little one. It certainly would not procure her an income of 10,000 francs, and besides, she might catch a cold from it. The less one had to do with priests, the better. But Mother Coupeau called him a heathen. The Lorilleux, without going and eating consecrated bread in church, plumed themselves on their religious sentiments. "It shall be next Sunday, if you like," said the chainmaker. And Gervaise having consented by a nod, everyone kissed her and told her to take good care of herself. They also wished the baby goodbye. Each one went and leant over the little trembling body with smiles and loving words, as though she were able to understand. They called her Nana, the pet name for Anna, which was her godmother's name. "Good night, Nana. Come be a good girl, Nana." When they had at length gone off, Coupeau drew his chair close up to the bed and finished his pipe, holding Gervaise's hand in his. He smoked slowly, deeply affected, and uttering sentences between the puffs. "Well, old woman, they've made your head ache, haven't they? You see, I couldn't prevent them coming. After all, it shows their friendship. But we're alone, aren't we? I wanted to be alone like this with you. It has seemed such a long evening to me. Oh, poor little thing, she's had a lot to go through. Those shrimps, when they come out into the world, have no idea of the pain they cause. Why, it must really almost be like being split in two. Where does it hurt the most, that I may kiss it and make it well?" He had carefully slid one of his big hands under her back, and now he drew her towards him, bending over to kiss her stomach through the covers. Touched by a rough man's compassion for the suffering of a woman in childbirth, he inquired if he was hurting her. Gervaise felt very happy, and answered him that it didn't hurt any more at all. She was only worried about getting up as soon as possible, because there was no time to lie about. He assured her that he'd be responsible for earning the money for the new little one. He would be a real bum if he abandoned her and the little rascal. The way he figured it, what really counted was bringing her up properly. Wasn't that so? Coupeau did not sleep much that night. He covered up the fire in the stove. Every hour he had to get up to give the baby spoonfuls of lukewarm sugar and water. That did not prevent his going off to work in the morning as usual. He even took advantage of his lunch hour to make a declaration of the birth at the mayor's. During this time, Madame Boche, who had been informed of the event, had hastened to go and pass the day with Gervaise. But the latter, after 10 hours of sleep, bewailed her position, saying that she already felt pains all over her through having been so long in bed. She would become quite ill if they did not let her get up. In the evening, when Coupeau returned home, she told him all her worries. No doubt she had confidence in Madame Boche, only it put her beside herself to see a stranger installed in her room, opening the drawers and touching her things. On the morrow, the concierge, on returning from some errands, found her up, dressed, sweeping, and getting her husband's dinner ready, and it was impossible to persuade her to go to bed again. They were trying to make a fool of her, perhaps. It was all very well for ladies to pretend to be unable to move. When one was not rich, one had no time for that sort of thing. 3 days after her confinement, she was ironing petticoats at Madame Fauconnier's, banging her irons, and all in a perspiration from the great heat of the stove. On the Saturday evening, Madame Lorilleux brought her presents for her godchild, a cup that cost 35 sous, and a christening dress, plaited and trimmed with some cheap lace, which she had got for 6 francs, because it was slightly soiled. On the morrow, Lorilleux, as godfather, gave the mother 6 pounds of sugar. They certainly did things properly. At the baptism supper, which took place at the Coupeaus that evening, they did not come empty-handed. Lorilleux carried a bottle of fine wine under each arm, and his wife brought a large custard pie from a famous pastry shop on Chaussée Clignancourt. But the Lorilleux made sure that the entire neighborhood knew they had spent 20 francs. As soon as Gervaise learned of their gossiping, furious, she stopped giving them credit for generosity. It was at the christening feast that the Coupeaus ended by becoming intimately acquainted with their neighbors on the opposite side of the landing. The other lodging in the little house was occupied by 2 persons, mother and son, the Gougets, as they were called. Until then, the 2 families had merely nodded to each other on the stairs and in the street, nothing more. The Coupeaus thought that their neighbors seemed rather bearish. Then, the mother having carried up a pail of water for Gervaise on the morrow of her confinement, the latter had thought it proper to invite them to their feast, more especially as they considered them very respectable people, and naturally they became well acquainted with each other. The Gougets came from the Departement du Nord. The mother mended lace, the son, a blacksmith, worked at an iron bolt factory. They had lived in their lodging for 5 years. Behind the quiet peacefulness of their life, a long-standing sorrow was hidden. Goujet, the father, one day, when furiously drunk at Lille, had beaten a comrade to death with an iron bar, and had afterwards strangled himself in prison with his handkerchief. The widow and child, who had come to Paris after their misfortune, always felt the tragedy hanging over their heads, and atoned for it by a strict honesty and an unvarying gentleness and courage. They had a certain amount of pride in their attitude, and regarded themselves as better than other people. Madame Goujet, dressed in black as usual, her forehead framed in a nun's hood, had a pale, calm, matronly face, as if the whiteness of the lace and the delicate work of her fingers had cast a glow of serenity over her. Goujet was 23 years old, huge, magnificently built, with deep blue eyes and rosy cheeks, and the strength of Hercules. His comrades at the shop called him Golden Mouth because of his handsome blonde beard. Gervaise at once felt a great friendship for these people. When she entered their home for the first time, she was amazed at the cleanliness of the lodging. There was no denying it, one might blow about the place without raising a grain of dust. Oh, and the tiled floor shone like a mirror. Madame Goujet made her enter her son's room just to see it. It was pretty and white like the room of a young girl. An iron bedstead with muslin curtains, a table, a washstand, and a narrow bookcase hanging against the wall. Then there were pictures all over the place, figures cut out, coloured engravings nailed up with 4 tacks, and portraits of all kinds of persons taken from the illustrated papers. Madame Goujet said with a smile that her son was a big baby. He found that reading in the evening put him to sleep, so he amused himself looking at pictures. Gervaise spent an hour with her neighbor without noticing the passing of time. Madame Goujet had gone to sit by the window and work on her lace. Gervaise was fascinated by the hundreds of pins that held the lace, and she felt happy to be there, breathing in the good, clean atmosphere of this home, where such a delicate task enforced a sort of meditative silence. The Goujets were worth visiting. They worked long hours and placed more than a quarter of their fortnight's earnings in the savings bank. In the neighborhood, everyone nodded to them. Everyone talked of their savings. Goujet never had a hole in his clothes, always went out in a clean, short blue blouse without a stain. He was very polite and even a trifle timid, in spite of his broad shoulders. The washerwomen at the end of the street laughed to see him hold down his head when he passed them. He did not like their oaths, and thought it disgusting that women should be constantly uttering foul words. One day, however, he came home tipsy. Then Madame Goujet, for sole reproach, held his father's portrait before him, a daub of a painting hidden away at the bottom of a drawer, and ever since that lesson Goujet never drank more than was good for him, without, however, any hatred of wine, for wine is necessary to the workman. On Sundays he walked out with his mother, who took hold of his arm. He would generally conduct her to Vincennes. At other times they would go to the theatre. His mother remained his passion. He still spoke to her as though he were a little child. Square-headed, his skin toughened by the wielding of the heavy hammer, he somewhat resembled the larger animals, dull of intellect, though good-natured all the same. End of second part of Chapter 4. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 16 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Third part of Chapter 4. In the early days of their acquaintance, Gervaise embarrassed him immensely. Then in a few weeks he became accustomed to her. He watched for her that he might carry up her parcels, treated her as a sister with an abrupt familiarity, and cut out pictures for her. One morning, however, having opened her door without knocking, he beheld her half undressed, washing her neck, and for a week he did not dare to look her in the face, so much so that he ended up by making her blush herself. Young Cassis, with the casual wit of a born Parisian, called Golden Mouth a dolt. It was all right not to get drunk all the time or chase women, but still a man must be a man, or else he might as well wear skirts. Coupeau teased him in front of Gervaise, accusing him of making up to all women in the neighborhood. Goujet vigorously defended himself against the charge. But this didn't prevent the two working men from becoming best of friends. They went off to work together in the mornings and sometimes had a glass of beer together on the way home. It eventually came about that Golden Mouth could render a service to young Cassis. one of those favors that is remembered forever. It was the 2nd of December. The zinc worker decided, just for the fun of it, to go into the city and watch the rioting. He didn't really care about the Republic or Napoleon or anything like that, but he liked the smell of gunpowder and the sound of the rifles firing. He would have been arrested as a rioter if the blacksmith hadn't turned up at the barricade at just that moment and helped him escape. Goujet was very serious as they walked back up the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière. He was interested in politics and believed in the Republic, but he had never fired a gun because the common people were getting tired of fighting battles for the middle classes, who always seemed to get the benefit of them. As they reached the top of the slope of the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière, Goujet turned to look back at Paris and the mobs. After all, someday people would be sorry that they just stood by and did nothing. Coupeau laughed at this, saying you would be pretty stupid to risk your neck just to preserve the 25 francs a day for the lazy bones in the Legislative Assembly. That evening the Coupeaus invited the Gougets to dinner. After dessert, young Cassis and Goldenmouth kissed each other on the cheek. Their lives were joined till death. For 3 years the existence of the two families went on either side of the landing without an event. Gervaise was able to take care of her daughter and still work most of the week. She was now a skilled worker on fine laundry and earned up to 3 francs a day. She decided to put Etienne, now nearly 8, into a small boarding school on Rue de Chartres for 5 francs a week. Despite the expenses for the 2 children, they were able to save 20 or 30 francs each month. Once they had 600 francs saved, Gervaise often lay awake thinking of her ambitious dream. She wanted to rent a small shop, hire workers, and go into the laundry business herself. If this effort worked, they would have a steady income from savings in 20 years. They could retire and live in the country. Yet she hesitated, saying that she was looking for the right shop. She was giving herself time to think it over. Their savings were safe in the bank and growing larger. So in 3 years' time she had only fulfilled one of her dreams. She had bought a clock. But even this clock, made of rosewood with twined columns and pendulum of gilded brass, was being paid for in installments of 22 sous each Monday for a year. She got upset if Coupeau tried to wind it. She liked to be the only one to lift off the glass dome. It was under the glass dome behind the clock that she hid her bank book. Sometimes when she was dreaming of her shop, she would stare fixedly at the clock, lost in thought. The Coupeaus went out nearly every Sunday with the Gougets. They were pleasant little excursions, sometimes to have fried fish at Saint-Ouen, at others a rabbit at Vincennes, in the garden of some eating housekeeper without any grand display. The men drank sufficiently to quench their thirst and returned home as right as ninepins, giving their arms to the ladies. In the evening, before going to bed, the 2 families made up accounts, and each paid half the expenses, and there was never the least quarrel about a sou more or less. The Lorilleux became jealous of the Gougets. It seemed strange to them to see young Cassis and Clump Clump going places all the time with strangers instead of their own relations. But that's the way it was. Some folks didn't care a bit about their family. Now that they had saved a few sous, they thought they were really somebody. Madame Lorilleux was much annoyed to see her brother getting away from her influence, and began to continually run down Gervaise to everyone. On the other hand, Madame Lerat took the young wife's side. Mother Coupeau tried to get along with everybody. She only wanted to be welcomed by all 3 of her children. Now that her eyesight was getting dimmer and dimmer, she only had 1 regular house-cleaning job, but she was able to pick up some small jobs now and again. On the day on which Nana was 3 years old, Coupeau, on returning home in the evening, found Gervaise quite upset. She refused to talk about it. There was nothing at all the matter with her, she said. But as she had the table all wrong, standing still with the plates in her hands, absorbed in deep reflection, her husband insisted upon knowing what was the matter. "Well, it is this," she ended by saying. "The little draper's shop in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or is to let. I saw it only an hour ago when going to buy some cotton. It gave me quite a turn." It was a very decent shop, and in that big house where they dreamed of living in former days. There was the shop, a back room, and 2 other rooms to the right and left, in short, just what they required. The rooms were rather small but well placed, only she considered they wanted too much. The landlord talked of 500 francs. "So you've been over the place and asked the price?" said Coupeau. "Oh, you know, only out of curiosity," replied she, affecting an air of indifference. "One looks about and goes in wherever there's a bill up. That doesn't bind one to anything. But that shop is altogether too dear. Besides, it would perhaps be foolish of me to set up in business." However, after dinner she again referred to the draper's shop. She drew a plan of the place on the margin of a newspaper, and little by little she talked it over, measuring the corners and arranging the rooms as though she were going to move all her furniture in there on the morrow. Then Coupeau advised her to take it. Seeing how she wanted to do so, she would certainly never find anything decent under 500 francs. Besides, they might perhaps get a reduction. He knew only one objection to it, and that was living in the same house as the Lorilleux, whom she could not bear. Gervaise declared that she wasn't mad at anybody. So much did she want her own shop that she even spoke up for the Lorilleux, saying that they weren't mean at heart and that she would be able to get along just fine with them. When they went to bed, Coupeau fell asleep immediately, but she stayed awake, planning how she could arrange the new place, even though she hadn't yet made up her mind completely. On the morrow, when she was alone, she could not resist removing the glass cover from the clock and taking a peep at the savings bank book. To think that her shop was there, in those dirty pages covered with ugly writing. Before going off to her work, she consulted Madame Goujet, who highly approved her project of setting up in business for herself. With a husband like hers, a good fellow who did not drink, she was certain of getting on, and of not having her earnings squandered. At the luncheon hour, Gervaise even called on the Lorilleux to ask their advice. She did not wish to appear to be doing anything unknown to the family. Madame Lorilleux was struck all of a heap. What? Clump was going in for a shop now? And her heart bursting with envy, she stammered and tried to pretend to be pleased. No doubt the shop was a convenient one. Gervaise was right in taking it. However, when she had somewhat recovered, she and her husband talked of the dampness of the courtyard, of the poor light of the rooms on the ground floor. Oh, it was a good place for rheumatism. Yet if she made up her mind to take it, their observations, of course, would not make her alter her decision. That evening Gervaise frankly owned with a laugh that she would have fallen ill if she had been prevented from having the shop. Nevertheless, before saying, "It's done," she wished to take Coupeau to see the place and try and obtain a reduction in the rent. "Very well, then, tomorrow, if you like," said her husband. "You can come and fetch me towards 6 o'clock at the house where I'm working in the Rue de la Nation, and we'll call in at the Rue de la Goutte d'Or on our way home." Coupeau was then finishing the roofing of a new 3-storied house. It so happened that on that day he was to fix the last sheets of zinc. As the roof was almost flat, he had set up his bench on it, a wide shutter supported on 2 trestles. A beautiful May sun was setting, giving a golden hue to the chimney pots, and right up at the top, against the clear sky, the workman was quietly cutting up his zinc with a big pair of shears, leaning over the bench and looking like a tailor in his shop cutting out a pair of trousers. Close to the wall of the next house, his boy, a youngster of 17, thin and fair, was keeping the fire of the chafing dish blazing by the aid of an enormous pair of bellows, each puff of which raised a cloud of sparks. "Hey, Zidore, put in the irons!" cried Coupeau. The boy struck the soldering irons into the midst of the charcoal, which looked a pale rose color in the daylight. Then he resumed blowing. Coupeau held the last sheet of zinc. It had to be placed at the edge of the roof, close to the gutter pipe. There was an abrupt slant there, and the gaping void of the street opened beneath. The zinc worker, just as though in his own home, wearing his list shoes, advanced, dragging his feet and whistling the air, "Oh, the little lambs." Arrived in front of the opening, he let himself down, and then, supporting himself with one knee against the masonry of a chimney stack, remained halfway out over the pavement below. One of his legs dangled. When he leant back to call that young viper Zidore, he held on to a corner of the masonry on account of the street beneath him. "You confounded dawdler, give me the irons. It's no use looking up in the air, you skinny beggar. The larks won't tumble into your mouth already cooked." But Zidore did not hurry himself.
He was interested in the neighbouring roofs and in a cloud of smoke which rose from the other side of Paris, close to Grenelle. It was very likely a fire. However, he came and lay down on his stomach, his head over the opening, and he passed the irons to Coupeau. Then the latter commenced to solder the sheet. He squatted, he stretched, always managing to balance himself, sometimes seated on one side, at other times standing on the tip of one foot, often only holding on by a finger. He had a confounded assurance, the devil's own cheek, familiar with danger and braving it. It knew him. It was the street that was afraid, not he. As he kept his pipe in his mouth, he turned around every now and then to spit onto the pavement. "Look, there's Madame Boche," he suddenly exclaimed, and called down to her, "Hi, Madame Boche." He had just caught sight of the concierge crossing the road. She raised her head and recognized him, and a conversation ensued between them. She hid her hands under her apron, her nose elevated in the air. He, standing up now, his left arm passed around a chimney-pot, leant over. "Have you seen my wife?" asked he. "No, I haven't," replied the concierge. "Is she around here?" "She's coming to fetch me. And are they all well at home?" "Well, yes, thanks. I'm the most ill, as you see. I'm going to the Chaussée-Clignancourt to buy a small leg of mutton. The butcher near the Moulin Rouge only charges 16 sous. They raised their voices because a vehicle was passing. In the wide, deserted Rue de la Nation, their words, shouted out with all their might, had only caused a little old woman to come to her window, and this little old woman remained there, leaning out, giving herself the treat of a grand emotion by watching that man on the roof over the way, as though she expected him to fall from one minute to another. "Well, good evening," cried Madame Boche. "I won't disturb you." End of third part of chapter 4. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 17 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Fourth part of chapter 4. Coupeau turned round and took back the iron that Zidore was holding for him. But just as the concierge was moving off, she caught sight of Gervaise on the other side of the way, holding Nana by the hand. She was already raising her head to tell the zinc worker when the young woman closed her mouth by an energetic gesture, and in a low voice, so as not to be heard up there, she told her of her fear. She was afraid, by showing herself suddenly, of giving her husband a shock which might make him lose his balance. During the 4 years she had only been once to fetch him at his work. That day was the second time. She could not witness it. Her blood turned cold when she beheld her old man between heaven and earth, in places where even the sparrows would not venture. "No doubt it's not pleasant," murmured Madame Boche. "My husband's a tailor, so I have none of those terrors." "If you only knew in the early days," said Gervaise again, "I had frights from morning till night. I was always seeing him on a stretcher with his head smashed. Now I don't think of it so much. One gets used to everything. Bread must be earned. All the same, it's a precious dear loaf, for one risks one's bones more than is fair." And she left off speaking, hiding Nana in her skirt, fearing a cry from the little one. Very pale, she looked up in spite of herself. At that moment, Coupeau was soldering the extreme edge of the sheet close to the gutter. He slid down as far as possible, but without being able to reach the edge. Then he risked himself with those slow movements peculiar to workmen. For an instant he was immediately over the pavement, no longer holding on, all absorbed in his work, and from below one could see the little white flame of the solder frizzling up beneath the carefully welded iron. Gervaise, speechless, her throat contracted with anguish, had clasped her hands together and held them up in a mechanical gesture of prayer. But she breathed freely as Coupeau got up and returned back along the roof, without hurrying himself and taking the time to spit once more onto the street. "Ah, so you've been playing the spy on me," cried he gaily on beholding her. "She's been making a stupid of herself, eh, Madame Boche? She wouldn't call to me. Wait a bit, I shall have finished in 10 minutes."
All that remained to do was to fix the top of the chimney, a mere nothing. The laundress and the concierge waited on the pavement, discussing the neighborhood and giving an eye to Nana to prevent her from dabbling in the gutter, where she wanted to look for little fishes. And the two women kept glancing up at the roof, smiling and nodding their heads, as though to imply that they were not losing patience. The old woman opposite had not left her window, and had continued watching the man and waiting.
"Whatever can she have to look at, that old she-goat?" said Madame Boche. "What a mug she has!"
One could hear the loud voice of the zinc worker up above, singing, "Ah, it's nice to gather strawberries." Bending over his bench, he was now artistically cutting out his zinc. With his compasses, he traced a line, and he detached a large fan-shaped piece with the aid of a pair of curved shears. Then he lightly bent this fan with his hammer into the form of a pointed mushroom. Zidore was again blowing the charcoal in the chafing dish. The sun was setting behind the house in a brilliant rosy light, which was gradually becoming paler and turning to a delicate lilac. And at this quiet hour of the day, right up against the sky, the silhouettes of the two workmen, looking inordinately large with the dark lines of the bench and the strange profile of the bellows, stood out from the limpid background of the atmosphere. When the chimney top was got into shape, Coupeau called out, "Zidore, the irons!" But Zidore had disappeared. The zinc worker swore and looked about for him, even calling him through the open skylight of the loft. At length he discovered him on a neighboring roof, 2 houses off. The young rogue was taking a walk, exploring the environs, his fair, scanty locks blowing in the breeze, his eyes blinking as they beheld the immensity of Paris.
"I say, lazy bones, do you think you're having a day in the country?" asked Coupeau in a rage. "You're like Monsieur Beranger, composing verses, perhaps? Will you give me those irons? Did anyone ever see such a thing? Strolling about on the housetops. Why not bring your sweetheart at once and tell her of your love? Will you give me those irons, you confounded little shirker?"
He finished his soldering and called to Gervaise. "There, it's done. I'm coming down." The chimney pot to which he had to fix the flue was in the middle of the roof. Gervaise, who was no longer uneasy, continued to smile as she followed his movements. Nana, amused all on a sudden by the view of her father, clapped her little hands. She had seated herself on the pavement to see the better up there.
"Papa, Papa," called she, and with all her might, "Papa, just look."
The zinc worker wished to lean forward, but his foot slipped. Then suddenly, stupidly, like a cat with its legs entangled, he rolled and descended the slight slope of the roof without being able to grab hold of anything.
"Oh, mon Dieu!" he cried in a choked voice.
And he fell. His body described a gentle curve, turned twice over on itself, and came smashing into the middle of the street with a dull thud of a bundle of clothes thrown from on high. Gervaise, stupefied, her throat rent by one great cry, stood holding up her arms. Some passers-by hastened to the spot. A crowd soon formed. Madame Boche, utterly upset, her knees bending under her, took Nana in her arms to hide her head and prevent her seeing. Meanwhile, the little old woman opposite quietly closed her window, as though satisfied. 4 men ended by carrying Coupeau into a chemist's at the corner of Rue des Poissonniers, and he remained there on a blanket in the middle of the shop, whilst they sent to the Lariboisiere hospital for a stretcher. He was still breathing. Gervaise, sobbing, was kneeling on the floor beside him, her face smudged with tears, stunned and unseeing. Her hands would reach to feel her husband's limbs with the utmost gentleness. Then she would draw back as she had been warned not to touch him. But a few seconds later she would touch him to assure herself that he was still warm, feeling somehow that she was helping him. When the stretcher at length arrived and they talked of starting for the hospital, she got up, saying violently, No, not the hospital. We live in the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or." It was useless for them to explain to her that the illness would cost her a great deal of money if she took her husband home. She obstinately repeated, "Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. I will show you the house. What can it matter to you? I've got money. He's my husband, isn't he? He's mine, and I want him at home." And they had to take Coupeau to his own home. When the stretcher was carried through the crowd, which was crushing up against the chemist's shop, the women of the neighborhood were excitedly talking of Gervaise. She limped, the dolt, but all the same she had some pluck. She would be sure to save her old man. Whilst at the hospital, the doctors let the patients die who were very bad, so as not to have the bother of trying to cure them. Madame Boche, after taking Nana home with her, returned and gave her account of the accident with interminable details, and still feeling agitated with the emotion she had passed through. "I was going to buy a leg of mutton. I was there. I saw him fall," repeated she. "It was all through the little one. He turned to look at her, and bang! Oh, good heavens! I never want to see such a sight again. However, I must be off to get my leg of mutton." For a week, Coupeau was very bad. The family, the neighbors, everyone expected to see him turn for the worse at any moment. The doctor, a very expensive doctor who charged 5 francs for each visit, apprehended internal injuries, and these words filled everyone with fear. It was said in the neighborhood that the zinc worker's heart had been injured by the shock. Gervaise alone, looking pale through her nights of watching, serious and resolute, shrugged her shoulders. Her old man's right leg was broken, everyone knew that. It would be set for him, and that was all. As for the rest, the injured heart, that was nothing. She knew how to restore a heart with ceaseless care. She was certain of getting him well, and displayed magnificent faith. She stayed close by him and caressed him gently during the long bouts of fever without a moment of doubt. She was on her feet continuously for a whole week, completely absorbed by her determination to save him. She forgot the street outside, the entire city, and even her own children. On the 9th day, the doctor finally said that Coupeau would live. Gervaise collapsed into a chair, her body limp from fatigue. That night she consented to sleep for 2 hours, with her head against the foot of the bed. Coupeau's accident had created quite a commotion in the family. Mother Coupeau passed the nights with Gervaise, but as early as 9 o'clock she fell asleep on a chair. Every evening, on returning from work, Madame Lerat went a long round out of her way to inquire how her brother was getting on. At first, the Lorilleux had called 2 or 3 times a day, offering to sit up and watch, and even bringing an easy chair for Gervaise. Then it was not long before there were disputes as to what was the proper way to nurse invalids. Madame Lorilleux said that she had saved enough people's lives to know how to go about it. She accused the young wife of pushing her aside, of driving her away from her own brother's bed. Certainly that Clump ought to be concerned about Coupeau's getting well, but if she hadn't gone to Rue de la Nation to disturb him at his job, he would never have fallen. Only the way she was taking care of him, she would certainly finish him. When Gervaise saw that Coupeau was out of danger, she ceased guarding his bedside with so much jealous fierceness. Now they could no longer kill him, and she let people approach without mistrust. The family invaded the room. The convalescence would be a very long one. The doctor had talked of 4 months. Then, during the long hours, the zinc worker slept. The Lorilleux talked of Gervaise as a fool. She hadn't done any good by having her husband at home. At the hospital they would have cured him twice as quickly. Lorilleux would have liked to have been ill, to have called no matter what, just to show her that she did not hesitate for a moment to go to La Boissière. Madame Lorilleux knew a lady who had just come from there. Well, she had chicken to eat morning and night. Again and again the 2 of them went over their estimate of how much 4 months of convalescence would cost. Workdays lost, the doctor and medicines, and afterwards good wine and fresh meat. If the Coupeaux only used up their small savings, they would be very lucky indeed. They would probably have to go into debt. Well, that was to be expected, and it was their business. They had no right to expect any help from the family, which couldn't afford the luxury of keeping an invalid at home. It was just Clump's bad luck, wasn't it? Why couldn't she have done as others did and let a man be taken to hospital? This just showed how stuck up she was. One evening, Madame Lorilleux had the spitefulness to ask Gervaise suddenly, "Well, and your shop? When are you going to take it?" "Yes," chuckled Lorilleux, "the landlord's still waiting for you." Gervaise was astonished. She had completely forgotten the shop, but she saw the wicked joy of those people at the thought that she would no longer be able to take it, and she was bursting with anger. From that evening, in fact, they watched for every opportunity to twit her about her hopeless dream. When anyone spoke of some impossible wish, they would say that it might be realized on the day that Gervaise started in business, in a beautiful shop opened onto the street. and behind her back they would laugh, fit to split their sides. She did not like to think such an unkind thing, but really the Lorilleux now seemed to be very pleased at Coupeau's accident, as it prevented her setting up as a laundress in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. Then she also wished to laugh and show them how willingly she parted with the money for the sake of curing her husband. Each time she took the savings bank book from beneath the glass clock tower in their presence, she would say gaily, "I'm going out. I'm going to rent my shop." She had not been willing to withdraw the money all at once. She took out 100 francs at a time so as not to keep such a pile of gold and silver in her drawer. Then, too, she vaguely hoped for some miracle, some sudden recovery, which would enable them not to part with the entire sum. At each journey to the savings bank and on her return, she added up on the piece of paper the money they had still left there. It was merely for the sake of order. Their bank account might be getting smaller all the time, yet she went on with her quiet smile and common-sense attitude, keeping the account straight. It was a consolation to be able to use this money for such a good purpose, to have it when faced with their misfortune. End of fourth part of Chapter 4. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 18 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Fifth part of Chapter 4. While Coupeau was bedridden, the Gougets were very kind to Gervaise. Madame Gouget was always ready to assist. She never went to shop without stopping to ask Gervaise if there was anything she needed, sugar or butter or salt. She always brought over hot bouillon on the evenings she cooked pot au feu. Sometimes, when Gervaise seemed to have too much to do, Madame Goujet helped her do the dishes or clean the kitchen herself. Goujet took her water pails every morning and filled them at the tap on Rue de Poissonnière, saving her 2 sous a day. After dinner, if no family came to visit, the Goujet would come over to visit with the Coupeaux. Until 10 o'clock, the blacksmith would smoke his pipe and watch Gervaise busy with her invalid. He would not speak 10 words the entire evening. He was moved to pity by the sight of her pouring Coupeau's tea and medicine into a cup, or stirring the sugar in it very carefully so as to make no sound with the spoon. It stirred him deeply when she would lean over Coupeau and speak in her soft voice. Never before had he known such a fine woman. Her limp increased the credit due her for wearing herself out doing things for her husband all day long. She never sat down for 10 minutes, not even to eat. She was always running to the chemist's, and then she would still keep the house clean, not even a speck of dust. She never complained, no matter how exhausted she became. Goujet developed a deep affection for Gervaise in this atmosphere of unselfish devotion. One day he said to the invalid, "Well, old man, now you're patched up again. I wasn't worried about you. Your wife works miracles." Goujet was supposed to be getting married. His mother had found a suitable girl, a lace mender like herself, whom she was urging him to marry. He had agreed so as not to hurt her feelings, and the wedding day had been set for early September. Money had long since been saved to set them up in housekeeping. However, when Gervaise referred to his coming marriage, he shook his head, saying, "Not every woman is like you, Madame Coupeau. If all women were like you, I'd marry 10 of them." At the end of 2 months, Coupeau was able to get up. He did not go far, only from the bed to the window, and even then Gervaise had to support him. There he would sit down in the easy chair the Lorilleux had brought, with his right leg stretched out on a stool. This joker, who used to laugh at the people who slipped down on frosty days, felt greatly put out by his accident. He had no philosophy. He had spent those 2 months in bed in cursing and in worrying the people about him. It was not an existence, really, to pass one's life on one's back with a pin all tied up and as stiff as a sausage. He certainly knew that ceiling by heart. There was a crack at the corner of the alcove that he could have drawn with his eyes shut. Then, when he was made comfortable in the easy chair, it was another grievance. Would he be fixed there for long, just like a mummy? Nobody ever passed along the street, so it was no fun to watch. Besides, it stank of bleach water all day. No, he was just growing old. He'd have given 10 years of his life just to go see how the fortifications were getting along. He kept going on about his fate. It wasn't right what had happened to him. A good worker like him, not a loafer or a drunkard, he could have understood in that case. Papa Coupeau said he broke his neck one day that he'd been boozing. I can't say that it was deserved, but anyhow it was explainable. I had had nothing since my luncheon was perfectly quiet, and without a drop of liquor in my body, and yet I came to grief just because I wanted to turn round to smile at Nana. Don't you think that's too much? If there is Providence, it certainly arranges things in a very peculiar manner. I, for one, shall never believe in it. And when at last he was able to use his legs, he retained a secret grudge against work. It was a handicraft full of misfortunes to pass one's day like the cats on the roofs of the houses. The employers were no fools. They sent you to your death, being far too cowardly to venture themselves on a ladder, and stopped at home in safety at their firesides without caring a hang for the poorer classes. And he got to the point of saying that everyone ought to fix the zinc himself on his own house. Mon Dieu! It was the only fair way to do it. If you don't want the rain to come in, do the work yourself. He regretted he hadn't learned another trade, something more pleasant, something less dangerous, maybe cabinet-making. It was really his father's fault. Lots of fathers had the foolish habit of shoving their sons into their own line of work. For another 2 months, Coupeau hobbled about on crutches. He had first of all managed to get as far as the street and smoke his pipe in front of the door. Then he had managed to reach the exterior boulevard, dragging himself along in the sunshine and remaining for hours on one of the seats. Gaiety returned to him. His infernal tongue got sharper in these long hours of idleness, and with the pleasure of living he gained there a delight in doing nothing. An indolent feeling took possession of his limbs, and his muscles gradually glided into a very sweet slumber. It was the slow victory of laziness which took advantage of his convalescence to obtain possession of his body and unnerve him with its tickling. He regained his health as thorough a banterer as before, thinking life beautiful, and not seeing why it should not last forever. As soon as he could get about without the crutches, he made longer walks, often visiting construction jobs to see old comrades. He would stand with his arms folded, sneering and shaking his head, ridiculing the workers slaving at their job, stretching out his leg to show them what you got for wearing yourself out. Being able to stand about and mock others while they were working satisfied his spite against hard work. He no doubt would have to go back to it, but he'd put it off as long as possible. He had reason now to be lazy. Besides, it seemed good to him to loaf around like a bum. On the afternoons, when Coupeau felt dull, he would call on the Lorilleux. The latter would pity him immensely and attract him with all sorts of amiable attentions. During the first years following his marriage, he had avoided them, thanks to Gervaise's influence. Now they regained their sway over him by twitting him about being afraid of his wife. He was no man, that was evident. The Lorilleux, however, showed great discretion, and were loud in their praise of the laundress's good qualities. Coupeau, without as yet coming to wrangling, swore to the latter that his sister adored her, and requested that she would behave more amiably to her. The first quarrel which the couple had occurred one evening on account of Etienne. The zinc worker had passed the afternoon with the Lorilleux. On arriving home, as the dinner was not quite ready, and the children were whining for their soup, he suddenly turned upon Etienne and boxed his ears soundly. And during an hour he did not cease to grumble. The brat was not his. He did not know why he allowed him to be in the place. He would end up by turning him out into the street. Up till then he had tolerated the youngster without all that fuss. On the morrow he talked of his dignity. 3 days after, he kept kicking the little fellow morning and evening, so much so that the child, whenever he heard him coming, bolted into the Gougets, where the old lace-mender kept a corner of the table clear for him to do his lessons. Gervaise had for some time past returned to work. She no longer had the trouble of looking under the glass cover of the clock,
All the savings were gone, and she had to work hard, work for four, for there were four to feed now. She alone maintained them. Whenever she heard people pitying her, she at once found excuses for Coupeau. Recollect, he had suffered so much. It was not surprising if his disposition had soured, but it would pass off when his health returned. And if anyone hinted that Coupeau seemed all right again, that he could very well return to work, she protested. No, not yet. She did not want to see him take to his bed again. They would allow her to know best what the doctor said, perhaps. It was she who prevented him returning to work, telling him every morning to take his time and not to force himself. She even slipped 20-sou pieces into his waistcoat pocket. Coupeau accepted this as something perfectly natural. He was always complaining of aches and pains, so that she would coddle him. At the end of 6 months he was still convalescing. Now, whenever he went to watch others working, he was always ready to join his comrades in downing a shot. It wasn't so bad after all. They had their fun, and they never stayed more than 5 minutes. That couldn't hurt anybody. Only a hypocrite would say he went in because he wanted a drink. No wonder they had laughed at him in the past. A glass of wine never hurt anybody. He only drank wine, though, never brandy. Wine never made you sick, didn't get you drunk, and helped you to live longer.
Soon, though, several times, after a day of idleness in going from one building job to another, he came home half drunk. On those occasions, Gervaise pretended to have a terrible headache and kept their door closed so that the Goujet couldn't hear Coupeau's drunken babblings.
Little by little, the young woman lost her cheerfulness. Morning and evening she went to the Rue de la Goutte d'Or to look at the shop, which was still to be let, and she would hide herself as though she were committing some childish prank unworthy of a grown-up person. This shop was beginning to turn her brain. At night time, when the light was out, she experienced the charm of some forbidden pleasure by thinking of it with her eyes open. She again made her calculations. 250 francs for the rent, 150 francs for utensils and moving, 100 francs in hand to keep them going for a fortnight, in all 500 francs at the very lowest figure.
If she was not continually thinking of it aloud, it was for fear she should be suspected of regretting the savings swallowed up by Coupeau's illness.
She often became quite pale, having almost allowed her desire to escape her, and catching back her words quite confused, as though she had been thinking of something wicked.
Now they would have to work for 4 or 5 years before they would succeed in saving such a sum. Her regret was not being able to start in business at once. She would have earned all the home required, without counting on Coupeau, letting him take months to get into the way of work again. She would no longer have been uneasy, but certain of the future and free from the secret fears which sometimes seized her when he returned home very gay and singing, and relating some joke of that animal My-Boots, whom he treated to a drink.
One evening Gervaise came home alone. Goujet entered and did not hurry off again, according to his habit. He seated himself and smoked as he watched her. He probably had something very serious to say. He thought it over, let it ripen without being able to put it into suitable words. At length, after a long silence, he appeared to make up his mind, and took his pipe out of his mouth to say all in a breath, "Madame Gervaise, will you allow me to lend you some money?"
She was leaning over an open drawer, looking for some dishcloths. She got up, her face very red. He must have seen her then, in the morning, standing in ecstasy before the shop for close upon 10 minutes. He was smiling in an embarrassed way, as though he had made some insulting proposal, but she hastily refused. Never would she accept money from anyone without knowing when she would be able to return it. Then also it was a question of too large an amount, and as he insisted, in a frightened manner, she ended by exclaiming, "But your marriage! I certainly can't take the money you've been saving for your marriage." "Oh, don't let that bother you," he replied, turning red in his turn. "I'm not going to be married now. That was just an idea, you know. Really, I would much sooner lend you the money." Then they both held down their heads. There was something very pleasant between them, to which they did not give expression, and Gervaise accepted. Goujet had told his mother. They crossed the landing and went to see her at once. The lace-mender was very grave and looked rather sad as she bent her face over her tambour frame. She would not thwart her son, but she no longer approved Gervaise's project, and she plainly told her why. Coupeau was going to the bad. Coupeau would swallow up her shop. She especially could not forgive the zinc worker for having refused to learn to read during his convalescence. The blacksmith had offered to teach him, but the other had sent him to the right-about, saying that learning made people get thin. This had almost caused a quarrel between the two workmen. Each went his own way. Madame Goujet, however, seeing her big boy's beseeching glances, behaved very kindly to Gervaise. It was settled that they would lend their neighbours 500 francs. The latter were to repay the amount by instalments of 20 francs a month. It would last as long as it lasted. "I say the blacksmith's sweet on you," exclaimed Coupeau, laughing, when he heard what had taken place. "Oh, I'm quite easy. He's too big a muff. We'll pay him back his money. But really, if he had to deal with some people, he'd find himself pretty well duped." On the morrow, the Coupeaus took the shop. All day long, Gervaise was running from Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. When the neighbours beheld her pass thus, nimble and delighted to the extent that she no longer limped, they said she must have undergone some operation. End of chapter 4. Recording by David Lazarus.
Section 19 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Chapter 5. It so happened that the Boches had left the Rue des Poissonniers at the April quarter, and were now taking charge of the great house in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. It was a curious coincidence all the same. One thing that worried Gervaise, who had lived so quietly in her lodgings in the Rue Neuve, was the thought of again being under the subjection of some unpleasant person with whom she would be continually quarrelling, either on account of water spilt in the passage or a door shut too noisily at night time. Concierges are such a disagreeable class. But it would be a pleasure to be with the Boches. They knew one another. They would always get on well together. It would be just like members of the same family. On the day the Coupeaus went to sign their lease, Gervaise felt her heart swollen with pride as she passed through the high doorway. She was then at length going to live in that house as vast as a little town, with its interminable staircases and passages as long and winding as streets. She was excited by everything: the grey walls with vari-coloured rugs hanging from the windows to dry in the sun, the dingy courtyard with as many holes in its pavement as a public square, the hum of activity coming through the walls. She felt joy that she was at last about to realize her ambition. She also felt fear that she would fail and be crushed in the endless struggle against the poverty and starvation she could feel breathing down her neck. It seemed to her that she was doing something very bold, throwing herself into the midst of some machinery in motion, as she listened to the blacksmith's hammers and the cabinet maker's planes hammering and hissing in the depths of the workshops on the ground floor. On that day, the water flowing from the dyers under the entrance porch was a very pale apple green. She smilingly stepped over it. To her, the colour was a pleasant omen. The meeting with the landlord was to take place in the Boches' room. Monsieur Marescot, a wealthy cutler of the Rue de la Paix, had at one time turned a grindstone through the streets. He was now stated to be worth several millions. He was a man of 55, large and big-boned. Even though he now wore a decoration in his buttonhole, his huge hands were still those of a former working man. It was his joy to carry off the scissors and knives of his tenants, to sharpen them himself for the fun of it. He often stayed for hours with his concierges, closed up in the darkness of their lodges, going over the accounts. That's where he did all his business. He was now seated by Madame Boche's kitchen table, listening to her story of how the dressmaker on the third floor, staircase A, had used a filthy word in refusing to pay her rent. He had had to work precious hard once upon a time, but work was the high road to everything. And after counting the 250 francs for the first 2 quarters in advance and dropping them into his capacious pocket, he related the story of his life and showed his decoration. Gervaise, however, felt rather ill at ease on account of the Boches' behavior. They pretended not to know her. They were most assiduous in their attentions to the landlord, bowing down before him, watching for his least words, and nodding their approval of them. Madame Boche suddenly ran out and dispersed a group of children who were paddling about in front of the cistern, the tap of which they had turned full on, causing the water to flow over the pavement. And when she returned, upright and severe in her skirts, crossing the courtyard and glancing slowly up at all the windows, as though to assure herself of the good behavior of the household, she pursed her lips in a way to show with what authority she was invested, now that she reigned over 300 tenants. Boche again spoke of the dressmaker on the second floor. He advised that she should be turned out. He reckoned up the number of quarters she owed with the importance of a steward whose management might be compromised. Monsieur Marescot approved the suggestion of turning her out, but he wished to wait until the half-quarter. It was hard to turn people out into the street, more especially as it did not put a sou into the landlord's pocket. And Gervaise asked herself with a shudder if she too would be turned out into the street the day that some misfortune rendered her unable to pay. The concierge's lodge was as dismal as a cellar, black from smoke and crowded with dark furniture. All the sunlight fell upon the tailor's workbench by the window. An old frock coat that was being reworked lay on it. The Boche's only child, a 4-year-old redhead named Pauline, was sitting on the floor, staring quietly at the veal simmering on the stove, delighted with the sharp odor of cooking that came from the frying pan. Monsieur Marescot again held out his hand to the zinc worker, when the latter spoke of the repairs, recalling to his mind a promise he had made to talk the matter over later on. But the landlord grew angry. He had never promised anything. Besides, it was not usual to do any repairs to a shop. However, he consented to go over the place, followed by the Coupeaus and Boche. The little linen draper had carried off all his shelves and counters. The empty shop displayed its blackened ceiling and its cracked wall, on which hung strips of an old yellow paper. In the sonorous emptiness of the place there ensued a heated discussion. Monsieur Marescot exclaimed that it was the business of shopkeepers to embellish their shops, for a shopkeeper might wish to have gold put about everywhere, and he, the landlord, could not put out gold. Then he related that he had spent more than 20,000 francs in fitting up his premises in the Rue de la Paix. Gervaise, with her woman's obstinacy, kept repeating an argument which she considered unanswerable. He would repaper a lodging, would he not? Then why did he not treat the shop the same as a lodging? She did not ask him for anything else, only to whitewash the ceiling and put some fresh paper on the walls. Boche all this while remained dignified and impenetrable. He turned about and looked up in the air without expressing an opinion. Coupeau winked at him in vain. He affected not to wish to take advantage of his great influence over the landlord. He ended, however, by making a slight grimace, a little smile accompanied by a nod of the head. Just then, Monsieur Marescot, exasperated and seemingly very unhappy, and clutching his fingers like a miser being despoiled of his gold, was giving way to Gervaise, promising to do the ceiling and repaper the shop, on condition that she paid for half of the paper. And he hurried away, declining to discuss anything further. Now that Boche was alone with the Coupeaus, the concierge became quite talkative and slapped them on the shoulders. Well, well, see what they had gotten. Without his help they would never have gotten the concessions. Didn't they notice how the landlord had looked to him out of the corner of his eye for advice, and how he'd made up his mind suddenly when he saw Boche smile? He confessed to them confidentially that he was the real boss of the building. It was he who decided who got eviction notices and who could become tenants. He collected all the rents and kept them for a couple of weeks in his bureau drawer. That evening the Coupeaus, to express their gratitude to the Boches, sent them 2 bottles of wine as a present. The following Monday the workmen started doing up the shop. The purchasing of the paper turned out especially to be a very big affair. Gervaise wanted a grey paper with blue flowers, so as to enliven and brighten the walls. Boche offered to take her to the dealers so that she might make her own selection. But the landlord had given him formal instructions not to go beyond the price of 15 sous the piece. They were there an hour. The laundress kept looking in despair at a very pretty chintz pattern costing 18 sous the piece, and thought all the other papers hideous. At length the concierge gave in. He would arrange the matter, and if necessary would make out there was a piece more used than was really the case. So on her way home, Gervaise purchased some tarts for Pauline. She did not like being behindhand. One always gained by behaving nicely to her. The shop was to be ready in 4 days. The workmen were there 3 weeks. At first it was arranged that they should merely wash the paint. But this paint, originally maroon, was so dirty and so sad-looking that Gervaise allowed herself to be tempted to have the whole of the frontage painted a light blue with yellow mouldings. Then the repairs seemed as though they would last forever. Coupeau, as he was still not working, arrived early each morning to see how things were going. Boche left the overcoat or trousers on which he was working to come and supervise. Both of them would stand and watch with their hands behind their backs, puffing on their pipes. The painters were very merry fellows who would often desert their work to stand in the middle of the shop and join the discussion, shaking their heads for hours, admiring the work already done. The ceiling had been whitewashed quickly, but the paint on the walls never seemed to dry in a hurry. Around 9 o'clock, the painters would arrive with their paint pots, which they stuck in a corner. They would look around and then disappear. Perhaps they went to eat breakfast. Sometimes Coupeau would take everyone for a drink, Boche, the 2 painters, and any of Coupeau's friends who were nearby. This meant another afternoon wasted. Gervaise's patience was thoroughly exhausted, when suddenly everything was finished in 2 days. The paint varnished, the paper hung, and the dirt all cleared away. The workmen had finished it off as though they were playing, whistling away on their ladders and singing loud enough to deafen the whole neighborhood. The moving in took place at once. During the first few days, Gervaise felt as delighted as a child. Whenever she crossed the road on returning from some errand, she lingered to smile at her home. From a distance, her shop appeared light and gay with its pale blue signboard, on which the word laundress was painted in big yellow letters, amidst the dark row of the other frontages. In the window, closed in behind by little muslin curtains, and hung on either side with blue paper to show off the whiteness of the linen, some shirts were displayed, with some women's caps hanging above them on wires. She thought her shop looked pretty, being the same color as the heavens. Inside there was more blue. The paper, in imitation of a pompadour chintz, represented a trellis overgrown with morning glories. A huge table, taking up 2/3 of the room, was her ironing table. It was covered with thick blanketing and draped with a strip of cretonne, patterned with blue flower sprays that hid the trestles beneath. Gervaise was enchanted with her pretty establishment, and would often seat herself on a stool and sigh with contentment, delighted with all the new equipment. Her first glance always went to the cast-iron stove, where the irons were heated 10 at a time, arranged over the heat on slanting rests. She would kneel down to look into the stove to make sure the apprentice had not put in too much coke. The lodging at the back of the shop was quite decent. The Coupeaus slept in the first room, where they also did the cooking and took their meals. A door at the back opened onto the courtyard of the house. Nana's bed was in the right-hand room, which was lighted by a little round window close to the ceiling. As for Etienne, he shared the left-hand room with the dirty clothes, enormous bundles of which lay about on the floor. However, there was one disadvantage. The Coupeaus would not admit it at first, but the damp ran down the walls, and it was impossible to see clearly in the place after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the neighborhood, the new shop produced a great sensation. The Coupeaus were accused of going too fast and making too much fuss. They had in fact spent the 500 francs lent by the Gougets in fitting up the shop and in moving, without keeping sufficient to live upon for a fortnight, as they had intended doing. The morning that Gervaise took down her shutters for the first time, she had just 6 francs in her purse. But that did not worry her. Customers began to arrive and things seemed promising. A week later, on the Saturday, before going to bed, she remained 2 hours making calculations on a piece of paper, and she awoke Coupeau to tell him, with a bright look on her face, that there were hundreds and thousands of francs to be made, if only they were careful. "Ah, well," said Madame Lorilleux, all over the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, "my fool of a brother is seeing some funny things. All that was wanting was that Clump Clump should go about so haughty. Becomes her well, doesn't it?" The Lorilleuxs had declared a feud to the death against Gervaise. To begin with, they had almost died of rage during the time while the repairs were being done to the shop. If they caught sight of the painters from a distance, they would walk on the other side of the way and go up to their rooms with their teeth set. A blue shop for that nobody! It was enough to discourage all honest, hard-working people. Besides, the second day after the shop opened, the apprentice happened to throw out a bowl of starch just at the moment when Madame Lorilleux was passing. The zinc worker's sister caused a great commotion in the street, accusing her sister-in-law of insulting her through her employees. This broke off all relations. Now they only exchanged terrible glares when they encountered each other. "Yes, she leads a pretty life," Madame Lorilleux kept saying. "We all know where the money came from that she paid for her wretched shop. She borrowed it from the blacksmith. And he springs from a nice family too. Didn't the father cut his own throat to save the guillotine the trouble of doing so? Anyhow, there was something disreputable of that sort." End of the first part of chapter 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 20 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Second part of chapter 5. She bluntly accused Gervaise of flirting with Goujet. She lied. She pretended she had surprised them together one night on a seat on the exterior boulevards. The thought of this liaison, of pleasures that her sister-in-law was no doubt enjoying, exasperated her still more because of her own ugly woman's strict sense of propriety. Every day the same cry came from her heart to her lips. What does she have, that wretched cripple, for people to fall in love with her? Why doesn't anyone want me? She busied herself in endless gossiping among the neighbors. She told them the whole story. The day the Coupeaus got married, she turned her nose up at her. Oh, she had a keen nose. She could smell in advance how it would turn out. Then Clump Clump pretended to be so sweet. What a hypocrite! She and her husband had only agreed to be Nana's godparents for the sake of her brother. What a bundle it had cost, that fancy christening! If Clump Clump were on her deathbed, she wouldn't give her a glass of water, no matter how much she begged. She didn't want anything to do with such a shameless baggage. Little Nana would always be welcome when she came up to see her godparents. The child couldn't be blamed for her mother's sins, but there was no use trying to tell Coupeau anything. Any real man in his situation would have beaten his wife and put a stop to it all. All they wanted was for him to insist on respect for his family. Mon Dieu, if she, Madame Lorilleux, had acted like that, Coupeau wouldn't be so complacent. He would have stabbed her for sure with his shears. The Boches, however, who sternly disapproved of quarrels in their building, said that the Lorilleuxs were in the wrong. The Lorilleuxs were no doubt respectable persons, quiet, working the whole day long, and paying their rent regularly. But really, jealousy had driven them mad. And they were mean enough to skin an egg, real misers. They were so stingy they'd hide their bottle when anyone came in, so as not to have to offer a glass of wine. Not regular people at all. Gervaise had brought over cassis and soda water one day to drink with the Boches. When Madame Lorilleux went by, she acted out spitting before the concierge's door. Well, after that, when Madame Boche swept the corridors on Saturdays, she always left a pile of trash before the Lorilleux's door. "It isn't to be wondered at," Madame Lorilleux would exclaim. "Clump Clump's always stuffing them, the gluttons. Ah, they're all alike. But they had better not annoy me. I'll complain to the landlord. Only yesterday I saw that sly old Boche chasing after Madame Gaudron's skirts. Just fancy, a woman of that age, and who has half a dozen children too. It's positively disgusting. If I catch them at anything of the sort again, I'll tell Madame Boche, and she'll give them both a hiding. That'll be something to laugh at." Mother Coupeau continued to visit the two houses, agreeing with everybody, and even managing to get asked oftener to dinner by complacently listening one night to her daughter and the next night to her daughter-in-law. However, Madame Lerat did not go to visit the Coupeaus because she had argued with Gervaise about a zouave who had cut the nose of his mistress with a razor. She was on the side of the zouave, saying it was evidence of a great passion, but without explaining further her thought. Then she had made Madame Lorilleux even more angry by telling her that Clump Clump had called her Cow Tail in front of 15 or 20 people. Yes, that's what the Boches and all the neighbors called her now, Cow Tail. Gervaise remained calm and cheerful among all these goings-on. She often stood by the door of her shop greeting friends who passed by with a nod and a smile. It was her pleasure to take a moment between batches of ironing to enjoy the street and take pride in her own stretch of sidewalk. She felt that the Rue de la Goutte d'Or was hers, and the neighboring streets and the whole neighborhood. As she stood there with her blonde hair slightly damp from the heat of the shop, she would look left and right, taking in the people, the buildings, and the sky. To the left, Rue de la Goutte d'Or was peaceful and almost empty, like a country town, with women idling in their doorways. While to the right, only a short distance away, Rue des Poissonniers had a noisy throng of people and vehicles. The stretch of gutter before her own shop became very important in her mind. It was like a wide river which she longed to see neat and clean. It was a lively river, coloured by the dye shop with the most fanciful of hues, which contrasted with the black mud beside it. Then there were the shops, a large grocery with a display of dried fruits protected by mesh nets, a shop selling work clothes which had white tunics and blue smocks hanging before it with arms that waved at the slightest breeze. Cats were purring on the counters of the fruit store and the tripe shop. Madame Vigouroux, the coal dealer next door, returned her greetings. She was a plump, short woman with bright eyes in a dark face, who was always joking with the men while standing at her doorway. Her shop was decorated in imitation of a rustic chalet. The neighbors on the other side were a mother and daughter, the Cudorges. The umbrella sellers kept their door closed and never came out to visit. Gervaise always looked across the road too, through the wide carriage entrance of the windowless wall opposite her, at the blacksmith's forge. The courtyard was cluttered with vans and carts. Inscribed on the wall was the word blacksmith. At the lower end of the wall, between the small shops selling scrap iron and fried potatoes, was a watchmaker. He wore a frock coat and was always very neat. His cuckoo clocks could be heard in chorus against the background noise of the street and the blacksmith's rhythmic clanging. The neighborhood in general thought Gervaise very nice. There was, it is true, a great deal of scandal related regarding her, but everyone admired her large eyes, small mouth, and beautiful white teeth. In short, she was a pretty blonde, and had it not been for her crippled leg, she might have ranked among the comeliest. She was now in her 28th year, and had grown considerably plumper. Her fine features were becoming puffy, and her gestures were assuming a pleasant indolence. At times, she occasionally seemed to forget herself on the edge of a chair while she waited for her iron to heat, smiling vaguely and with an expression of greedy joy upon her face. She was becoming fond of good living, everybody said so, but that was not a very grave fault, but rather the contrary. When one earns sufficient to be able to buy good food, one would be foolish to eat potato parings. All the more so as she continued to work very hard, slaving to please her customers, sitting up late at night after the place was closed, whenever there was anything urgent. She was lucky, as all her neighbors said. Everything prospered with her. She did the washing for all the house, Monsieur Madinier, Mademoiselle Remonjou, the Boche. She even secured some of the customers of her old employer, Madame Fauconnier, Parisian ladies living in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière. As early as the third week, she was obliged to engage 2 workwomen, Madame Putois and tall Clémence, the girl who used to live on the 6th floor. Counting her apprentice, that little squint-eyed Augustine, who was as ugly as a beggar's behind, that made 3 persons in her employ. Others would certainly have lost their heads at such a piece of good fortune. It was excusable for her to slack a little on a Monday, after drudging all through the week. Besides, it was necessary to her. She would have no courage left, and would have expected to see the shirts iron themselves, if she had not been able to dress up in some pretty thing. Gervaise was always so amiable, meek as a lamb, sweet as sugar. There wasn't anyone she disliked except Madame Lorilleux. While she was enjoying a good meal and coffee, she could be indulgent and forgive everybody, saying, "We have to forgive each other, don't we? Unless we want to live like savages." Hadn't all her dreams come true? She remembered her old dream, to have a job, enough bread to eat and a corner in which to sleep, to bring up her children, not to be beaten, and to die in her own bed. She had everything she wanted now, and more than she had ever expected. She laughed, thinking of delaying dying in her own bed as long as possible. It was to Coupeau especially that Gervaise behaved nicely. Never an angry word, never a complaint behind her husband's back. The zinc worker had at length resumed work, and as the job he was engaged on was at the other side of Paris, she gave him every morning 40 sous for his luncheon, his glass of wine, and his tobacco. Only 2 days out of every 6, Coupeau would stop on the way, spend the 40 sous in drink with a friend, and return home to lunch with some cock and bull story. Once even he did not take the trouble to go far. He treated himself, my boots, and 3 others to a regular feast, snails, roast meat, and some sealed bottles of wine, at the Capuchin on the Barrière de la Chapelle. Then, as his 40 sous were not sufficient, he had sent the waiter to his wife with the bill and the information that he was in pawn. She laughed and shrugged her shoulders. Where was the harm if her old man amused himself a bit? You must give men a long rein if you want to live peaceably at home. From one word to another, one soon arrived at blows. Mon Dieu, it was easy to understand. Coupeau still suffered from his leg. Besides, he was led astray. He was obliged to do as the others did, or else he would be thought a cheapskate. And it was really a matter of no consequence. If he came home a bit elevated, he went to bed, and 2 hours afterwards he was all right again. It was now the warm time of the year. One June afternoon, a Saturday, when there was a lot of work to get through, Gervaise herself had piled the coke into the stove, around which 10 irons were heating, whilst a rumbling sound issued from the chimney. At that hour the sun was shining full on the shop front, and the pavement reflected the heat waves, causing all sorts of quaint shadows to dance over the ceiling, and that blaze of light, which assumed a bluish tinge from the colour of the paper on the shelves and against the window, was almost blinding in the intensity with which it shone over the ironing table, like a golden dust shaken among the fine linen. The atmosphere was stifling. The shop door was thrown wide open, but not a breath of air entered. The clothes which were hung up on brass wires to dry steamed and became as stiff as shavings in less than 3/4 of an hour. For some little while past, an oppressive silence had reigned in that furnace-like heat, interrupted only by the smothered sound of the banging down of the irons on the thick blanket covered with calico. "Oh, well," said Gervaise, "it's enough to melt one. We might have to take off our chemises." She was sitting on the floor in front of a basin, starching some things. Her sleeves were rolled up and her camisole was slipping down her shoulders. Little curls of golden hair were stuck to her skin by perspiration. She carefully dipped caps, shirt fronts, entire petticoats, and the trimmings of women's drawers into the milky water. Then she rolled the things up and placed them at the bottom of a square basket, after dipping her hand in a pail and shaking it over the portions of the shirts and drawers which she had not starched. "This basketful's for you, Madame Putois," she said. "Look sharp now, it dries at once, and will want doing all over again in an hour." Madame Putois, a thin little woman of 45, was ironing. Though she was buttoned up in an old chestnut-coloured dress, there was not a drop of perspiration to be seen. She had not even taken her cap off, a black cap trimmed with green ribbons turned partly yellow. And she stood perfectly upright in front of the ironing table, which was too high for her, sticking out her elbows and moving her iron with the jerky evolutions of a puppet. On a sudden she exclaimed, "Ah no, Mademoiselle Clemence, you mustn't take your camisole off. You know I don't like such indecencies. While you're about it, you'd better show everything. There's already 3 men over the way stopping to look." Tall Clemence called her an old beast between her teeth. She was suffocating. She might certainly make herself comfortable. Everyone was not gifted with a skin as dry as touchwood. Besides, no one could see anything. And she held up her arms whilst her opulent bosom almost ripped her chemise, and her shoulders were bursting through the straps. At the rate she was going, Clemence was not likely to have any marrow left in her bones long before she was 30 years old. Mornings after big parties, she was unable to feel the ground she trod upon, and fell asleep over her work, whilst her head and her stomach seemed as though stuffed full of rags. But she was kept on all the same, for no other workwoman could iron a shirt with her style. Shirts were her specialty. "This is mine, isn't it?" she declared, tapping her bosom. "And it doesn't bite, it hurts nobody." "Clemence, put your wrapper on again," said Gervaise. "Madame Putois is right, it isn't decent. People will begin to take my house for what it isn't." So tall Clemence dressed herself again, grumbling the while. Mon Dieu, there's prudery for you. And she vented her rage on the apprentice, that squint-eyed Augustine, who was ironing some stockings and handkerchiefs beside her. She jostled her and pushed her with her elbow. But Augustine, who was of a surly disposition, and slyly spiteful in the way of an animal and a drudge, spat on the back of the other's dress, just out of revenge, without being seen. Gervaise, during this incident, had commenced a cap belonging to Madame Boche, which she intended to take great pains with. She had prepared some boiled starch to make it look new again. She was gently passing a little iron, rounded at both ends, over the inside of the crown of the cap, when a bony-looking woman entered the shop, her face covered with red blotches and her skirts sopping wet. It was a washerwoman who employed 3 assistants at the wash-house in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. End of second part of chapter 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 21 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile ZOLA, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Third part of chapter 5. "You've come too soon, Madame Bijard," cried Gervaise. "I told you to call this evening. I'm too busy to attend to you now." But as the washerwoman began lamenting and fearing that she would not be able to put all the things to soak that day, she consented to give her the dirty clothes at once. They went to fetch the bundles in the left-hand room where Etienne slept, and returned with enormous armfuls which they piled up on the floor at the back of the shop. The sorting lasted a good half-hour. Gervaise made heaps all around her, throwing the shirts in one, the chemises in another, the handkerchiefs, the socks, the dishcloths in others. Whenever she came across anything belonging to a new customer, she marked it with a cross in red cotton thread, so as to know it again. And from all this dirty linen which they were throwing about, there issued an offensive odour in the warm atmosphere. "Oh la la, what a stench!" said Clemence, holding her nose. "Of course there is. If it were clean, they wouldn't send it to us," quietly explained Gervaise. "It smells as one would expect it to, that's all. We said 14 chemises, didn't we, Madame Bijard? 15, 16, 17. And she continued counting aloud. Used to this kind of thing, she evinced no disgust. She thrust her bare pink arms deep into the piles of laundry. Shirts yellow with grime, towels stiff from dirty dishwater, socks threadbare and eaten away by sweat. The strong odour which slapped her in the face as she sorted the piles of clothes made her feel drowsy. She seemed to be intoxicating herself with this stench of humanity as she sat on the edge of a stool, bending far over, smiling vaguely, her eyes slightly misty. It was as if her laziness was started by a kind of smothering caused by the dirty clothes which poisoned the air in the shop. Just as she was shaking out a child's dirty diaper, Coupeau came in. "By Jove," he stuttered, "what a sun! It shines full on your head." The zinc worker caught hold of the ironing table to save himself from falling. It was the first time he had been so drunk. Until then, he had sometimes come home slightly tipsy, but nothing more. This time, however, he had a black eye. Just a friendly slap he had run up against in a playful moment. His curly hair, already streaked with grey, must have dusted a corner in some low wine shop, for a cobweb was hanging to one of his locks over the back of his neck. He was still as attractive as ever, though his features were rather drawn and aged, and his under jaw projected more, but he was always lively, as he would sometimes say, with a complexion to be envied by a duchess. "I'll just explain it to you," he resumed, addressing Gervaise. "It was Celery Root, you know him, the bloke with the wooden leg. Well, as he was going back to his native place, he wanted to treat us. Oh, we were all right if it hadn't been for that devil of a sun. In the street, everybody looked shaky. Really, all the world's drunk." And as tall Clemence laughed at his thinking that the people in the street were drunk, he was himself seized with an intense fit of gaiety which almost strangled him. "Look at them, the blessed tipplers, aren't they funny?" he cried. "But it's not their fault, it's the sun that's causing it." All the shop laughed, even Madame Putois, who did not like drunkards. That squint-eyed Augustine was cackling like a hen, suffocating with her mouth wide open. Gervaise, however, suspected Coupeau of not having come straight home, but of having passed an hour with the Lorilleux, who were always filling his head with unpleasant ideas. When he swore he had not been near them, she laughed also, full of indulgence, and not even reproaching him with having wasted another day. Mon Dieu, what nonsense he does talk, she murmured. How does he manage to say such stupid things? Then in a maternal tone of voice she added, now go to bed, won't you? You see, we're busy. You're in our way. That makes 32 handkerchiefs, Madame Bijard, and 2 more, 34. But Coupeau was not sleepy. He stood there wagging his body from side to side like the pendulum of a clock, and chuckling in an obstinate and teasing manner. Gervaise, wanting to finish with Madame Bijard, called to Clémence to count the laundry while she made the list. Tall Clémence made a dirty remark about every item that she touched. She commented on the customers' misfortunes and their bedroom adventures. She had a wash-house joke for every rip or stain that passed through her hands. Augustine pretended that she didn't understand, but her ears were wide open. Madame Putois compressed her lips, thinking it a disgrace to say such things in front of Coupeau. It's not a man's business to have anything to do with dirty linen. It's just not done among decent people. Gervaise, serious and her mind fully occupied with what she was about, did not seem to notice. As she wrote, she gave a glance to each article as it passed before her, so as to recognize it, and she never made a mistake. She guessed the owner's name just by the look or the color. Those napkins belonged to the Goujet, that was evident. They had not been used to wipe out frying pans. That pillowcase certainly came from the Boches on account of the pomatum with which Madame Boche always smeared her things. There was no need to put your nose close to the flannel vests of Monsieur Madinier. His skin was so oily that it clogged up his woolens. She knew many peculiarities, the cleanliness of some, the ragged underclothes of neighborhood ladies who appeared on the streets in silk dresses, how many items each family soiled weekly, the way some people's garments were always torn at the same spot. Oh, she had many tales to tell. For instance, the chemises of Mademoiselle Remanjou provided material for endless comments. They wore out at the top first because the old maid had bony, sharp shoulders, and they were never really dirty, proving that she'd dry up by her age, like a stick of wood out of which it's hard to squeeze a drop of anything. It was thus that at every sorting of the dirty linen in the shop, they undressed the whole neighborhood of the Goutte d'Or. "Oh, here's something luscious!" cried Clémence, opening another bundle. Gervaise, suddenly seized with a great repugnance, drew back. "Madame Gaudron's bundle," said she. "I'll no longer wash for her. I'll find some excuse. No, I'm not more particular than another. I've handled some most disgusting linen in my time, but really that lot I can't stomach. What can the woman do to get her things into such a state?" And she requested Clémence to look sharp. But the girl continued her remarks, thrusting the clothes sullenly about her, with complaints on the soiled cap she waved like triumphal banners of filth. Meanwhile, the heaps around Gervaise had grown higher. Still seated on the edge of the stool, she was now disappearing between the petticoats and chemises. In front of her were the sheets, the tablecloths, a veritable mass of dirtiness. She seemed even rosier and more languid than usual within this spreading sea of soiled laundry. She had regained her composure, forgetting Madame Gaudron's laundry, stirring the various piles of clothing to make sure there had been no mistake in sorting. Squint-eyed Augustine had just stuffed the stove so full of coke that its cast-iron sides were bright red. The sun was shining obliquely on the window. The shop was in a blaze. Then Coupeau, whom the great heat intoxicated all the more, was seized with a sudden fit of tenderness. He advanced toward Gervaise with open arms and deeply moved. "You're a good wife," he stammered. "I must kiss you." But he caught his foot in the garments which barred the way and nearly fell. "What a nuisance you are," said Gervaise without getting angry. "Keep still, we're nearly done now." No, he wanted to kiss her. He must do so because he loved her so much. Whilst he stuttered, he tried to get round the heap of petticoats and stumbled against the pile of chemises. Then, as he obstinately persisted, His feet caught together and he fell flat, his nose in the midst of the dishcloths. Gervaise, beginning to lose her temper, pushed him, saying that he was mixing all the things up. But Clémence and even Madame Putois maintained that she was wrong. It was very nice of him, after all. He wanted to kiss her. She might very well let herself be kissed. "You're lucky, you are, Madame Coupeau," said Madame Bijard, whose drunkard of a husband, a locksmith, was nearly beating her to death each evening when he came in. "If my old man was like that when he's had a drop, it would be a real pleasure." Gervaise had calmed down and was already regretting her hastiness. She helped Coupeau up on his legs again. Then she offered her cheek with a smile. But the zinc worker, without caring a button for the other people being present, seized her bosom. "It's not for the sake of saying so," he murmured, "but your dirty linen stinks tremendously. Still, I love you all the same, you know." "Leave off, you're tickling me," cried she, laughing the louder. "What a great silly you are! How can you be so absurd?" He had caught hold of her and would not let her go. She gradually abandoned herself to him, dizzy from the slight faintness caused by the heap of clothes, and not minding Coupeau's foul-smelling breath. The long kiss they exchanged on each other's mouths, in the midst of the filth of the laundress's trade, was perhaps the first tumble in the slow downfall of their life together. Madame Bijard had meanwhile been tying up the laundry into bundles and talking about her daughter, Eulalie, who at 2 was as smart as a grown woman. She could be left by herself. She never cried or played with matches. Finally, Madame Bijard took the laundry away, a bundle at a time, her face splotched with purple and her tall form bent under the weight. "This heat is becoming unbearable. We're roasting," said Gervaise, wiping her face before returning to Madame Boche's cap. They talked of boxing Augustine's ears when they saw that the stove was red hot. The irons also were getting in the same condition. She must have the very devil in her body. One could not turn one's back a moment without her being up to some of her tricks. Now they would have to wait a quarter of an hour before they would be able to use their irons. Gervaise covered the fire with 2 shovelfuls of cinders. Then she thought to hang some sheets on the brass wires near the ceiling to serve as curtains to keep out the sunlight. Things were now better in the shop. The temperature was still high, but you could imagine it was cooler. Footsteps could still be heard outside, but you were free to make yourself comfortable. Clémence removed her camisole again. Coupeau still refused to go to bed, so they allowed him to stay, but he had to promise to be quiet in a corner, for they were very busy. "Whatever has that vermin done with my little iron?" murmured Gervaise, speaking of Augustine. They were forever seeking the little iron, which they found in the most out-of-the-way places, where the apprentice, so they said, hid it out of spite. Gervaise could now finish Madame Boche's cap. First she roughly smoothed the lace, spreading it out with her hand, and then she straightened it up by light strokes of the iron. It had a very fancy border consisting of narrow puffs alternating with insertions of embroidery. She was working on it silently and conscientiously, ironing the puffs and insertions. Silence prevailed for a time. Nothing was to be heard except the soft thud of irons on the ironing pad. On both sides of the huge rectangular table, Gervaise, her 2 employees, and the apprentice were bending over, slaving at their tasks with rounded shoulders, their arms moving incessantly. Each had a flat brick blackened by hot irons near her. A soup plate filled with clean water was on the middle of the table, with a moistening rag and a small brush soaking in it. A bouquet of large white lilies bloomed in what had once been a brandied cherry jar. Its cluster of snowy flowers suggested a corner of a royal garden. Madame Putois had begun the basket that Gervaise had brought to her, filled with towels, wrappers, cuffs, and underdrawers. Augustine was dawdling with the stockings and washcloths, gazing into the air, seemingly fascinated by a large fly that was buzzing around. Clémence had done 34 men's shirts so far that day. "Always wine, never spirits," suddenly said the zinc worker, who felt the necessity of making this declaration. "Spirits make me drunk. I'll have none of them." Clemence took an iron from the stove with her leather holder, in which a piece of sheet iron was inserted, and held it up to her cheek to see how hot it was. She rubbed it on her brick, wiped it on a piece of rag hanging from her waistband, and started on her 35th shirt, first of all ironing the shoulders and the sleeves. "Bah, Monsieur Coupeau," said she after a minute or two, "a little glass of brandy isn't bad. It sets me going. Besides, the sooner you're merry, the jollier it is. Oh, I don't make any mistake. I know that I shan't make old bones." "What a nuisance you are with your funeral ideas," interrupted Madame Putois, who did not like hearing people talk of anything sad. Coupeau had arisen and was becoming angry, thinking that he'd been accused of drinking brandy. He swore on his own head and on the heads of his wife and child that there was not one drop of brandy in his veins. And he went up to Clemence and blew in her face so that she might smell his breath. Then he began to giggle because her bare shoulders were right under his nose. He thought maybe he could see more. Clemence, having folded over the back of the shirt and ironed it on both sides, was now working on the cuffs and collar. However, as he was shoving against her, he caused her to make a wrinkle, obliging her to reach for the brush soaking in the soup plate to smooth it out. "Madame," said she, "do make him leave off bothering me." "Leave her alone. It's stupid of you to go on like that," quietly observed Gervaise. "We're in a hurry, do you hear?" End of third part of chapter 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 22 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Fourth part of chapter 5. They were in a hurry. Well, what? It was not his fault. He was doing no harm. He was not touching. He was only looking. Was it no longer allowed to look at the beautiful things that God had made? All the same, she had precious fine arms, that artful Clemence. She might exhibit herself for 2 sous, and nobody would have to regret his money. The girl allowed him to go on, laughing at these coarse compliments of a drunken man, and she soon commenced joking with him. He chuffed her about the shirts. So she was always doing shirts. Why, yes, she practically lived in them. Mon Dieu, she knew them pretty well. Hundreds and hundreds of them had passed through her hands. Just about every man in the neighborhood was wearing her handiwork on his body. Her shoulders were shaking with laughter through all this, but she managed to continue ironing. "That's the banter," said she, laughing harder than ever. That squint-eyed Augustine almost burst, the joke seemed to her so funny. The others bullied her. There was a brat for you, who laughed at words she ought not to understand. Clemence handed her her iron. The apprentice finished up the irons on the stockings and the dishcloths when they were not hot enough for the starched things. But she took hold of this one so clumsily that she made herself a cuff in the form of a long burn on the wrist. And she sobbed and accused Clemence of having burnt her on purpose. The latter, who had gone to fetch a very hot iron for the shirt front, consoled her at once by threatening to iron her 2 ears if she did not leave off. Then she placed a piece of flannel under the front and slowly passed the iron over it, giving the starch time to show up and dry. The shirt front became as stiff and as shiny as cardboard. "By golly!" swore Coupeau, who was treading behind her with the obstinacy of a drunkard. He raised himself up with a shrill laugh that resembled a pulley in want of grease. Clemence, leaning heavily over the ironing table, her wrists bent in, her elbows sticking out and wide apart, was bending her neck in a last effort, and all her muscles swelled. Her shoulders rose with the slow play of the muscles beating beneath the soft skin. Her breasts heaved, wet with perspiration in the rosy shadow of the half-open chemise. Then Coupeau thrust out his hands, trying to touch her bare flesh. "Madame, madame," cried Clemence, "do make him leave off. I shall go away if it continues. I won't be intimated." Gervaise glanced over just as her husband's hands began to explore inside the chemise. "Really, Coupeau, you're too foolish," said she with a vexed air, as though she were scolding a child who persisted in eating his jam without bread. "You must go to bed." "Yes, go to bed, Monsieur Coupeau, it'll be far better," exclaimed Madame Putois. "Ah, well," stuttered he without ceasing to chuckle, "you're all precious particular. So one mustn't amuse oneself now. Women, I know how to handle them. I only kiss them, no more. One admires a lady, you know, and wants to show it. And besides, when one displays one's goods, it's that one may make one's choice, isn't it? Why does a tall blonde show everything she's got? It's not decent." And turning towards Clemence, he added, "You know, my lovely, you're wrong to be so very insolent. If it's because there are others here—" But he was unable to continue. Gervaise very calmly seized hold of him with one hand and placed the other on his mouth. He struggled, just by way of a joke, while she pushed him to the back of the shop, towards the bedroom. He got his mouth free and said that he was willing to go to bed, but that the tall blonde must come and warm his feet. Then Gervaise could be heard taking off his shoes. She removed his clothes too, bullying him in a motherly way. He burst out laughing after she had removed his trousers and kicked about, pretending that she was tickling him. At last she tucked him in carefully like a child. Was he comfortable now? But he did not answer. He called to Clemence, "I say, my lovely, I'm here and waiting for you." When Gervaise went back into the shop, the squint-eyed Augustine was being properly chastised by Clemence because of a dirty iron that Madame Putois had used, and which had caused her to soil a camisole. Clemence, in defending herself for not having cleaned her iron, blamed Augustine, swearing that it wasn't hers, in spite of the spot of burnt starch still clinging to the bottom. The apprentice, outraged at the injustice, openly spat on the front of Clemence's dress, earning a slap for her boldness. Now, as Augustine went about cleaning the iron, she saved up her spit, and each time she passed Clemence, spat on her back and laughed to herself. Gervaise continued with the lace of Madame Boche's cap. In the sudden calm which ensued, one could hear Coupeau's husky voice issuing from the depths of the bedroom. He was still jolly and was laughing to himself as he uttered bits of phrases. "How stupid she is, my wife. How stupid of her to put me to bed. Really, it's too absurd in the middle of the day when one isn't sleepy." But all on a sudden he snored. Then Gervaise gave a sigh of relief, happy in knowing that he was at length quiet and sleeping off his intoxication on 2 good mattresses. And she spoke out in the silence in a slow and continuous voice without taking her eyes off her work. "You see, he hasn't his reason. One can't be angry. Were I to be harsh with him, it would be of no use. I prefer to agree with him and get him to bed, then at least it's over at once and I'm quiet. Besides, he isn't ill-natured. He loves me very much. You could see that just a moment ago when he was so desperate to give me a kiss. That's quite nice of him. There are plenty of men, you know, who after drinking a bit don't come straight home, but stay out chasing women. Oh, he may fool around with the women in the shop, but it doesn't lead to anything. Clemence, you mustn't feel insulted. You know how it is when a man's had too much to drink. He could do anything and not even remember it." She spoke composedly, not at all angry, being quite used to Coupeau's sprees and not holding them against him. A silence settled down for a while when she stopped talking. There was a lot of work to get done. They figured they would have to keep at it until 11, working as fast as they could. Now that they were undisturbed, all of them were pounding away. Bare arms were moving back and forth, showing glimpses of pink among the whiteness of the laundry. More coke had been put into the stove, and the sunlight slanted in between the sheets onto the stove. You could see the heat rising up through the rays of the sun. It became so stifling that Augustine ran out of spit and was forced to lick her lips. The room smelled of the heat and of the working women. The white lilies in the jar were beginning to fade, yet they still exuded a pure and strong perfume. Coupeau's heavy snores were heard like the regular ticking of a huge clock, setting the tempo for the heavy labor in the shop. On the morrow of his carouses, the zinc worker always had a headache, a splitting headache which kept him all day, with his hair uncombed, his breath offensive, and his mouth all swollen and askew. He got up late on those days, not shaking the fleas off until about 8 o'clock, and he would hang about the shop, unable to make up his mind to start off to his work. It was another day lost. In the morning he would complain that his legs bent like pieces of thread, and would call himself a great fool to guzzle to such an extent as it broke one's constitution. Then, too, there were a lot of lazy bums who wouldn't let you go, and you'd get to drinking more in spite of yourself. No more for him. After lunch he would always begin to perk up and deny that he'd been really drunk the night before, maybe just a bit lit up. He was rock solid and able to drink anything he wanted without even blinking an eye. When he had thoroughly badgered the workwomen, Gervaise would give him 20 sous to clear out, and off he would go to buy his tobacco at the little civet in the Rue des Poissonniers, where he generally took a plum in brandy whenever he met a friend. Then he spent the rest of the 20 sous at old François, at the corner of the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, where there was a famous wine, quite young, which tickled your gullet. This was an old-fashioned place with a low ceiling. There was a smoky room to one side where soup was served. He would stay there until evening drinking, because there was an understanding that he didn't have to pay right away, and they would never send the bill to his wife. Besides, he was a jolly fellow who would never do the least harm. A chap who loved a spree, sure enough, and who coloured his nose in his turn, but in a nice manner, full of contempt for those pigs of men who have succumbed to alcohol and whom one never sees sober. He always went home as gay and as gallant as a lark. "Has your lover been?" he would sometimes ask Gervaise by way of teasing her. "One never sees him now. I must go and rout him out." The lover was Goujet. He avoided, in fact, calling too often for fear of being in the way, and also of causing people to talk. Yet he frequently found a pretext, such as bringing in the washing, and he would pass no end of time on the pavement in front of the shop. There was a corner right at the back in which he liked to sit, without moving, for hours, and smoke his short pipe. Once every 10 days, in the evening after his dinner, he would venture there and take up his favourite position. And he was no talker. His mouth almost seemed sewn up as he sat with his eyes fixed on Gervaise, and only removed his pipe to laugh at everything she said. When they were working late on a Saturday, he would stay on and appeared to amuse himself more than if he had gone to a theatre. Sometimes the women stayed in the shop ironing until 3 in the morning. A lamp hung from the ceiling and spread a brilliant light, making the linen look like fresh snow. The apprentice would put up the shop shutters, but since these July nights were scorching hot, the door would be left open. The later the hour, the more casual the women became with their clothes while trying to be comfortable. The lamplight flecked their rosy skin with gold specks, especially Gervaise, who was so pleasantly rounded. On these nights, Goujet would be overcome by the heat from the stove and the odor of linen steaming under the hot irons. He would drift into a sort of giddiness, his thinking slowed and his eyes obsessed by these hurrying women, as their naked arms moved back and forth, working far into the night to have the neighborhood's best clothes ready for Sunday. Everything around the laundry was slumbering, settled into sleep for the night. Midnight rang, then 1 o'clock, then 2 o'clock. There were no vehicles or pedestrians. In the dark and deserted street, only their shop door let out any light. Once in a while, footsteps would be heard and a man would pass the shop. As he crossed the path of light, he would stretch his neck to look in, startled by the sound of the thudding irons, and carry with him the quick glimpse of bare-shouldered laundresses immersed in a rosy mist. Goujet, seeing that Gervaise did not know what to do with Etienne, and wishing to deliver him from Coupeau's kicks, had engaged him to go and blow the bellows at the factory where he worked. The profession of bolt-maker, if not one to be proud of on account of the dirt of the forge and of the monotony of the constantly hammering on pieces of iron of a similar kind, was nevertheless a well-paid one, at which 10 and even 12 francs a day could be earned. The youngster, who was then 12 years old, would soon be able to go in for it if the calling was to his liking. And Etienne had thus become another link between the laundress and the blacksmith. The latter would bring the child home and speak of his good conduct. Everyone laughingly said that Goujet was smitten with Gervaise. She knew it and blushed like a young girl, the flush of modesty colouring her cheeks with the bright tints of an apple. The poor fellow, he was never any trouble. He never made a bold gesture or an indelicate remark. He didn't find many men like him. Gervaise didn't want to admit it, but she derived a great deal of pleasure from being adored like this. Whenever a problem arose, she thought immediately of the blacksmith and was consoled. There was never any awkward tension when they were alone together. They just looked at each other and smiled happily with no need to talk. It was a very sensible kind of affection. Towards the end of the summer, Nana quite upset the household. She was 6 years old and promised to be a thorough good-for-nothing. So as not to have her always under her feet, her mother took her every morning to a little school in the Rue Polonceau, kept by Mademoiselle Josse. She fastened her playfellows' dresses together behind. She filled the schoolmistress's snuff-box with ashes, and invented other tricks much less decent, which could not be mentioned. Twice Mademoiselle Josse expelled her, and then took her back again, so as not to lose the 6 francs a month. Directly lessons were over, Nana avenged herself for having been kept in by making an infernal noise under the porch and in the courtyard, where the ironers, whose ears could not stand the racket, sent her to play. There she would meet Pauline, the Boche's daughter, and Victor, the son of Gervaise's old employer, a big booby of 10 who delighted in playing with very little girls. Madame Fauconnier, who had not quarrelled with the Coupeaus, would herself send her son. In the house, too, there was an extraordinary swarm of brats, flights of children who rolled down the 4 staircases at all hours of the day and alighted on the pavement of the courtyard like troops of noisy, pillaging sparrows. Madame Gaudron was responsible for 9 of them, all with uncombed hair, runny noses, hand-me-down clothes, saggy stockings, and ripped jackets. Another woman on the 6th floor had 7 of them. This horde that only got their faces washed when it rained were in all shapes and sizes, fat, thin, big, and barely out of the cradle. End of 4th part of chapter 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Section 23 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. 5th part of chapter 5. Nana reigned supreme over this host of urchins. She ordered about girls twice her own size, and only deigned to relinquish a little of her power in favour of Pauline and Victor, intimate confidants who enforced her commands. This precious chit was for ever wanting to play at being mamma, undressing the smallest ones to dress them again, insisting on examining the others all over, messing them about and exercising the capricious despotism of a grown-up person with a vicious disposition. Under her leadership, they got up tricks for which they should have been well spanked. The troop paddled in the coloured water from the dyers and emerged from it with legs stained blue or red as high as the knees. Then off it flew to the locksmith's, where it purloined nails and filings and started off again to alight in the midst of the carpenter's shavings. Enormous heaps of shavings, which delighted it immensely, and in which it rolled head over heels, exposing their behinds. The courtyard was her kingdom. It echoed with the clatter of little shoes as they stampeded back and forth with piercing cries. On some days the courtyard was too small for them, and the troop would dash down into the cellar, race up a staircase, run along a corridor, and then dash up another staircase and follow another corridor for hours. They never got tired of their yelling and clambering. "Aren't they abominable, those little toads?" cried Madame Boche. "Really, people can have but very little to do to have time to get so many brats. And yet they complain of having no bread." Boche said that children pushed up out of poverty like mushrooms out of manure. All day long his wife was screaming at them and chasing them with her broom. Finally, she had to lock the door of the cellar when she learned from Pauline that Nana was playing doctor down there in the dark, viciously finding pleasure in applying remedies to the others by beating them with sticks. Well, one afternoon there was a frightful scene. It was bound to have come sooner or later. Nana had thought of a very funny little game. She had stolen one of Madame Boche's wooden shoes from outside the concierge's room. She tied a string to it and began dragging it about like a cart. Victor, on his side, had the idea to fill it with potato parings. Then a procession was formed. Nana came first, dragging the wooden shoe. Pauline and Victor walked on her right and left. Then the entire crowd of urchins followed in order, the big ones first, the little ones next, jostling one another. A baby in long skirts, about as tall as a boot, with an old tattered bonnet cocked on one side of its head, brought up the rear. And the procession chanted something sad with plenty of ohs and ahs. Nana had said that they were going to play at a funeral. The potato parings represented the body. When they had gone the round of the courtyard, they recommenced. They thought it immensely amusing. "What can they be up to?" murmured Madame Boche, who emerged from her room to see, ever mistrustful and on the alert. And when she understood, "But it's my shoe!" cried she furiously. "Ah, the rogues!" She distributed some smacks, clouted Nana on both cheeks, and administered a kick to Pauline, that great goose who allowed the others to steal her mother's shoe. It so happened that Gervaise was filling a bucket at the top. When she beheld Nana, her nose bleeding and choking with sobs, she almost sprang at the concierge's chignon. It was not right to hit a child as though it were an ox. One could have no heart. One must be the lowest of the low if one did so. Madame Boche naturally replied in a similar strain. When one had a beast of a girl like that, one should keep her locked up. At length Boche himself appeared in the doorway to call his wife to come in, and not to enter into so many explanations with a filthy thing like her. There was a regular quarrel. As a matter of fact, things had not gone on very pleasantly between the Boches and the Coupeaus for a month past. Gervaise, who was of a very generous nature, was continually bestowing wine, broth, oranges, and slices of cake on the Boches. One night she had taken the remains of an endive and beetroot salad to the concierge's room, knowing that the latter would have done anything for such a treat. But on the morrow she became quite pale with rage on hearing Mademoiselle Remanjou relate how Madame Boche had thrown the salad away in the presence of several persons with an air of disgust, and under the pretext that she, thank goodness, was not yet reduced to feeding on things which others had messed about. From that time Gervaise took no more presents to the Boches, nothing. Now the Boches seemed to think that Gervaise was stealing something which was rightfully theirs. Gervaise saw that she had made a mistake. If she hadn't catered to them so much in the beginning, they wouldn't have gotten into the habit of expecting it and might have remained on good terms with her. Now the concierge began to spread slander about Gervaise. There was a great fuss with the landlord, Monsieur Marescot, at the October rental period, because Gervaise was a day late with the rent. Madame Boche accused her of eating up all her money in fancy dishes. Monsieur Marescot charged into the laundry, demanding to be paid at once. He didn't even bother to remove his hat. The money was ready and was paid to him immediately. The Boches had now made up with the Lorilleux, who now came and did their guzzling in the concierge's lodge. They assured each other that they would never have fallen out if it hadn't been for Clump Clump. She was enough to set mountains to fighting. The Boches knew her well now. They could understand how much the Lorilleuxs must suffer. And whenever she passed beneath the doorway, they all affected to sneer at her. One day, Gervaise went up to see the Lorilleuxs in spite of this. It was with respect to Mother Coupeau, who was then 67 years old. Mother Coupeau's eyesight was almost completely gone. Her legs, too, were no longer what they used to be. She had been obliged to give up her last cleaning job, and now threatened to die of hunger if assistance were not forthcoming. Gervaise thought it shameful that a woman of her age, having 3 children, should be thus abandoned by heaven and earth. And as Coupeau refused to speak to the Lorilleuxs on the subject, saying that she, Gervaise, could very well go and do so, the latter went up in a fit of indignation, with which her heart was almost bursting. When she reached their door, she entered without knocking. Nothing had been changed since the night when the Lorilleuxs, at their first meeting, had received her so ungraciously. The same strip of faded woolen stuff separated the room from the workshop, a lodging like a gun barrel, and which looked as though it had been built for an eel. Right at the back, Lorilleux, leaning over his bench, was squeezing together one by one the links of a piece of chain, whilst Madame Lorilleux, standing in front of the vise, was passing a gold wire through the draw plate. In the broad daylight, the little forge had a rosy reflection. "Yes, it's I," said Gervaise. "I dare say you're surprised to see me as we're at daggers drawn. But I've come neither for you nor myself, you may be quite sure. It's for Mother Coupeau that I've come. Yes, I've come to see if we're going to let her beg her bread from the charity of others." "Ah, well, that's a fine way to burst in upon one," murmured Madame Lorilleux. "One must have a rare cheek." And she turned her back and resumed drawing her gold wire, affecting to ignore her sister-in-law's presence. But Lorilleux raised his pale face and cried, "What's that you say?" Then, as he had heard perfectly well, he continued, "More backbitings, eh? She's nice, Mother Coupeau, to go and cry starvation everywhere. Yet only the day before yesterday she dined here. We do what we can. We haven't all got the gold of Peru. Only if she goes about gossiping with others, she had better stay with them, for we don't like spies." He took up the piece of chain and turned his back also, adding as though with regret, "When everyone gives 5 francs a month, we'll give 5 francs. Gervaise had calmed down and felt quite chilled by the wooden-looking faces of the Lorilleuxs. She had never once set foot in their rooms without experiencing a certain uneasiness. With her eyes fixed on the floor, staring at the holes of the wooden grating through which the waste gold fell, she now explained herself in a reasonable manner. Mother Coupeau had 3 children. If each gave 5 francs, it would only make 15 francs, and really that was not enough. One could not live on it. They must at least triple the sum. But Lorilleux cried out, "Where did she think he could steal 15 francs a month? It was quite amusing. People thought he was rich simply because he had gold in his place." He began then to criticize Mother Coupeau. She had to have her morning coffee. She took a sip of brandy now and then. She was as demanding as if she were rich. Mon Dieu! Sure, everyone liked the good things of life, but if you've never saved a sou, you had to do what other folks did and do without. Besides, Mother Coupeau wasn't too old to work. She could see well enough when she was trying to pick a choice morsel from the platter. She was just an old spendthrift trying to get others to provide her with comforts. Even had he had the means, he would have considered it wrong to support anyone in idleness. Gervaise remained conciliatory and peaceably argued against all this bad reasoning. She tried to soften the Lorilleuxs, but the husband ended by no longer answering her. The wife was now at the forge, scouring a piece of chain in the little long-handled brass saucepan full of lye water. She still affectedly turned her back, as though 100 leagues away, and Gervaise continued speaking, watching them pretending to be absorbed in their labour in the midst of the black dust of the workshop, their bodies distorted, their clothes patched and greasy, both become stupidly hardened like old tools in the pursuit of their narrow mechanical task. Then suddenly anger again got the better of her, and she exclaimed, "Very well, I'd rather it was so. Keep your money. I'll give Mother Coupeau a home, do you hear? I picked up a cat the other evening, so I can at least do the same for your mother. And she shall be in want of nothing. She shall have her coffee and a drop of brandy. Good heavens, what a vile family!" At these words, Madame Lorilleux turned round. She brandished the saucepan as though she was about to throw the lye water in her sister-in-law's face. She stammered with rage. "Be off, or I shall do you an injury. And don't count on the 5 francs, because I won't give a radish. No, not a radish. Ah, well, yes, 5 francs. Mother would be your servant, and you would enjoy yourself with my 5 francs. If she goes to live with you, tell her this, she may croak. I won't even send her a glass of water. Now off you go, clear out." "What a monster of a woman," said Gervaise, violently slamming the door. On the morrow she brought Mother Coupeau to live with her, putting her bed in the inner room where Nana slept. The moving did not take long, for all the furniture Mother Coupeau had was her bed, an ancient walnut wardrobe which was put in the dirty clothes room, a table and 2 chairs. They sold the table and had the chairs recaned. From the very first, the old lady took over the sweeping. She washed the dishes and made herself useful, happy to have settled her problem. The Lorilleuxs were furious enough to explode, especially since Madame Lerat was now back on good terms with the Coupeaus. One day the 2 sisters, the flower maker and the chain maker, came to blows about Gervaise because Madame Lerat dared to express approval of the way she was taking care of their mother. When she noticed how this upset the other, she went on to remark that Gervaise had magnificent eyes warm enough to set paper on fire. The 2 of them commenced slapping each other and swore they would never see each other again. Nowadays, Madame Lerat often spent her evenings in the shop, laughing to herself at Clémence's spicy remarks. 3 years passed by. There were frequent quarrels and reconciliations. Gervaise did not care a straw for the Lorilleuxs, the Boches, and all the others who were not of her way of thinking. If they did not like it, they could forget it. She earned what she wished, that was her principal concern. The people of the neighborhood ended by greatly esteeming her, for one did not find many customers so kind as she was, paying punctually, never cavilling or higgling. She bought her bread of Madame Coudeloup in the Rue des Poissonniers, her meat of stout Charles, a butcher in the Rue Polonceau, her groceries at Le Hongre in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, almost opposite her own shop. François, the wine merchant at the corner of the street, supplied her with wine in baskets of 50 bottles. Her neighbor, Vigouroux, whose wife's hips must have been black and blue, the men pinched her so much, sold coke to her at the same price as the gas company. And in all truth, her tradespeople served her faithfully, knowing that there was everything to gain by treating her well. Besides, whenever she went out around the neighborhood, she was greeted everywhere. She felt quite at home. Sometimes she put off doing a laundry job just to enjoy being outdoors among her good friends. On days when she was too rushed to do her own cooking and had to go out to buy something already cooked, she would stop to gossip with her arms full of bowls. The neighbor she respected most was still the watchmaker. Often she would cross the street to greet him in his tiny cupboard of a shop, taking pleasure in the gaiety of the little cuckoo clocks with their pendulums ticking away the hours in chorus. End of chapter 5. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Section 24 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Chapter 6. One afternoon in the autumn, Gervaise, who had been taking some washing home to a customer in the Rue de Porte Blanche, found herself at the bottom of the Rue de Poissonnier, just as the day was declining. It had rained in the morning, the weather was very mild, and an odour rose from the greasy pavement, and the laundress, burdened with her big basket, was rather out of breath, slow of step, and inclined to take her ease as she ascended the street with the vague preoccupation of a longing increased by her weariness. She would have liked to have had something to eat. Then, on raising her eyes, she beheld the name of the Rue Marcadet, and she suddenly had the idea of going to see Goujet at his forge. He had no end of times told her to look in any day she was curious to see how iron was wrought. Besides, in the presence of other workmen she would ask for Etienne, and make believe that she had merely called for the youngster. The factory was somewhere on this end of the Rue Marcadet, but she didn't know exactly where, and street numbers were often lacking on those ramshackle buildings separated by vacant lots. She wouldn't have lived on this street for all the gold in the world. It was a wide street, but dirty, black with soot from factories, with holes in the pavement and deep ruts filled with stagnant water. On both sides were rows of sheds, workshops with beams and brickwork exposed so that they seemed unfinished, a messy collection of masonry. Besides them were dubious lodging-houses and even more dubious taverns. All she could recall was that the bolt factory was next to a yard full of scrap iron and rags, a sort of open sewer spread over the ground, storing merchandise worth hundreds of thousands of francs, according to Goujet. The street was filled with a noisy racket. Exhaust pipes on roofs puffed out violent jets of steam. An automatic sawmill added a rhythmic screeching. A button factory shook the ground with the rumbling of its machines. She was looking up toward the Montmartre height, hesitant, uncertain whether to continue, when a gust of wind blew down a mass of sooty smoke that covered the entire street. She closed her eyes and held her breath. At that moment she heard the sound of hammers in cadence. Without realizing it, she had arrived directly in front of the bolt factory, which she now recognized by the vacant lot beside it, full of piles of scrap iron and rolled rags. She still hesitated, not knowing where to enter. A broken fence opened a passage which seemed to lead through the heaps of rubbish from some buildings recently pulled down. 2 planks had been thrown across a large puddle of muddy water that barred the way. She ended by venturing along them, turned to the left, and found herself lost in the depths of a strange forest of old carts, standing on end with their shafts in the air, and of hovels in ruins, the woodwork of which was still standing. Toward the back, stabbing through the half-light of sundown, a flame gleamed red. The clamor of the hammers had ceased. She was advancing carefully when a workman, his face blackened with coal dust and wearing a goatee, passed near her, casting a side glance with his pale eyes. "Sir," asked she, "it's here, is it not, that a boy named Etienne works? He's my son." "Etienne, Etienne," repeated the workman in a hoarse voice as he twisted himself about. "Etienne, no, I don't know him." An alcoholic reek, like that from old brandy casks, issued from his mouth. Meeting a woman in this dark corner seemed to be giving the fellow ideas, and so Gervaise drew back, saying, "But yet it's here that Monsieur Goujet works, isn't it?" "Ah, Goujet, yes," said the workman. "I know Goujet. If you come for Goujet, go right to the end." And turning round, he called out at the top of his voice, which had a sound of cracked brass, "I say, golden mug, here's a lady wants you." But a clanging of iron drowned the cry. Gervaise went to the end. She reached the door and stretching out her neck looked in. At first she could distinguish nothing. The forge had died down, but there was still a little glow which held back the advancing shadows from its corner. Great shadows seemed to float in the air. At times black shapes passed before the fire, shutting off this last bit of brightness, silhouettes of men so strangely magnified that their arms and legs were indistinct. Gervaise, not daring to venture in, called from the doorway in a faint voice, "Monsieur Goujet! Monsieur Goujet!" Suddenly all became lighted up. Beneath the puff of the bellows a jet of white flame had ascended, and the whole interior of the shed could be seen, walled in by wooden planks, with openings roughly plastered over, and brick walls reinforcing the corners. Coal ash had painted the whole expanse a sooty grey. Spider webs hung from the beams like rags hung up to dry, heavy with the accumulated dust of years. On shelves along the walls, or hanging from nails, or tossed into corners, she saw rusty iron, battered implements, and huge tools. The white flame flared higher, like an explosion of dazzling sunlight revealing the trampled dirt underfoot, where the polished steel of 4 anvils, fixed on blocks, took on a reflection of silver sprinkled with gold. Then Gervaise recognized Goujet in front of the forge by his beautiful yellow beard. Etienne was blowing the bellows. 2 other workmen were there, but she only beheld Goujet, and walked forward and stood before him. "Why, it's Madame Gervaise!" he exclaimed with a bright look on his face. "What a pleasant surprise!" But as his comrades appeared to be rather amused, he pushed Etienne towards his mother, and resumed: "You've come to see the youngster. He behaves himself well. He's beginning to get some strength in his wrists." "Well," she said, "it isn't easy to find your way here. I thought I was going to the end of the world." After telling about her journey, she asked why no one in the shop knew Etienne's name. Goujet laughed and explained to her that everybody called him Little Zouzou, because he had his hair cut short like that of a zouave. While they were talking together, Etienne stopped working the bellows, and the flame of the forge dwindled to a rosy glow amid the gathering darkness. Touched by the presence of this smiling young woman, the blacksmith stood gazing at her. Then, as neither continued speaking, he seemed to recollect, and broke the silence. "Excuse me, Madame Gervaise, I've something that has to be finished. You'll stay, won't you? You're not in anybody's way." She remained. Etienne returned to the bellows. The forge was soon ablaze again with a cloud of sparks, the more so as the youngster, wanting to show his mother what he could do, was making the bellows blow a regular hurricane. Goujet, standing up watching a bar of iron heating, was waiting with the tongs in his hand. The bright glare illuminated him without a shadow, sleeves rolled back, shirt neck open, bare arms and chest. When the bar was at white heat, he seized it with the tongs and cut it with a hammer on the anvil, in pieces of equal length, as though he had been gently breaking pieces of glass. Then he put the pieces back into the fire, from which he took them one by one to work them into shape. He was forging hexagonal rivets. He placed each piece in a tool hole of the anvil, bent down the iron that was to form the head, flattened the 6 sides, and threw the finished rivet still red hot onto the black earth, where its bright light gradually died out, and this with a continuous hammering, wielding in his right hand a hammer weighing 5 pounds, completing a detail at every blow, turning and working the iron with such dexterity that he was able to talk to and look at those about him. The anvil had a silvery ring. Without a drop of perspiration, quite at his ease, he struck in a good-natured sort of a way, not appearing to exert himself more than on the evenings when he cut out pictures at home. "Oh, these are little rivets of 20 millimeters," said he in reply to Gervaise's questions. "A fellow can do this 300 a day, but it requires practice, for one's arm soon grows weary." And when she asked him if his wrist did not feel stiff at the end of the day, he laughed aloud. Did she think him a young lady? His wrist had had plenty of drudgery for 15 years past. It was now as strong as the iron implements it had been so long in contact with. She was right, though. A gentleman who had never forged a rivet or a bolt, and who would try to show off with his 5-pound hammer, would find himself precious stiff in the course of a couple of hours. It did not seem much, but a few years of it often did for some very strong fellows. During this conversation, the other workmen were also hammering away all together. Their tall shadows danced about in the light, the red flashes of the iron that the fire traversed, the gloomy recesses, clouds of sparks darted out from beneath the hammers and shone like suns on a level with the anvils. And Gervaise, feeling happy and interested in the movement round the forge, did not think of leaving. She was going a long way round to get nearer to Etienne without having her hands burned, when she saw the dirty and bearded workman whom she had spoken to outside enter. "So you found him, madame?" asked he in his drunken bantering way. "You know, Golden Mug, it's I who told madame where to find you." He was called Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, the brick of bricks, a dab hand at bolt forging, who wetted his iron every day with 1.5 pints of brandy. He had gone out to have a drop, because he felt he wanted greasing to make him last till 6 o'clock. When he learned that little Zouzou's real name was Etienne, he thought it very funny, and he showed his black teeth as he laughed. Then he recognized Gervaise. Only the day before he had had a glass of wine with Coupeau. You could speak to Coupeau about Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. He would at once say, "He's a jolly dog." Ah, that joker Coupeau! He was one of the right sort. He stood treat oftener than his turn. "I'm awfully glad to know you're his missus," added he. "He deserves to have a pretty wife, eh, Golden Mug? Madame is a fine woman, isn't she?" He was becoming quite gallant, sidling up towards the laundress, who took hold of her basket and held it in front of her so as to keep him at a distance. Goujet, annoyed, and seeing that his comrade was joking because of his friendship for Gervaise, called out to him, "I say, lazy bones, what about the 40mm bolts? Do you think you're equal to them now that you've got your gullet full, you confounded guzzler?" The blacksmith was alluding to an order for big bolts which necessitated 2 beaters at the anvil. "I'm ready to start at this moment, big baby," replied Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. "It sucks its thumb and thinks itself a man. In spite of your size, I'm equal to you." "Yes, that's it, at once. Look sharp, and off we go." "Right you are, my boy." They taunted each other, stimulated by Gervaise's presence. Goujet placed the pieces of iron that had been cut beforehand in the fire, then he fixed a tool hole of large bore on an anvil. His comrade had taken from against the wall 2 sledge-hammers weighing 20 pounds each, the 2 big sisters of the factory, whom the workers called Fifine and Didele, and he continued to brag, talking of a half-gross of rivets which he had forged for the Dunkirk lighthouse, regular jewels, things to be put in a museum, they were so daintily finished off. Hang it all, no, he did not fear competition. Before meeting with another chap like him, you might search every factory in the capital. They were going to have a laugh, they would see what they would see. "Madame will be judge," said he, turning towards the young woman. "Enough chattering," cried Goujet. "Now then, Jojo, show your muscle. It's not hot enough, my lad." But Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, asked, "So we strike together?" "Not a bit of it. Each his own bolt, my friend." This statement operated as a damper, and Goujet's comrade, on hearing it, remained speechless, in spite of his boasting. Bolts of 40mm, fashioned by one man, had never before been seen, the more so as the bolts were to be round-headed, a work of great difficulty, a real masterpiece to achieve. The 3 other workmen came over, leaving their jobs, to watch. A tall, lean one wagered a bottle of wine that Goujet would be beaten. Meanwhile, the 2 blacksmiths had chosen their sledge-hammers with eyes closed, because Fifine weighed a half-pound more than Didele. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, had the good luck to put his hand on Didele. Fifine fell to Golden Mug. While waiting for the iron to get hot enough, Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, again showing off, struck a pose before the anvil while casting side-glances towards Gervaise. He planted himself solidly, tapping his feet impatiently like a man ready for a fight, throwing all his strength into practice swings with Didele. Mon Dieu, he was good at this. He could have flattened the Vendome column like a pancake. "Now then, off you go," said Goujet, placing one of the pieces of iron, as thick as a girl's wrist, in the tool hole. End of first part of chapter 6. Section 25 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Second part of chapter 6. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, leaned back and swung Didele round with both hands. Short and lean, with his goatee bristling and with his wolf-like eyes glaring beneath his unkempt hair, he seemed to snap at each swing of the hammer, springing up from the ground as though carried away by the force he put into the blow. He was a fierce one, who fought with the iron, annoyed at finding it so hard, and he even gave a grunt whenever he thought he had planted a fierce stroke. Perhaps brandy did weaken other people's arms, but he needed brandy in his veins instead of blood. The drop he had taken a little while before had made his carcass as warm as a boiler. He felt he had the power of a steam engine within him, and the iron seemed to be afraid of him this time. He flattened it more easily than if it had been a quid of tobacco. And it was a sight to see how Didele waltzed. She cut such capers, with her tootsies in the air, just like a little dancer at the Élysée Montmartre, who exhibits her fine underclothes. For it would never do to dawdle. Iron is so deceitful, it cools at once, just to spite the hammer. With 30 blows, Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, had fashioned the head of his bolt. But he panted, his eyes were half out of his head, and got into a great rage as he felt his arms growing tired. Then, carried away by wrath, jumping about and yelling, he gave 2 more blows, just out of revenge for his trouble. When he took the bolt from the hole, it was deformed, its head being askew like a hunchback's. "Come now, isn't that quickly beaten into shape?" said he all the same, with his self-confidence, as he presented his work to Gervaise. "I'm no judge, sir," replied the laundress reservedly. But she saw plainly enough the marks of Del's last 2 kicks on the bolt, and she was very pleased. She bit her lips so as not to laugh, for now Goujet had every chance of winning. It was now Golden Mug's turn. Before commencing, he gave the laundress a look full of confident tenderness. Then he did not hurry himself. He measured his distance, and swung the hammer from on high with all his might and at regular intervals. He had the classic style, accurate, evenly balanced, and supple. Fifine, in his hands, did not cut capers like at a dance-hall, but made steady, certain progress. She rose and fell in cadence, like a lady of quality solemnly leading some ancient minuet. There was no brandy in Golden Mug's veins, only blood, throbbing powerfully even into Fifine and controlling the job. That stalwart fellow! What a magnificent man he was at work! The high flame of the forge shone full on his face. His whole face seemed golden indeed, with his short hair curling over his forehead and his splendid yellow beard. His neck was as straight as a column, and his immense chest was wide enough for a woman to sleep across it. His shoulders and sculptured arms seemed to have been copied from a giant's statue in some museum. You could see his muscles swelling, mountains of flesh rippling and hardening under the skin. His shoulders, his chest, his neck expanded. He seemed to shed light about him, becoming beautiful and all-powerful, like a kindly god. He had now swung Fifine 20 times, his eyes always fixed on the iron, drawing a deep breath with each blow, yet showing only 2 great drops of sweat trickling down from his temples. He counted 21, 22, 23. Calmly Fifine continued, like a noble lady dancing. "What a show-off!" jeeringly murmured Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. Gervaise, standing opposite Goujet, looked at him with an affectionate smile. Mon Dieu! What fools men are! Here these 2 men were, pounding on their bolts to pay court to her. She understood it. They were battling with hammer blows, like 2 big red roosters vying for the favors of a little white hen. Sometimes the human heart has fantastic ways of expressing itself. This thundering of Dedele and Fifine upon the anvil was for her, this forge roaring and overflowing was for her. They were forging their love before her, battling over her. To be honest, she rather enjoyed it. All women are happy to receive compliments. The mighty blows of Golden Mug found echoes in her heart. They rang within her, a crystal-clear music in time with the throbbing of her pulse. She had the feeling that this hammering was driving something deep inside of her, something solid, something hard as the iron of the bolt. She had no doubt Goujet would win. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, was much too ugly in his dirty tunic, jumping around like a monkey that had escaped from a zoo. She waited, blushing red, happy that the heat could explain the blush. Goujet was still counting. "Hand 28," cried he at length, laying the hammer on the ground. "It's finished. You can look." The head of the bolt was clean, polished, and without a flaw, regular goldsmith's work, with the roundness of a marble cast in a mould. The other men looked at it and nodded their heads. There was no denying it was lovely enough to be worshipped. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, tried indeed to chuff, but it was no use, and ended by returning to his anvil, with his nose put out of joint. Gervaise had squeezed up against Goujet, as though to get a better view. Etienne having let go the bellows, the forge was once more becoming enveloped in shadow, like a brilliant red sunset suddenly giving way to black night. And the blacksmith and the laundress experienced a sweet pleasure in feeling this gloom surround them in that shed black with soot and filings, and where an odor of old iron prevailed. They could not have thought themselves more alone in the Bois de Vincennes had they met there in the depth of some copse. He took her hand as though he had conquered her. Outside they scarcely exchanged a word. All he could find to say was that she might have taken Etienne away with her, had it not been that there was still another half-hour's work to get through. When she started away he called her back, wanting a few more minutes with her. "Come along, you haven't seen all the place, it's quite interesting." He led her to another shed, where the owner was installing a new machine. She hesitated in the doorway, oppressed by an instinctive dread. The great hall was vibrating from the machines, and black shadows filled the air. He reassured her with a smile, swearing that there was nothing to fear, only she should be careful not to let her skirts get caught in any of the gears. He went first, and she followed into the deafening hubbub of whistling, amid clouds of steam peopled by human shadows moving busily. The passages were very narrow, and there were obstacles to step over, holes to avoid, passing carts to move back from. She couldn't distinguish anything clearly or hear what Goujet was saying. Gervaise looked up and stopped to stare at the leather belts hanging from the roof in a gigantic spider web, each strip ceaselessly revolving. The steam engine that drove them was hidden behind a low brick wall, so that the belts seemed to be moving by themselves. She stumbled and almost fell while looking up. Goujet raised his voice with explanations. There were the tapping machines operated by women, which put threads on bolts and nuts. Their steel gears were shining with oil. She could follow the entire process. She nodded her head and smiled. She was still a little tense, however, feeling uneasy at being so small among these rough metal workers. She jumped back more than once, her blood suddenly chilled by the dull thud of a machine. Goujet had stopped before one of the rivet machines. He stood there brooding, his head lowered, his gaze fixed. This machine forged 40mm rivets with the calm ease of a giant. Nothing could be simpler. The stoker took the iron shank from the furnace. The striker put it into the socket, where a continuous stream of water cooled it to prevent softening of the steel. The press descended, and the bolt flew out into the ground, its head as round as though cast in a mould. Every 12 hours this machine made hundreds of kilograms of bolts. Goujet was not a mean person, but there were moments when he wanted to take Fifine and smash this machine to bits, because he was angry to see that its arms were stronger than his own. He reasoned with himself, telling himself that human flesh cannot compete with steel. But he was still deeply hurt. The day would come when machinery would destroy the skilled worker. Their day's pay had already fallen from 12 francs to 9 francs. There was talk of cutting it again. He stared at it, frowning, for 3 minutes without saying a word. His yellow beard seemed to bristle defiantly. Then gradually an expression of resignation came over his face, and he turned toward Gervaise, who was clinging tightly to him, and said with a sad smile: "Well, that machine would certainly win a contest, but perhaps it will be for the good of mankind in the long run." Gervaise didn't care a bit about the welfare of mankind. Smiling, she said to Goujet: "I like yours better, because they show the hand of an artist." Hearing this gave him great happiness, because he had been afraid that she might be scornful of him after seeing the machines. Mon Dieu! He might be stronger than Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, but the machines were stronger yet. When Gervaise finally took her leave, Goujet was so happy that he almost crushed her with a hug. The laundress went every Saturday to the Goujets to deliver their washing. They still lived in the little house in the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. During the first year she had regularly repaid them 20 francs a month. So as not to jumble up the accounts, the washing book was only made up at the end of each month, and then she added to the amount whatever sum was necessary to make the 20 francs, for the Goujets' washing rarely came to more than 7 or 8 francs during that time. She had therefore paid off nearly half the sum owing, when one quarter day, not knowing what to do, some of her customers not having kept their promises, she had been obliged to go to the Goujets and borrow from them sufficient for her rent. On 2 other occasions she had also applied to them for the money to pay her workwomen, so that the debt had increased again to 425 francs. Now she no longer gave a halfpenny. She worked off the amount solely by the washing. It was not that she worked less or that her business was not so prosperous, but something was going wrong in her home. The money seemed to melt away, and she was glad when she was able to make both ends meet. Mon Dieu! What's the use of complaining as long as one gets by? She was putting on weight, and this caused her to become a bit lazy. She no longer had the energy that she had in the past. Oh well, there was always something coming in. Madame Goujet felt a motherly concern for Gervaise and sometimes reprimanded her. This wasn't due to the money owed, but because she liked her and didn't want to see her get into difficulties. She never mentioned the debt. In short, she behaved with the utmost delicacy. The morrow of Gervaise's visit to the forge happened to be the last Saturday of the month. When she reached the Goujets, where she made a point of going herself, her basket had so weighed on her arms that she was quite 2 minutes before she could get her breath. One would hardly believe how heavy clothes are, especially when there are sheets among them. "Are you sure you have brought everything?" asked Madame Goujet. She was very strict on that point. She insisted on having her washing brought home without a single article being kept back for the sake of order, as she said. She also required the laundress always to come on the day arranged and at the same hour. In that way there was no time wasted. "Oh yes, everything is here," replied Gervaise, smiling. "You know I never leave anything behind." "That's true," admitted Madame Goujet. "You've got into many bad habits, but you're still free of that one." And while the laundress emptied her basket, laying the linen on the bed, the old woman praised her. She never burned the things nor tore them like so many others did, neither did she pull the buttons off with the iron, only she used too much blue and made the shirt fronts too stiff with starch. "Just look, it's like cardboard," continued she, making one crackle between her fingers. "My son does not complain, but it cuts his neck. Tomorrow his neck will be all scratched when we return from Vincennes." "No, don't say that," exclaimed Gervaise, quite grieved. "To look nice, shirts must be rather stiff, otherwise it's as though one had a rag on one's body. You should just see what the gentlemen wear. I do all your things myself, the workwomen never touch them, and I assure you I take great pains. I would, if necessary, do everything over a dozen times, because it's for you, you know." She slightly blushed as she stammered out the last words. She was afraid of showing the great pleasure she took in ironing Goujet's shirts. She certainly had no wicked thoughts, but she was none the less a little bit ashamed. End of second part of chapter 6. Section 26 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Third part of chapter 6. "Oh, I'm not complaining of your work. I know it's perfection," said Madame Goujet. "For instance, you've done this cap splendidly, only you could bring out the embroidery like that. And the flutings are all so even. Oh, I recognize your hand at once. When you give even a dishcloth to one of your workwomen, I detect it at once. In future, use a little less starch, that's all. Goujet does not care to look like a stylish gentleman." She had taken out her notebook and was crossing off the various items. Everything was in order. She noticed that Gervaise was charging 6 sous for each bonnet. She protested, but had to agree that it was in line with present prices. Men's shirts were 5 sous, women's underdrawers 4 sous, pillowcases 1.5 sous, and aprons 1 sou. No, the prices weren't high. Some laundresses charged 1 sou more for each item. Gervaise was now calling out the soiled clothes, as she packed them in her basket, for Madame Goujet to list. Then she lingered on, embarrassed by a request which she wished to make. "Madame Goujet," she said at length, "if it does not inconvenience you, I would like to take the money for the month's washing." It so happened that that month was a very heavy one, the account they had made up together amounting to 10 francs 7 sous. Madame Goujet looked at her a moment in a serious manner, then she replied: "My child, it shall be as you wish. I will not refuse you the money, as you are in need of it. Only it's scarcely the way to pay off your debt. I say that for your sake, you know. Really now, you should be careful." Gervaise received the lecture with bowed head and stammering excuses. The 10 francs were to make up the amount of a bill she had given her coke merchant, but on hearing the word bill, Madame Goujet became severer still. She gave herself as an example. She had reduced her expenditure ever since Goujet's wages had been lowered from 12 to 9 francs a day. When one was wanting in wisdom whilst young, one dies of hunger in one's old age. but she held back and didn't tell Gervaise that she gave her their laundry only in order to help her pay off the debt. Before that she had done all her own washing, and she would have to do it herself again if the laundry continued taking so much cash out of her pocket. Gervaise spoke her thanks and left quickly as soon as she had received the 10 francs 7 sous. Outside on the landing she was so relieved she wanted to dance. She was becoming used to the annoying, unpleasant difficulties caused by a shortage of money, and preferred to remember not the embarrassment, but the joy in escaping from them. It was also on that Saturday that Gervaise met with a rather strange adventure as she descended the Goujets staircase. She was obliged to stand up close against the stair rail with her basket to make way for a tall, bare-headed woman who was coming up, carrying in her hand a very fresh mackerel with bloody gills in a piece of paper. She recognized Virginie, the girl whose face she had slapped at the wash-house. They looked each other full in the face. Gervaise shut her eyes. She thought for a moment that she was going to be hit in the face with a fish. But no, Virginie even smiled slightly. Then, as her basket was blocking the staircase, the laundress wished to show how polite she too could be. "I beg your pardon," she said. "You are completely excused," replied the tall brunette. And they remained conversing together on the stairs, reconciled at once without having ventured on a single allusion to the past. Virginie, then 29 years old, had become a superb woman of strapping proportions, her face, however, looking rather long between her 2 plaits of jet black hair. She at once began to relate her history just to show off. She had a husband now. She had married in the spring an ex-journeyman cabinet-maker, who recently left the army, and who had applied to be admitted into the police, because a post of that kind is more to be depended upon and more respectable. She had been out to buy the mackerel for him. "He adores mackerel," said she. "We must spoil them, those naughty men, mustn't we? But come up. You shall see our home. We are standing in a draught here." After Gervaise had told her of her own marriage, and that she had formerly occupied the very apartment Virginie now had, Virginie urged her even more strongly to come up, since it is always nice to visit a spot where one had been happy. Virginie had lived for 5 years on the left bank at Gros Caillou. That was where she had met her husband while he was still in the army. But she got tired of it and wanted to come back to the Goutte d'Or neighborhood where she knew everyone. She had only been living in the rooms opposite the Goujets for 2 weeks. Oh, everything was still a mess, but they were slowly getting it in order. Then, still on the staircase, they finally told each other their names. Madame Coupeau, Madame Poisson. And from that time forth they called each other on every possible occasion Madame Poisson and Madame Coupeau, solely for the pleasure of being Madame, they who in former days had been acquainted when occupying rather questionable positions. However, Gervaise felt rather mistrustful at heart. Perhaps the tall brunette had made it up the better to avenge herself for the beating at the wash-house by concocting some plan worthy of a spiteful, hypocritical creature. Gervaise determined to be upon her guard. For the time being, as Virginie behaved so nicely, she would be nice also. In the room upstairs, Poisson, the husband, a man of 35, with a cadaverous-looking countenance and carroty moustaches and beard, was seated working at a table near the window. He was making little boxes. His only tools were a knife, a tiny saw the size of a nail file, and a pot of glue. He was using wood from old cigar boxes, thin boards of unfinished mahogany upon which he executed fretwork and embellishments of extraordinary delicacy. All year long he worked at making the same size boxes, only varying them occasionally by inlay work, new designs for the cover, or putting compartments inside. He did not sell his work, he distributed it in presents to persons of his acquaintance. It was for his own amusement, a way of occupying his time while waiting for his appointment to the police force. It was all that remained with him from his former occupation of cabinet-making. Poisson rose from his seat and politely bowed to Gervaise, when his wife introduced her as an old friend. But he was no talker, he at once returned to his little saw. From time to time he merely glanced in the direction of the mackerel placed on the corner of the chest of drawers. Gervaise was very pleased to see her old lodging once more. She told them whereabouts her own furniture stood, and pointed out the place on the floor where Nana had been born. How strange it was to meet like this again after so many years! They never dreamt of running into each other like this, and even living in the same rooms. Virginie added some further details. Her husband had inherited a little money from an aunt, and he would probably set her up in a shop before long. Meanwhile she was still sewing. At length, at the end of a full half-hour, the laundress took her leave. Poisson scarcely seemed to notice her departure. While seeing her to the door, Virginie promised to return the visit. And she would have Gervaise do her laundry. While Virginie was keeping her in further conversation on the landing, Gervaise had the feeling that she wanted to say something about Lantier and her sister Adèle, and this notion upset her a bit. But not a word was uttered respecting those unpleasant things. They parted, wishing each other good-bye in a very amiable manner. "Good-bye, Madame Coupeau." "Good-bye, Madame Poisson." That was the starting point of a great friendship. A week later, Virginie never passed Gervaise's shop without going in, and she remained there gossiping for hours together, to such an extent indeed that Poisson, filled with anxiety, fearing she had been run over, would come and seek her with his expressionless and death-like countenance. Now that she was seeing the dressmaker every day, Gervaise became aware of a strange obsession. Every time Virginie began to talk, Gervaise had the feeling Lantier was going to be mentioned. So she had Lantier on her mind throughout all of Virginie's visits. This was silly, because, in fact, she didn't care a bit about Lantier or Adèle at this time. She was quite certain that she had no curiosity as to what had happened to either of them. But this obsession got hold of her in spite of herself. Anyway, she didn't hold it against Virginie. It wasn't her fault, surely. She enjoyed being with her, and looked forward to her visits. Meanwhile, winter had come, the Coupeaus' fourth winter in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. December and January were particularly cold. It froze hard, as it well could. After New Year's Day, the snow remained 3 weeks without melting. It did not interfere with work, but the contrary, for winter is the best season for the ironers. It was very pleasant inside the shop. There was never any ice on the window panes like there was at the grocer's and the hostess opposite. The stove was always stuffed with coke and kept things as hot as a Turkish bath. With the laundry steaming overhead, you could almost imagine it was summer. You were quite comfortable with the doors closed and so much warmth everywhere that you were tempted to doze off with your eyes open. Gervaise laughed and said it reminded her of summer in the country. The street traffic made no noise in the snow, and you could hardly hear the pedestrians who passed by. Only children's voices were heard in the silence, especially the noisy band of urchins who had made a long slide in the gutter near the blacksmith's shop. Gervaise would sometimes go over to the door, wipe the moisture from one of the panes with her hand, and look out to see what was happening to her neighborhood due to this extraordinary cold spell. Not one nose was being poked out of the adjacent shops. The entire neighborhood was muffled in snow. The only person she was able to exchange nods with was the coal dealer next door, who still walked out bareheaded despite the severe freeze. What was especially enjoyable in this awful weather was to have some nice hot coffee in the middle of the day. The workwomen had no cause for complaint. The mistress made it very strong and without a grain of chicory. It was quite different to Madame Fauconnier's coffee, which was like ditch water. Only whenever Mother Coupeau undertook to make it, it was always an interminable time before it was ready, because she would fall asleep over the kettle. On these occasions, when the workwomen had finished their lunch, they would do a little ironing whilst waiting for the coffee. It so happened that on the morrow of 12th day 12:30 struck, and still the coffee was not ready. It seemed to persist in declining to pass through the strainer. Mother Coupeau tapped against the pot with a teaspoon, and one could hear the drops falling slowly, one by one, and without hurrying themselves any the more. "Leave it alone," said tall Clemence. "You'll make it thick. Today there'll be as much to eat as to drink." Tall Clemence was working on a man's shirt, the plaits of which she separated with her finger-nail. She had caught a cold, her eyes were frightfully swollen, and her chest was shaken with fits of coughing, which doubled her up beside the work-table. With all that she had not even a handkerchief round her neck, and she was dressed in some cheap flimsy woolen stuff in which she shivered. Close by, Madame Putois, wrapped up in flannel muffled up to her ears, was ironing a petticoat which she turned round the skirt-board, the narrow end of which rested on the back of a chair, whilst a sheet laid on the floor prevented the petticoat from getting dirty as it trailed along the tiles. Gervaise alone occupied half the work table with some embroidered muslin curtains, over which she passed her iron in a straight line with her arms stretched out to avoid making any creases. All on a sudden the coffee running through noisily caused her to raise her head. It was that squinty-eyed Augustine who had just given it an outlet by thrusting a spoon through the strainer. "Leave it alone!" cried Gervaise. "Whatever is the matter with you? It'll be like drinking mud now." Mother Coupeau had placed 5 glasses on a corner of the work table that was free. The women now left their work. The mistress always poured out the coffee herself after putting 2 lumps of sugar into each glass. It was the moment that they all looked forward to. On this occasion, as each one took her glass and squatted down on the little stool in front of the stove, the shop door opened. Virginie entered, shivering all over. "Ah, my children," said she, "it cuts you in two. I can no longer feel my ears. The cold is something awful." "Why, it's Madame Poisson!" exclaimed Gervaise. "Ah well, you've come at the right time. You must have some coffee with us." "On my word, I can't say no. One feels the frost in one's bones merely by crossing the street." End of third part of chapter 6. Section 27 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Fourth part of chapter 6. There was still some coffee left, luckily. Mother Coupeau went and fetched a 6th glass, and Gervaise let Virginie help herself to sugar out of politeness. The workwomen moved to give Virginie a small space close to the stove. Her nose was very red. She shivered a bit, pressing her hands, which were stiff with cold, around the glass to warm them. She had just come from the grocery store, where you froze to death waiting for a 1/4 pound of cheese, and so she raved about the warmth of the shop. It felt so good on one's skin. After warming up, she stretched out her long legs, and the 6 of them relaxed together, supping their coffee slowly, surrounded by all the work still to be done. Mother Coupeau and Virginie were the only ones on chairs. The others, on low benches, seemed to be sitting on the floor. Squint-eyed Augustine had pulled over a corner of the cloth below the skirt, stretching herself out on it. No one spoke at first. All kept their noses in their glasses, enjoying their coffee. "It's not bad, all the same," declared Clemence, but she was seized with a fit of coughing and almost choked. She leaned her head against the wall to cough with more force. "That's a bad cough you've got," said Virginie. "Wherever did you catch it?" "One never knows," replied Clemence, wiping her face with her sleeve. "It must have been the other night. There were 2 girls who were flaying each other outside the grand balcony. I wanted to see, so I stood there whilst the snow was falling. Ah, what a drubbing! It was enough to make one die with laughing. One had her nose almost pulled off, the blood streamed on the ground. When the other, a great long stick like me, saw the blood, she slipped away as quick as she could, and I coughed nearly all night. Besides that too, men are so stupid in bed, they don't let you have any covers over you half the time." "Pretty conduct that," murmured Madame Putois. "You're killing yourself, my girl." "And if it pleases me to kill myself, life isn't so very amusing, slaving all the blessed day long to earn 55 sous, cooking one's blood from morning to night in front of the stove. No, you know, I've had enough of it. All the same though, this cough won't do me the service of making me croak. It'll go off the same way it came." A short silence ensued. The good-for-nothing Clemence, who led riots in low dancing establishments, and shrieked like a screech owl at work, always saddened everyone with her thoughts of death. Gervaise knew her well, and so merely said, "You're never very gay the morning after a night of high living." The truth was that Gervaise did not like this talk about women fighting. Because of the flogging at the wash-house, it annoyed her whenever anyone spoke before her and Virginie of kicks with wooden shoes and of slaps in the face. It so happened, too, that Virginie was looking at her and smiling. "By the way," she said quietly, "yesterday I saw some hair pulling. They almost tore each other to pieces." "Who were they?" Madame Putois inquired. "The midwife and her maid, you know, a little blonde. What a pest the girl is! She was yelling at her employer that she had got rid of a child for the fruit woman, and that she was going to tell the police if she wasn't paid to keep quiet. So the midwife slapped her right in the face, and then the little blonde jumped on her and started scratching her and pulling her hair, really, by the roots. The sausage man had to grab her to put a stop to it." The workwomen laughed. Then they all took a sip of coffee. "Do you believe that she really got rid of a child?" Clemence asked. "Oh yes, the rumor was all round the neighborhood," Virginie answered. "I didn't see it myself, you understand, but it's part of the job. All midwives do it." "Well," exclaimed Madame Putois, "you have to be pretty stupid to put yourself in their hands. No thanks, you could be maimed for life. But there's a sure way to do it. Drink a glass of holy water every evening and make the sign of the cross 3 times over your stomach with your thumb. Then your troubles will be over." Everyone thought Mother Coupeau was asleep, but she shook her head in protest. She knew another way, and it was infallible. You had to eat a hard-cooked egg every 2 hours and put spinach leaves on your loins. Squint-eyed Augustine set up a hen-cackling when she heard this. They had forgotten about her. Gervaise lifted up the petticoat that was being ironed and found her rolling on the floor with laughter. She jerked her upright. What was she laughing about? Was it right for her to be eavesdropping when older people were talking, the little goose? Anyway, it was time for her to deliver the laundry to a friend of Madame Lérat at Les Batignolles. So Gervaise hung a basket on her arm and pushed her towards the door. Augustine went off, sobbing and snivelling, dragging her feet in the snow. Meanwhile, Mother Coupeau, Madame Putois, and Clemence were discussing the effectiveness of hard-cooked eggs and spinach leaves. Then Virginie said softly, "Mon Dieu! You have a fight and then you make it up, if you have a generous heart." She leaned toward Gervaise with a smile, and added, "Really, I don't hold any grudge against you for that business at the wash-house. You remember it, don't you?" This was what Gervaise had been dreading. She guessed that the subject of Lantier and Adele would now come up. Virginie had moved close to Gervaise so as not to be overheard by the others. Gervaise, lulled by the excessive heat, felt so limp that she couldn't even summon the willpower to change the subject. She foresaw what the tall brunette would say, and her heart was stirred with an emotion which she didn't want to admit to herself. "I hope I'm not hurting your feelings," Virginie continued. "Often I've had it on the tip of my tongue. But since we are now on the subject, word of honor, I don't have any grudge against you." She stirred her remaining coffee and then took a small sip. Gervaise, with her heart in her throat, wondered if Virginie had really forgiven her as completely as she said, for she seemed to observe sparks in her dark eyes. "You see," Virginie went on, "you had an excuse. They played a really rotten, dirty trick on you. To be fair about it, if it had been me, I'd have taken a knife to her." She drank another small sip, then added rapidly without a pause, "Anyway, it didn't bring them happiness, mon Dieu, not a bit of it. They went to live over at La Clachère in a filthy street that was always muddy. I went 2 days later to have lunch with them. I can tell you, it was quite a trip by bus. Well, I found them already fighting. Really, as I came in they were boxing each other's ears. Fine pair of lovebirds. Adele isn't worth the rope to hang her. I say that even if she is my own sister. It would take too long to relate all the nasty tricks she played on me, and anyhow, it's between the 2 of us. As for Lantier, well, he's no good either. He'd beat the hide of you for anything, and with his fist closed too. They fought all the time. The police even came once." Virginie went on about other fights. Oh, she knew of things that would make your hair stand up. Gervaise listened in silence, her face pale. It was nearly 7 years since she had heard a word about Lantier. She hadn't realized what a strong curiosity she had as to what had become of the poor man, even though he had treated her badly. And she never would have believed that just the mention of his name could put such a glowing warmth in the pit of her stomach. She certainly had no reason to be jealous of Adele any more, but she rejoiced to think of her body all bruised from the beatings. She could have listened to Virginie all night, but she didn't ask any questions, not wanting to appear much interested. Virginie stopped to sip at her coffee. Gervaise, realizing that she was expected to say something, asked, with a pretence of indifference, "Are they still living at La Glacier?" No, the other replied. Didn't I tell you? They separated last week. One morning Adèle moved out and Lantier didn't chase after her. So they're separated! Gervaise exclaimed. Who are you talking about? Clemence asked, interrupting her conversation with Mother Coupeau and Madame Putois. Nobody you know, said Virginie. She was looking at Gervaise carefully and could see that she was upset. She moved still closer, maliciously finding pleasure in bringing up these old stories. Of a sudden she asked Gervaise what she would do if Lantier came round here. Men were really such strange creatures, he might decide to return to his first love. This caused Gervaise to sit up very straight and dignified. She was a married woman. She would send Lantier off immediately. There was no possibility of anything further between them, not even a handshake. She would not even want to look that man in the face. I know that Etienne is his son, and that's a relationship that remains, she said. If Lantier wants to see his son, I'll send the boy to him, because you can't stop a father from seeing his child. But as for myself, I don't want him to touch me, even with the tip of his finger. That is all finished. Desiring to break off this conversation, she seemed to awake with a start and called out to the women, You ladies, do you think all these clothes are going to iron themselves? Get to work! The workwomen, slow from the heat and general laziness, didn't hurry themselves, but went right on talking, gossiping about other people they had known. Gervaise shook herself and got to her feet. Couldn't earn money by sitting all day. She was the first to return to the ironing, but found that her curtains had been spotted by the coffee, and she had to rub out the stains with a damp cloth. The other women were now stretching and getting ready to begin ironing. Clemence had a terrible attack of coughing as soon as she moved. Finally she was able to return to the shirt she had been doing. Madame Putois began to work on the petticoat again. Well, good-bye, said Virginie. I only came out for a quarter-pound of Swiss cheese. Poisson must think I've frozen to death on the way. She had only just stepped outside when she turned back to say that Augustine was at the end of the street, sliding on the ice with some urchins. The squint-eyed imp rushed in all red-faced and out of breath, with snow all in her hair. She didn't mind the scolding she received, merely saying that she hadn't been able to walk fast because of the ice, and then some brats threw snow at her. The afternoons were all the same these winter days. The laundry was the refuge for anyone in the neighborhood who was cold. There was an endless procession of gossiping women. Gervaise took pride in the comforting warmth of her shop, and welcomed those who came in. Holding a salon, as the Lorilleuxs and the Boches remarked meanly. Gervaise was always thoughtful and generous. Sometimes she even invited poor people in if she saw them shivering outside. A friendship sprang up with an elderly house painter who was 70. He lived in an attic room and was slowly dying of cold and hunger. His 3 sons had been killed in the war. He survived the best he could, but it had been 2 years since he had been able to hold a paintbrush in his hand. Whenever Gervaise saw Père Bru walking outside, she would call him in and arrange a place for him close to the stove. Often she gave him some bread and cheese. Père Bru's face was as wrinkled as a withered apple. He would sit there, with his stooping shoulders and his white beard, without saying a word, just listening to the coke sputtering in the stove. Maybe he was thinking of his 50 years of hard work on high ladders, his 50 years spent painting doors and whitewashing ceilings in every corner of Paris. Well, Père Bru, Gervaise would say, what are you thinking of now? Nothing much. All sorts of things, he would answer quietly. The workwomen tried to joke with him to cheer him up, saying he was worrying over his love affairs, but he scarcely listened to them before he fell back into his habitual attitude of meditative melancholy. End of 4th part of chapter 6. Section 28 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. 5th part of chapter 6. Virginie now frequently spoke to Gervaise of Lantier. She seemed to find amusement in filling her mind with ideas of her old lover just for the pleasure of embarrassing her by making suggestions. One day she related that she had met him. Then, as the laundress took no notice, she said nothing further, and it was only on the morrow that she added he had spoken about her for a long time and with a great show of affection. Gervaise was much upset by these reports whispered in her ear in a corner of the shop. The mention of Lantier's name always caused a worried sensation in the pit of her stomach. She certainly thought herself strong. She wished to lead the life of an industrious woman, because labor is the half of happiness. So she never considered Coupeau in this matter, having nothing to reproach herself with as regarded her husband, not even in her thoughts. But with a hesitating and suffering heart she would think of the blacksmith. It seemed to her that the memory of Lantier, that slow possession which she was resuming, rendered her unfaithful to Goujet, to their unavowed love, sweet as friendship. She passed sad days whenever she felt herself guilty towards her good friend. She would have liked to have had no affection for anyone but him outside of her family. It was a feeling far above all carnal thoughts, for the signs of which upon her burning face Virginie was ever on the watch. As soon as spring came, Gervaise often went and sought refuge with Goujet. She could no longer sit musing on a chair without immediately thinking of her first lover. She pictured him leaving Adèle, packing his clothes in the bottom of their old trunk, and returning to her in a cab. The days when she went out, she was seized with the most foolish fears in the street. She was ever thinking she heard Lantier's footsteps behind her. She did not dare turn round, but tremblingly fancied she felt his hands seizing her round the waist. He was, no doubt, spying upon her. He would appear before her some afternoon, and the bare idea threw her into a cold perspiration, because he would to a certainty kiss her on the ear, as he used to do in former days, solely to tease her. It was this kiss which frightened her. It rendered her deaf beforehand. It filled her with a buzzing amidst which she could only distinguish the sound of her heart beating violently. So, as soon as these fears seized upon her, the forge was her only shelter. There, under Goujet's protection, she once more became easy and smiling, as his sonorous hammer drove away her disagreeable reflections. What a happy time! The laundress took particular pains with the washing of her customer in the Rue de Porte Blanche. She always took it home herself, because that errand, every Friday, was a ready excuse for passing through the Rue Marcadet and looking in at the forge. The moment she turned the corner of the street, she felt light and gay, as though in the midst of those plots of waste land, surrounded by grey factories, she were out in the country. The roadway black with coal dust, the plumage of steam over the roofs, amused her as much as a moss-covered path leading through masses of green foliage in a wood in the environs, and she loved the dull horizon, streaked by the tall factory chimneys, the Montmartre heights, which hid the heavens from view, the chalky white houses pierced with the uniform openings of their windows. She would slacken her steps as she drew near, jumping over the pools of water, and finding a pleasure in traversing the deserted ins and outs of the yard full of old building materials. Right at the further end the forge shone with a brilliant light even at midday. Her heart leapt with the dance of the hammers. When she entered, her face turned quite red, the little fair hairs at the nape of her neck flew about like those of a woman arriving at some lovers' meeting. Goujet was expecting her, his arms and chest bare, whilst he hammered harder on the anvil on those days so as to make himself heard at a distance. He divined her presence and greeted her with a good silent laugh in his yellow beard. But she would not leave him off his work. She begged him to take up his hammer again, because she loved him the more when he wielded it with his big arms swollen with muscles. She would go and give Etienne a gentle tap on the cheek as he hung onto the bellows, and then remained for an hour watching the rivets. The two did not exchange a dozen words. They could not have more completely satisfied their love if alone in a room with the door double locked. The snickering of Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, did not bother them in the least, for they no longer even heard him. At the end of a quarter of an hour she would begin to feel slightly oppressed. The heat, the powerful smell, the ascending smoke made her dizzy, whilst the dull thuds of the hammers shook her from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. Then she desired nothing more. It was her pleasure. Had Goujet pressed her in his arms, it would not have procured her so sweet an emotion. She drew close to him that she might feel the wind raised by his hammer beat upon her cheek, and become, as it were, a part of the blow he struck. When the sparks made her soft hands smart, she did not withdraw them. On the contrary, she enjoyed the rain of fire which stung her skin. He, for certain, divined the happiness which she tasted there. He always kept the most difficult work for the Fridays, so as to pay his court to her with all his strength and all his skill. He no longer spared himself at the risk of splitting the anvils in two, as he panted and his loins vibrated with the joy he was procuring her. All one springtime their love thus filled Goujet with the rumbling of a storm. It was an idyll amongst giant-like labour in the midst of the glare of the coal-fire, and of the shaking of the shed, the cracking carcass of which was black with soot. All that beaten iron, kneaded like red wax, preserved the rough marks of their love. When on the Fridays the laundress parted from Golden Mug, she slowly reascended the Rue de Poissonniers, contented and tired, her mind and her body alike tranquil. Little by little her fear of Lantier diminished. Her good sense got the better of her. At that time she would still have led a happy life, had it not been for Coupeau, who was decidedly going to the bad. One day she just happened to be returning from the forge when she fancied she recognized Coupeau inside Pere Colombe's l'Assommoir, in the act of treating himself to a round of vitriol in the company of My Boots, Bibi the Smoker, and Solid Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. She passed quickly by so as not to seem to be spying on them, but she glanced back. It was indeed Coupeau who was tossing his little glass of bad brandy down his throat with a gesture already familiar. He lied then, so he went in for brandy now. She returned home in despair. All her old dread of brandy took possession of her. She forgave the wine, because wine nourishes the workman. All kinds of spirit, on the contrary, were filth, poisons which destroyed in the workman the taste for bread. Ah, the government ought to prevent the manufacture of such horrid stuff. On arriving at the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, she found the whole house upset. Her workwomen had left the shop, and were in the courtyard looking up above. She questioned Clemence. "It's old Bijard who's giving his wife a hiding," replied the ironer. "He was in the doorway, as drunk as a trooper, watching for her return from the wash-house. He whacked her up the stairs, and now he's finishing her off up there in their room. Listen, can't you hear her shrieks?" Gervaise hastened to the spot. She felt some friendship for her washerwoman, Madame Bijard, who was a very courageous woman. She had hoped to put a stop to what was going on. Upstairs, on the 6th floor, the door of the room was wide open. Some lodgers were shouting on the landing, whilst Madame Boche, standing in front of the door, was calling out, "Will you leave off? I shall send for the police, do you hear?" No one dared to venture inside the room, because it was known that Bijard was like a brute beast when he was drunk. As a matter of fact, he was scarcely ever sober. The rare days on which he worked, he placed a bottle of brandy beside his blacksmith's vise, gulping some of it down every half-hour. He could not keep himself going any other way. He would have blazed away like a torch if anyone had placed a lighted match close to his mouth. "But we mustn't let her be murdered," said Gervaise, all in a tremble. And she entered. The room, an attic and very clean, was bare and cold, almost emptied by the drunken habits of the man, who took the very sheets from the bed to turn them into liquor. During the struggle the table had rolled away to the window, the two chairs, knocked over, had fallen with their legs in the air. In the middle of the room, on the tile floor, lay Madame Bijard, all bloody, her skirts, still soaked with the water of the wash-house, clinging to her thighs, her hair straggling in disorder. She was breathing heavily, with a rattle in her throat, as she muttered prolonged "ohs" each time she received a blow from the heel of Bijard's boot. He had knocked her down with his fists, and now he stamped upon her. "Ah, strumpet! Ah, strumpet! Ah, strumpet!" grunted he in a choking voice, accompanying each blow with the word, taking a delight in repeating it, and striking all the harder the more he found his voice failing him. Then, when he could no longer speak, he madly continued to kick with a dull sound, rigid in his ragged blue blouse and overalls, his face turned purple beneath his dirty beard, and his bald forehead streaked with big red blotches. The neighbors on the landing related that he was beating her because she had refused him 20 sous that morning. Boche's voice was heard at the foot of the staircase. He was calling Madame Boche, saying, "Come down, let them kill each other, it'll be so much scum the less." Meanwhile, Pere Bru had followed Gervaise into the room. Between them they were trying to get him towards the door. But he turned round, speechless and foaming at the lips, and in his pale eyes the alcohol was blazing with a murderous glare. The laundress had her wrist injured, the old workman was knocked against the table. On the floor Madame Bijard was breathing with greater difficulty, her mouth wide open, her eyes closed. Now Bijard kept missing her. He had madly returned to the attack, but blinded by rage his blows fell on either side, and at times he almost fell when his kicks went into space. And during all this onslaught, Gervaise beheld in a corner of the room little Lalie, then 4 years old, watching her father murdering her mother. The child held in her arms, as though to protect her, her sister Henriette, only recently weaned. She was standing up, her head covered with a cotton cap, her face very pale and grave. Her large black eyes gazed with a fixedness full of thought, and were without a tear. When at length Bijard, running against a chair, stumbled onto the tiled floor, where they left him snoring, Pere Bru helped Gervaise to raise Madame Bijard. The latter was now sobbing bitterly, and Lalie, drawing near, watched her crying, being used to such sights and already resigned to them. As the laundress descended the stairs, in the silence of the now quieted house, she kept seeing before her that look of this child of 4, as grave and courageous as that of a woman. "Monsieur Coupeau is on the other side of the street," called out Clemence as soon as she caught sight of her. "He looks awfully drunk." Coupeau was just then crossing the street. He almost smashed a pane of glass with his shoulder as he missed the door. He was in a state of complete drunkenness, with his teeth clinched and his nose inflamed. And Gervaise at once recognized the vitriol of l'Assommoir in the poisoned blood which paled his skin. She tried to joke and get him to bed, the same as on the days when the wine had made him merry, but he pushed her aside without opening his lips, and raised his fist in passing as he went to bed of his own accord. He made Gervaise think of the other, the drunkard who was now snoring upstairs, tired out by the blows he had struck. A cold shiver passed over her. She thought of the men she knew, of her husband, of Goujet, of Lantier. Her heart breaking, despairing of ever being happy. End of chapter 6.
Section 29 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Chapter 7. Gervaise's Saint's Day fell on the 19th of June. On such occasions the Coupeaux always made a grand display. They feasted till they were as round as balls, and their stomachs were filled for the rest of the week. There was a complete clear-out of all the money they had. The moment there were a few sous in the house, they went in gorging. They invented saints for those days, which the almanac had not provided with any, just for the sake of giving themselves a pretext for gormandizing. Virginie highly commended Gervaise for stuffing herself with all sorts of savory dishes. When one has a husband who turns all he can lay hands on into drink, it's good to line one's stomach well, and not to let everything go off in liquids. Since the money would disappear anyway, surely it was better to pay it to the butcher. Gervaise used that excuse to justify overeating, saying it was Coupeau's fault if they could no longer save a sou. She had grown considerably fatter, and she limped more than before because her leg, now swollen with fat, seemed to be getting gradually shorter. That year they talked about her Saint's Day a good month beforehand. They thought of dishes and smacked their lips in advance. All the shop had a confounded longing to junket. They wanted a merry-making of the right sort, something out of the ordinary and highly successful. One does not have so many opportunities for enjoyment. What most troubled the laundress was to decide whom to invite. She wished to have 12 persons at table, no more, no less. She, her husband, Mother Coupeau, and Madame Lerat already made 4 members of the family. She would also have the Goujet and the Poisson. Originally, she had decided not to invite her workwomen, Madame Putois and Clémence. so as not to make them too familiar, but as the projected feast was being constantly spoken of in their presence, and their mouths watered, she ended by telling them to come. 4 and 4, 8 and 2 are 10. Then, wishing particularly to have 12, she became reconciled with the Lorilleux, who for some time past had been hovering around her. At least it was agreed that the Lorilleux should come to dinner, and that peace should be made with glasses in hand. You really shouldn't keep family quarrels going forever. When the Boches heard that a reconciliation was planned, they also sought to make up with Gervaise, and so they had to be invited to the dinner too. That would make 14, not counting the children. Never before had she given such a large dinner, and the thought frightened and excited her at the same time. The Saint's Day happened to fall on a Monday. It was a piece of luck. Gervaise counted on the Sunday afternoon to begin the cooking. On the Saturday, whilst the workwomen hurried with their work, there was a long discussion in the shop with the view of finally deciding upon what the feast should consist of. For 3 weeks past, one thing alone had been chosen, a fat roast goose. There was a gluttonous look on every face whenever it was mentioned. The goose was even already bought. Mother Coupeau went and fetched it to let Clémence and Madame Putois feel its weight, and they uttered all kinds of exclamations. It looked such an enormous bird with its rough skin all swelled out with yellow fat. Before that there will be the pot au feu, said Gervaise, the soup and just a small piece of boiled beef. It's always good. Then we must have something in the way of a stew. Tall Clémence suggested rabbit, but they were always having that. Everyone was sick of it. Gervaise wanted something more distinguished. Madame Putois having spoken of stewed veal, they looked at one another with broad smiles. It was a real idea. Nothing would make a better impression than a veal stew. And after that, resumed Gervaise, we must have some other dish with a sauce. Mother Coupeau proposed fish, but the others made a grimace as they banged down their irons. None of them liked fish. It was not a bit satisfying, and besides that it was full of bones. Squint-eyed Augustine having dared to observe that she liked skate, Clémence shut her mouth for her with a good sound clout. At length the mistress thought of stewed pig's back and potatoes, which restored the smiles to every countenance. Then Virginie entered like a puff of wind with a strange look on her face. "You've come just at the right time," exclaimed Gervaise. "Mother Coupeau, do show her the bird." And Mother Coupeau went a second time and fetched the goose, which Virginie had to take in her hands. She uttered no end of exclamations. By Jove, it was heavy. But soon laid it down on the work table between a petticoat and a bundle of shirts. Her thoughts were elsewhere. She dragged Gervaise into the back room. "I say, little one," murmured she rapidly, "I've come to warn you. You'll never guess who I just met at the corner of the street. Lantier, my dear. He's hovering about on the watch, so I hastened here at once. It frightened me on your account, you know." The laundress turned quite pale. What could the wretched man want with her? Coming to like that just in the midst of the preparation for the feast. She never had any luck. She could not even be allowed to enjoy herself quietly. But Virginie replied that she was very foolish to put herself out about it like that. Why, if Lantier dared to follow her about, all she had to do was call a policeman and have him locked up. In the months since her husband had been appointed a policeman, Virginie had assumed rather lordly manners and talked of arresting everybody. She began to raise her voice, saying that she wished some passer-by would pinch her bottom so that she could take the fresh fellow to the police station herself and turn him over to her husband. Gervaise signalled her to be quiet since the workwomen were listening, and led the way back into the shop, reopening the discussion about the dinner. "Now, don't we need a vegetable?" "Why not peas with bacon?" said Virginie. "I like nothing better." "Yes, peas with bacon," the others approved. Augustine was so enthusiastic that she jabbed the poker into the stove harder than ever. By 3 o'clock on the morrow, Sunday, Mother Coupeau had lighted their 2 stoves, and also a third one of earthenware, which they had borrowed from the Boche. At 3:30, the pot au feu was boiling away in an enormous earthenware pot, lent by the eating-house keeper next door, the family pot having been found too small. They had decided to cook the veal and the pig's back the night before, since both of those dishes are better when reheated, but the cream sauce for the veal would not be prepared until just before sitting down for the feast. There was still plenty of work left for Monday: the soup, the peas with bacon, the roast goose. The inner room was lit by 3 fires. Butter was sizzling in the pans and emitting a sharp odor of burnt flour. Mother Coupeau and Gervaise, with white aprons tied on, were bustling all around, cleaning parsley, dashing for salt and pepper, turning the meat. They had sent Coupeau away so as to not have him underfoot, but they still had plenty of people looking in throughout the afternoon. The luscious smells from the kitchen had spread through the entire building, so that neighboring ladies came into the shop on various pretexts, very curious to see what was being cooked. Virginie put in an appearance towards 5 o'clock. She had again seen Lantier. Really, it was impossible to go down the street now without meeting him. Madame Boche also had just caught sight of him standing at the corner of the pavement with his head thrust forward in an uncommonly sly manner. Then Gervaise, who had at that moment intended going for a sou's worth of burnt onions for the pot au feu, began to tremble from head to foot and did not dare leave the house, the more so as the concierge and the dressmaker put her into a terrible fright by relating horrible stories of men waiting for women with knives and pistols hidden beneath their overcoats. Well, yes, one reads of such things every day in the newspapers. When one of those scoundrels gets his monkey up on discovering an old love leading a happy life, he becomes capable of everything. Virginie obligingly offered to run and fetch the burnt onions. Women should always help one another. They could not let that little thing be murdered. When she returned, she said that Lantier was no longer there. He had probably gone off on finding he was discovered. In spite of that thought, he was the subject of conversation around the saucepans until night-time. When Madame Boche advised her to inform Coupeau, Gervaise became really terrified, and implored her not to say a word about it. Oh yes, wouldn't that be a nice situation? Her husband must have become suspicious already, because for the last few days at night he would swear to himself and bang the wall with his fists. The mere thought that the 2 men might destroy each other because of her made her shudder. She knew that Coupeau was jealous enough to attack Lantier with his shears. While the 4 of them had been deep in contemplating this drama, the saucepans on the banked coals of the stove had been quietly simmering. When Mother Coupeau lifted the lids, the veal and the pig's back were discreetly bubbling. The pot au feu was steadily steaming with snore-like sounds. Eventually, each of them dipped a piece of bread into the soup to taste the bouillon. At length Monday arrived. Now that Gervaise was going to have 14 persons at table, she began to fear that she would not be able to find room for them all. She decided that they should dine in the shop, and the first thing in the morning she took measurements so as to settle which way she would place the table. After that they had to remove all the clothes and take the ironing table to pieces. The top of this, laid on to some shorter trestles, was to be the dining table. But just in the midst of all this moving, a customer appeared and made a scene, because she had been waiting for her washing ever since the Friday. They were humbugging her. She would have her things at once. Then Gervaise tried to excuse herself, and lied boldly. It was not her fault. She was cleaning out her shop. The workmen would not be there till the morrow, and she pacified her customer and got rid of her by promising to busy herself with her things at the earliest possible moment. Then, as soon as the woman had left, she showed her temper. Really, if you listen to all your customers, you'd never have time to eat. You could work yourself to death like a dog on a leash. Well, no matter who came in today, even if they offered 100,000 francs, she wouldn't touch an iron on this Monday, because it was her turn to enjoy herself. The entire morning was spent in completing the purchases. 3 times Gervaise went out and returned laden like a mule. But just as she was going to order wine, she noticed that she had not sufficient money left. She could easily have got it on credit, only she could not be without money in the house on account of the 1,000 little expenses that one is liable to forget. And Mother Coupeau and she had lamented together in the back room, as they reckoned that they required at least 20 francs. How could they obtain them? those 4 pieces of 100 sous each. Mother Coupeau, who had at one time done the charring for a little actress of the Théâtre de Batignolles, was the first to suggest the pawn shop. Gervaise laughed with relief. How stupid she was not to have thought of it. She quickly folded her black silk dress upon a towel, which she then pinned together. Then she hid the bundle under Mother Coupeau's apron, telling her to keep it very flat against her stomach on account of the neighbors who had no need to know, and she went and watched at the door to see that the old woman was not followed. But the latter had only gone as far as the charcoal dealer's when she called her back. "Mamma, mamma." She made her return to the shop, and taking her wedding ring off her finger, said, "Here, put this with it. We should get all the more." When Mother Coupeau brought her 25 francs, she danced for joy. She would order an extra 6 bottles of wine, sealed wine, to drink with the roast. The Lorilleux would be crushed. For a fortnight past, it had been the Coupeau's dream to crush the Lorilleux. Was it not true that those sly ones, the man and his wife, a truly pretty couple, shut themselves up whenever they had anything nice to eat, as though they had stolen it? Yes, they covered up the windows with a blanket to hide the light, and made believe they were already asleep in bed. This stopped anyone from coming up, and so the Lorilleux could stuff everything down, just the 2 of them. They were even careful the next day not to throw the bones into the garbage, so that no one would know what they had eaten. Madame Lorilleux would walk to the end of the street to toss them into a sewer opening. One morning Gervaise surprised her emptying a basket of oyster shells there. All those penny pinchers were never open-handed, and all their mean contrivances came from their desire to appear to be poor. Well, we'd show them. We'd prove to them that we weren't mean. Gervaise would have laid her table in the street, had she been able to, just for the sake of inviting each passer-by. Money was not invented that it should be allowed to grow mouldy, was it? It is pretty when it shines all new in the sunshine. She resembled them so little now that on the days when she had 20 sous, she arranged things to let people think she had 40. Mother Coupeau and Gervaise talked of the Lorilleux whilst they laid the cloth about 3 o'clock. They had hung some big curtains at the windows, but it was very warm and the door was left open, and the whole street passed in front of the little table. The 2 women did not place a decanter or a bottle or a salt cellar without trying to arrange them in such a way as to annoy the Lorilleux. They had arranged their seats so as to give them a full view of the superbly laid cloth, and they had reserved the best crockery for them, well knowing that the porcelain plates would create a great effect. "No, no, mamma," cried Gervaise. "Don't give them those napkins. I've 2 damask ones." "Ah, good," murmured the old woman. "That'll break their hearts, that's certain." And they smiled to each other as they stood up on either side of that big white table on which the 14 knives and forks, placed all round, caused them to swell with pride. It had the appearance of the altar of some chapel in the middle of the shop. "Well, that's because they're so stingy themselves," resumed Gervaise. "You know they lied last month when the woman went about everywhere saying that she had lost a piece of gold chain as she was taking the work home. The idea! There's no fear of her ever losing anything. It was simply a way of making themselves out very poor, and of not giving you your 5 francs. "As yet I've only seen my 5 francs twice," said Mother Coupeau. "I'll bet next month they'll concoct some other story. That explains why they cover their window up when they have a rabbit to eat. Don't you see? One would have the right to say to them, as you can afford a rabbit, you can certainly give 5 francs to your mother. Oh, they're just rotten. What would have become of you if I hadn't taken you to live with us?" Mother Coupeau slowly shook her head. That day she was all against the Lorilleux, because of the great feast the Coupeaux were giving. She loved cooking, the little gossiping round the saucepans, the place turned topsy-turvy by the revels of Saint's Day. Besides, she generally got on pretty well with Gervaise. On other days, when they plagued one another, as happens in all families, the old woman grumbled, saying she was wretchedly unfortunate in thus being at her daughter-in-law's mercy. In point of fact, she probably had some affection for Madame Lorilleux, who, after all, was her daughter. "Ah," continued Gervaise, "you wouldn't be so fat, would you, if you were living with them, and no coffee, no snuff, no little luxuries of any sort? Tell me, would they have given you 2 mattresses to your bed?"
"No, that's very certain," replied Mother Coupeau. "When they arrive, I shall place myself so as to have a good view of the door to see the faces they'll make." End of first part of Chapter 7. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 30 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest A. VIZETELLY. Second part of Chapter 7. Thinking of the faces they would make gave them pleasure ahead of time. However, they couldn't remain standing there admiring the table. The Coupeaus had lunched very late on just a bite or two, because the stoves were already in use and because they did not want to dirty any dishes needed for the evening. By 4 o'clock the two women were working very hard. The huge goose was being cooked on a spit. Squint-eyed Augustine was sitting on a low bench, solemnly basting the goose with a long-handled spoon. Gervaise was busy with the peas with bacon. Mother Coupeau kept spinning around, a bit confused, waiting for the right time to begin reheating the pork and the veal. Towards 5 o'clock the guests began to arrive. First of all came the two workwomen, Clémence and Madame Putois, both in their Sunday best, the former in blue, the latter in black. Clémence carried a geranium, Madame Putois a heliotrope, and Gervaise, whose hands were just then smothered with flour, had to kiss each of them on both cheeks with her arms behind her back. Then, following close upon their heels, entered Virginie, dressed like a lady in a printed muslin costume with a sash and a bonnet, though she only had a few steps to come. She brought a pot of red carnations. She took the laundress in her big arms and squeezed her tight. At length Boche appeared with a pot of pansies, and Madame Boche with a pot of mignonette. Then came Madame Lerat with a balm mint, the pot of which had dirtied her violet merino dress. All these people kissed each other and gathered together in the back room, in the midst of the 3 stoves and the roasting apparatus, which gave out a stifling heat. The noise from the saucepans drowned the voices. A dress catching in the Dutch oven caused quite an emotion. The smell of roast goose was so strong that it made their mouths water, and Gervaise was very pleasant, thanking everyone for their flowers, without, however, letting that interfere with her preparing the thickening for the stewed veal at the bottom of a soup plate. She had placed the pots in the shop at one end of the table, without removing the white paper that was round them. A sweet scent of flowers mingled with the odour of cooking. "Do you want any assistance?" asked Virginie. "Just fancy, you've been 3 days preparing all this feast, and it will be gobbled up in no time." "Well, you know," replied Gervaise, "it wouldn't prepare itself. No, don't dirty your hands. You see everything's ready. There's only the soup to warm." Then they all made themselves comfortable. The ladies laid their shawls and their caps on the bed and pinned up their skirts so as not to soil them. Boche sent his wife back to the concierge's lodge until time to eat, and had cornered Clémence in a corner, trying to find out if she was ticklish. She was gasping for breath, as the mere thought of being tickled sent shivers through her. So as not to bother the cooks, the other ladies had gone into the shop and were standing against the wall facing the table. They were talking through the door, though, and as they could not hear very well, they were continually invading the back room and crowding around Gervaise, who would forget what she was doing to answer them. There were a few stories which brought sly laughter. When Virginie mentioned that she hadn't eaten for 2 days in order to have more room for today's feast, tall Clémence said that she had cleaned herself out that morning with an enema like the English do. Then Boche suggested a way of digesting the food quickly by squeezing oneself after each course, another English custom. After all, when you were invited to dinner, wasn't it polite to eat as much as you could? Veal and pork and goose are placed out for the cats to eat. The hostess didn't need to worry a bit. They were going to clean their plates so thoroughly that she wouldn't have to wash them. All of them kept coming to smell the air above the saucepans and the roaster.
The ladies began to act like young girls, scurrying from room to room and pushing each other. Just as they were all jumping about and shouting by way of amusement, Goujet appeared. He was so timid he scarcely dared enter, but stood still holding a tall white rose tree in his arms, a magnificent plant with a stem that reached to his face and entangled the flowers in his beard. Gervaise ran to him, her cheeks burning from the heat of the stoves, but he did not know how to get rid of his pot, and when she had taken it from his hands, he stammered, not daring to kiss her. It was she who was obliged to stand on tiptoe and place her cheek against his lips. He was so agitated that even then he kissed her roughly on the eye, almost blinding her. They both stood trembling. "Oh, Monsieur Goujet, it's too lovely," said she, placing the rose tree beside the other flowers, which it overtopped with the whole of its tufts of foliage. "Not at all, not at all," repeated he, unable to say anything else. Then, after sighing deeply, he slightly recovered himself and stated that she was not to expect his mother. She was suffering from an attack of sciatica. Gervaise was greatly grieved. She talked of putting a piece of the goose on one side, as she particularly wished Madame Goujet to have a taste of the bird. No one else was expected. Coupeau was no doubt strolling about in the neighborhood with Poisson, whom he had called for directly after his lunch. They would be home directly. They had promised to be back punctually at 6. Then, as the soup was almost ready, Gervaise called to Madame Lerat, saying that she thought it was time to go and fetch the Lorilleux. Madame Lerat became at once very grave. It was she who had conducted all the negotiations, and who had settled how everything should pass between the two families. She put her cap and shawl on again and went upstairs very stiffly in her skirts, looking very stately. Down below, the laundress continued to stir her vermicelli soup without saying a word. The guests suddenly became serious and solemnly waited. It was Madame Lerat who appeared first. She had gone round by the street so as to give more pomp to the reconciliation. She held the shop door wide open whilst Madame Lorilleux, wearing a silk dress, stopped at the threshold. All the guests had risen from their seats. Gervaise went forward and, kissing her sister-in-law, as had been agreed, said, "Come in. It's all over, isn't it? We'll both be nice to each other." And Madame Lorilleux replied, "I shall be only too happy if we're so always." When she had entered, Lorilleux also stopped at the threshold, and he likewise waited to be embraced before penetrating into the shop. Neither the one nor the other had brought a bouquet. They had decided not to do so, as they thought it would look too much like giving way to Clump Clump if they carried flowers with them the first time they set foot in her home. Gervaise called to Augustine to bring 2 bottles of wine. Then, filling some glasses on a corner of the table, she called everyone to her, and each took a glass and drank to the good friendship of the family. There was a pause whilst the guests were drinking, the ladies raising their elbows and emptying their glasses to the last drop. "Nothing is better before soup," declared Boche, smacking his lips. Mother Coupeau had placed herself opposite the door to see the faces the Lorilleux would make. She pulled Gervaise by the skirt and dragged her into the back room, and as they both leant over the soup, they conversed rapidly in a low voice. "Oh, what a sight!" said the old woman. "You couldn't see them, but I was watching. When she caught sight of the table, her face twisted around like that. The corners of her mouth almost touched her eyes. And as for him, it nearly choked him. He coughed and coughed. Now, just look at them over there. There's no saliva left in their mouths. They're chewing their lips." "It's quite painful to see people as jealous as that," murmured Gervaise. Really, the Lorilleux had a funny look about them. No one, of course, liked to be crushed. In families, especially when the one succeeds, the others do not like it. That is only natural. Only one keeps it in. One does not make an exhibition of oneself. Well, the Lorilleux could not keep it in. It was more than a match for them. They squinted, their mouths were all on one side. In short, it was so apparent that the other guests looked at them and asked them if they were unwell. Never would they be able to stomach this table with its 14-place settings, its white linen tablecloth, its slices of bread cut in advance, all in the style of a first-class restaurant. Madame Lorilleux went around the table, surreptitiously fingering the tablecloth, tortured by the thought that it was a new one. "Everything's ready," cried Gervaise as she reappeared with a smile, her arms bare and her little fair curls blowing over her temples.
If the boss would only come, resumed the laundress, we might begin. Ah, well, said Madame Lorilleux, the soup will be cold by then. Coupeau always forgets. You shouldn't have let him go off. It was already 6:30. Everything was burning now. The goose would be overdone. Then Gervaise, feeling quite dejected, talked of sending someone to all the wine shops in the neighborhood to find Coupeau. And as Goujet offered to go, she decided to accompany him. Virginie, anxious about her husband, went also. The three of them, bareheaded, quite blocked up the pavement. The blacksmith, who wore his frock coat, had Gervaise on his left arm and Virginie on his right. He was doing the two-handled basket, as he said, and it seemed to them such a funny thing to say that they stopped, unable to move their legs for laughing. They looked at themselves in the pork butcher's glass and laughed more than ever. Beside Goujet, all in black, the two women looked like speckled hens. The dressmaker in her muslin costume sprinkled with pink flowers, the laundress in her white cambric dress with blue spots, her wrists bare, and wearing round her neck a little grey silk scarf tied in a bow. People turned round to see them pass, looking so fresh and lively, dressed in their Sunday best on a weekday, and jostling the crowd which hung about the Rue de Poissonnier on that warm June evening. But it was not a question of amusing themselves. They went straight to the door of each wine shop, looked in, and sought amongst the people standing before the counter. Had that animal Coupeau gone to the Arc de Triomphe to get his dram? They had already done the upper part of the street, looking in all the likely places. At the Little Civet, renowned for its preserved plums, at old Mother Baquette's, who sold Orleans wine at 8 sous, and at the Butterfly, the coachman's house of call, gentlemen who were not easy to please. But no Coupeau. Then, as they were going down towards the boulevard, Gervaise uttered a faint cry on passing the eating house at the corner kept by Francois. "What's the matter?" asked Goujet. The laundress no longer laughed. She was very pale and laboring under so great an emotion that she had almost fallen. Virginie understood it all as she caught a sight of Lantier seated at one of Francois's tables, quietly dining. The two women dragged the blacksmith along. "My ankle twisted," said Gervaise as soon as she was able to speak. At length they discovered Coupeau and Poisson at the bottom of the street, inside Père Colombe's l'Assommoir. They were standing up in the midst of a number of men. Coupeau, in a grey blouse, was shouting with furious gestures and banging his fists down on the counter. Poisson, not on duty that day, and buttoned up in an old brown coat, was listening to him in a dull sort of way, and without uttering a word, bristling his carroty moustache and beard the while. Goujet left the women on the edge of the pavement, and went and laid his hand on the zinc worker's shoulder. But when the latter caught sight of Gervaise and Virginie outside, he grew angry. Why was he badgered with such females as those? Petticoats had taken to tracking him about now. Well, he declined to stir. They could go and eat their beastly dinner all by themselves. To quiet him, Goujet was obliged to accept a drop of something, and even then Coupeau took a fiendish delight in dawdling a good 5 minutes at the counter. When he at length came out, he said to his wife, "I don't like this. It's my business where I go. Do you understand?" She did not answer. She was all in a tremble. She must have said something about Lantier to Virginie, for the latter pushed her husband and Goujet ahead, telling them to walk in front. The two women got on each side of Coupeau to keep him occupied and prevent him seeing Lantier. He wasn't really drunk, being more intoxicated from shouting than drinking. Since they seemed to want to stay on the left side to tease them, he crossed over to the other side of the street. Worried, they ran after him and tried to block his view of the door of Francois's, but Coupeau must have known that Lantier was there. Gervaise almost went out of her senses on hearing him grunt. "Yes, my duck, there's a fellow of our acquaintance inside there. You mustn't take me for a ninny. Don't let me catch you gallivanting about again with your side glances." And he made use of some very coarse expressions. It was not him that she had come to look for with her bare elbows and her mealy mouth. It was her old beau. Then he was suddenly seized with a mad rage against Lantier. "Ah, the brigand! Ah, the filthy hound! One or the other of them would have to be left on the pavement, empty of its guts like a rabbit." Lantier, however, did not appear to notice what was going on, and continued slowly eating some veal and sorrel.
A crowd began to form. Virginie led Coupeau away, and he calmed down at once as soon as he had turned the corner of the street. All the same, they returned to the shop far less lively than when they left it. The guests were standing around the table with very long faces. The zinc worker shook hands with them, showing himself off before the ladies. Gervaise, feeling rather depressed, spoke in a low voice as she directed them to their places. But she suddenly noticed that as Madame Goujet had not come, a seat would remain empty, the one next to Madame Lorilleux. "We are 13," said she, deeply affected, seeing in that a fresh omen of the misfortune with which she had felt herself threatened for some time past. The ladies, already seated, rose up, looking anxious and annoyed. Madame Putois offered to retire, because, according to her, it was not a matter to laugh about. Besides, she would not touch a thing. The food would do her no good. As to Boche, he chuckled. He would sooner be 13 than 14. The portions would be larger, that was all. "Wait," resumed Gervaise, "I can manage it." And going out onto the pavement, she called Père Bru, who was just then crossing the roadway. The old workman entered, stooping and stiff, and his face without expression. "Seat yourself there, my good fellow," said the laundress. "You won't mind eating with us, will you?" He simply nodded his head. He was willing, he did not mind. "As well him as another," continued she, lowering her voice. "He doesn't often eat his fill. He will at least enjoy himself once more. We shall feel no remorse in stuffing ourselves now." This touched Goujet so deeply that his eyes filled with tears. The others were also moved by compassion, and said that it would bring them all good luck. However, Madame Lorilleux seemed unhappy at having the old man next to her. She cast glances of disgust at his work-roughened hands and his faded patched smock, and drew away from him. End of second part of chapter 7. Recording by David Lazarus. Section 31 of L'Assommoir. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lazarus. L'Assommoir by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest VIZETELLY. Third part of chapter 7. Père Bru sat with his head bowed, waiting. He was bothered by the napkin that was on the plate before him. Finally, he lifted it off and placed it gently on the edge of the table, not thinking to spread it over his knees. Now at last Gervaise served the vermicelli soup. The guests were taking up their spoons when Virginie remarked that Coupeau had disappeared. He had perhaps returned to Père Colombe's. This time the company got angry. So much the worse. One would not run after him. He could stay in the street if he was not hungry. And as the spoons touched the bottom of the plates, Coupeau reappeared, with 2 pots of flowers, one under each arm, a stock and a balsam. They all clapped their hands. He gallantly placed the pots, one on the right, the other on the left of Gervaise's glass. Then, bending over and kissing her, he said, "I had forgotten you, my lamb, but in spite of that we love each other all the same, especially on such a day as this." "Monsieur Coupeau's very nice this evening," murmured Clemence in Boche's ear. "He's got just what he required, sufficient to make him amiable." The good behavior of the master of the house restored the gaiety of the proceedings, which at one moment had been compromised. Gervaise, once more at her ease, was all smiles again. The guests finished their soup, then the bottles circulated and they drank their first glass of wine. Just a drop, pure, to wash down the vermicelli. One could hear the children quarrelling in the next room. There were Etienne, Pauline, Nana, and little Victor Fauconnier. It had been decided to lay a table for the 4 of them, and they had been told to be very good. That squint-eyed Augustine, who had to look after the stove, was to eat off her knees. "Mamma, mamma!" suddenly screamed Nana. "Augustine is dipping her bread in the Dutch oven." The laundress hastened there and caught the squint-eyed one in the act of burning her throat in her attempt to swallow without loss of time a slice of bread soaked in boiling goose fat. She boxed her ears when the young monkey called out that it was not true. When, after the boiled beef, the stewed veal appeared, served in a salad bowl, as they did not have a dish large enough, the party greeted it with a laugh. "It's become serious," declared Poisson, who seldom spoke. It was 7:30. They had closed the shop door so as not to be spied upon by the whole neighborhood. The little clockmaker opposite especially was opening his eyes to their full size, and seemed to take the pieces from their mouths with such a gluttonous look that it almost prevented them from eating. The curtains hung before the windows admitted a great white uniform light, which bathed the entire table with its symmetrical arrangements of knives and forks, and its pots of flowers enveloped in tall collars of white paper, and this pale fading light, this slowly approaching dusk, gave to the party somewhat of an air of distinction. Virginie looked round the closed apartment hung with muslin, and with a happy criticism declared it to be very cosy. Whenever a cart passed in the street, the glasses jingled together on the tablecloth, and the ladies were obliged to shout as loud as the men. But there was not much conversation. They all behaved very respectably, and were very attentive to each other. Coupeau alone wore a blouse, because, as he said, one need not stand on ceremony with friends, and besides which the blouse was the workman's garb of honor. The ladies, laced up in their bodices, wore their hair in plaits, greasy with pomatum, in which the daylight was reflected, whilst the gentlemen, sitting at a distance from the table, swelled out their chests and kept their elbows wide apart for fear of staining their frock-coats. Ah, thunder! What a hole they were making in the stewed veal! If they spoke little, they were chewing in earnest. The salad bowl was becoming emptier and emptier with a spoon stuck in the midst of the thick sauce, a good yellow sauce which quivered like a jelly. They fished pieces of veal out of it, and seemed as though they would never come to the end. The salad bowl journeyed from hand to hand, and faces bent over it as forks picked out the mushrooms. The long loaves, standing against the wall behind the guests, appeared to melt away. Between the mouthfuls one could hear the sound of glasses being replaced on the table. The sauce was a trifle too salty. It required 4 bottles of wine to drown that blessed stewed veal, which went down like cream, but which afterwards lit up a regular conflagration in one's stomach. And before one had time to take a breath, the pig's back, in the middle of a deep dish surrounded by big round potatoes, arrived in the midst of a cloud of smoke. There was one general cry. By Jove! It was just the thing. Everyone liked it. They would do it justice. And they followed the dish with a side glance as they wiped their knives on their bread, so as to be in readiness. Then, as soon as they were helped, they nudged one another and spoke with their mouths full. It was just like butter, something sweet and solid which one could feel run through one's guts right down into one's boots. The potatoes were like sugar. It was not a bit salty, only, just on account of the potatoes, it required a wetting every few minutes. 4 more bottles were placed on the table. The plates were wiped so clean that they also served for the green peas and bacon. Oh, vegetables were of no consequence. They playfully gulped them down in spoonfuls. The best part of the dish was the small pieces of bacon, just nicely grilled and smelling like horse's hoof. 2 bottles were sufficient for them. "Mamma, mamma," called out Nana suddenly, "Augustine's putting her finger in my plate." "Don't bother me, give her a slap," replied Gervaise, in the act of stuffing herself with green peas. At the children's table in the back room, Nana was playing the role of the lady of the house, sitting next to Victor and putting her brother Etienne beside Pauline so they could play house, pretending they were 2 married couples. Nana had served her guests very politely at first, but now she had given way to her passion for grilled bacon, trying to keep every piece for herself. While Augustine was prowling around the children's table, she would grab the bits of bacon under the pretext of dividing them amongst the children. Nana was so furious that she bit Augustine on the wrist. "Ah, you know," murmured Augustine, "I'll tell your mother that after the veal you asked Victor to kiss you." But all became quiet again, as Gervaise and Mother Coupeau came in to get the goose. The guests at the big table were leaning back in their chairs, taking a breather. The men had unbuttoned their waistcoats, the ladies were wiping their faces with their napkins. The repast was, so to say, interrupted. Only one or two persons, unable to keep their jaws still, continued to swallow large mouthfuls of bread without even knowing that they were doing so. The others were waiting and allowing their food to settle while waiting for the main course. Night was slowly coming on. A dirty ash-grey light was gathering behind the curtains. When Augustine brought 2 lamps and placed one at each end of the table, the general disorder became apparent in the bright glare. The greasy forks and plates, the tablecloth stained with wine and covered with crumbs. A strong stifling odour pervaded the room. Certain warm fumes, however, attracted all the noses in the direction of the kitchen. "Can I help you?" cried Virginie. She left her chair and passed into the inner room. All the women followed one by one. They surrounded the Dutch oven and watched with profound interest as Gervaise and Mother Coupeau tried to pull the bird out. Then a clamour arose, in the midst of which one could distinguish the shrill voices and the joyful leaps of the children. And there was a triumphal entry. Gervaise carried the goose, her arms stiff and her perspiring face expanded in one broad silent laugh. The women walked behind her, laughing in the same way, whilst Nana, right at the end, raised herself up to see, her eyes open to their full extent. When the enormous golden goose streaming with gravy was on the table, they did not attack it at once. It was a wonder, a respectful wonderment, which for a moment left everyone speechless. They drew one another's attention to it with winks and nods of the head. Golly, what a bird! "That one didn't get fat by licking the walls, I'll bet," said Boche. Then they entered into details respecting the bird. Gervaise gave the facts. It was the best she could get at the poulterer's in the Faubourg Poissonnier. It weighed 12.5 pounds on the scales at the charcoal dealer's. They had burned nearly half a bushel of charcoal in cooking it, and it had given 3 bowls full of dripping. Virginie interrupted her to boast of having seen it before it was cooked. "Oh, you could have eaten it just as it was," she said. "Its skin was so fine, like the skin of a blonde." All the men laughed at this, smacking their lips. Lorilla and Madame Lorilla sniffed disdainfully, almost choking with rage to see such a goose on Clump Clump's table. "Well, we can't eat it whole," the laundress observed. "Who'll cut it up?" No, not me. It's too big. I'm afraid of it." Coupeau offered his services. Mon Dieu, it was very simple. You caught hold of the limbs and pulled them off. The pieces were good all the same. But the others protested. They forcibly took possession of the large kitchen knife which the zinc worker already held in his hand, saying that whenever he carved he made a regular graveyard of the platter. Finally, Madame Lerat suggested in a friendly tone, "Listen, it should be Monsieur Poisson. Yes, Monsieur Poisson." But as the others did not appear to understand, she added in a more flattering manner still, "Why, yes, of course, it should be Monsieur Poisson, who's accustomed to the use of arms." And she passed the kitchen knife to the policeman. All round the table they laughed with pleasure and approval. Poisson bowed his head with military stiffness and moved the goose before him. When he thrust the knife into the goose, which cracked, Lorilleux was seized with an outburst of patriotism. "Ah, if it was a Cossack!" he cried. "Have you ever fought with Cossacks, Monsieur Poisson?" asked Madame Boche. "No, but I have with Bedouins," replied the policeman, who was cutting off a wing. "There are no more Cossacks." A great silence ensued. Necks were stretched out as every eye followed the knife. Poisson was preparing a surprise. Suddenly he gave a last cut. The hind quarter of the bird came off and stood up on end, rump in the air, making a bishop's mitre. Then admiration burst forth. None were so agreeable in company as retired soldiers. The policeman allowed several minutes for the company to admire the bishop's mitre, and then finished cutting the slices and arranging them on the platter. The carving of the goose was now complete. When the ladies complained that they were getting rather warm, Coupeau opened the door to the street, and the gaiety continued against the background of cabs rattling down the street and pedestrians bustling along the pavement. The goose was attacked furiously by the rested jaws, Boche remarked that just having to wait and watch the goose being carved had been enough to make the veal and pork slide down to his ankles. Then ensued a famous tuck-in. That is to say, not one of the party recollected ever having before run the risk of such a stomachache. Gervaise, looking enormous, her elbows on the table, ate great pieces of breast without uttering a word, for fear of losing a mouthful, and merely felt slightly ashamed and annoyed at exhibiting herself thus, as gluttonous as a cat before Goujet. Goujet, however, was too busy stuffing himself to notice that she was all red with eating. Besides, in spite of her greediness, she remained so nice and good. She did not speak, but she troubled herself every minute to look after Père Bru, and place some dainty bits on his plate. It was even touching to see this glutton take a piece of wing almost from her mouth to give it to the old fellow, who did not appear to be very particular, and who swallowed everything with bowed head, almost besotted from having gobbled so much after he had forgotten the taste of bread. The Lorilleux expended their rage on the roast goose. They ate enough to last them 3 days. They would have stowed away the dish, the table, the very shop, if they could have ruined Clump Clump by doing so. All the ladies had wanted a piece of the breast, traditionally the ladies' portion. Madame Lerat, Madame Boche, Madame Putois were all picking bones, whilst Mother Coupeau, who adored the neck, was tearing off the flesh with her last 2 teeth. Virginie liked the skin when it was nicely browned, and the other guests gallantly passed their skin to her, so much so that Poisson looked at his wife severely and bade her stop, because she had had enough as it was. Once already she had been a fortnight in bed with her stomach swollen out, through having eaten too much roast goose. But Coupeau got angry and helped Virginie to the upper part of her leg, saying that by Jove thunder, if she did not pick it, she wasn't a proper woman. Had roast goose ever done harm to anybody? On the contrary, it cured all complaints of the spleen. One could eat it without bread, like dessert. He could go on swallowing it all night without being the least bit inconvenienced, and just to show off, he stuffed a whole drumstick into his mouth. Meanwhile, Clemence had got to the end of the rump, and was sucking it with her lips, whilst she wriggled with laughter on her chair, because Boche was whispering all sorts of smutty things to her. Ah, by Jove, yes, there was a dinner. When one's at it, you know. And if one only has the chance now and then, one would be precious stupid not to stuff oneself up to one's ears. Really, one could see their sides puff out by degrees. They were cracking in their skins, the blessed gormandizers. With their mouths open, their chins besmeared with grease, they had such bloated red faces that one would have said they were bursting with prosperity. As for the wine, well, that was flowing as freely around the table as water flows in the Seine. It was like a brook overflowing after a rainstorm when the soil is parched. Coupeau raised the bottle high when pouring to see the red jet foam in the glass. Whenever he emptied a bottle, he would turn it upside down and shake it. One more dead soldier. In a corner of the laundry, the pile of dead soldiers grew larger and larger, a veritable cemetery of bottles onto which other debris from the table was tossed. Coupeau became indignant when Madame Putois asked for water. He took all the water pitchers from the table. Do respectable citizens ever drink water? Did she want to grow frogs in her stomach? Many glasses were emptied at one gulp. You could hear the liquid gurgling its way down the throats like rainwater in a drain pipe after a storm. One might say it was raining wine. Mon Dieu, the juice of the grape was a remarkable invention. Surely the working man couldn't get along without his wine. Papa Noah must have planted his grapevine for the benefit of zinc workers, tailors, and blacksmiths. It brightened you up and refreshed you after a hard day's work. End of third part of Chapter 7. Recording by David Lazarus.